Good afternoon, and welcome to... It is Dune Awakening. I've just realised I actually have the wrong UI on. Oh, which is a bit of a pain, because last time I tried changing it while I was on the stream, it killed the stream. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to restart the stream, because it will kill the stream anyway. But we'll attempt to try and do it, but I've got a feeling it will kill the stream, because last time I tried doing this, it did kill the stream, so we'll just try it. Fingers crossed. Welcome back. We're on the right part this time. I just need to go and double check that we have got the stream up, because last time I did that I assumed it was up and found out it wasn't. This time I just want to make sure it actually is. It isn't. Okay, that's fine. And welcome back. Yeah, so I started to stream with the wrong user interface open, and doing what I thought would happen did happen, and the stream just hit itself. So just bear for a moment, so I just need to go and do something just to remove what it would have left. Some crap. So today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing deep desert stuff, and particularly we're going to be doing those stuff around sand mining, or harvesting, should I say. With regards to what we're gonna kind of be doing, I was actually in the game quite a bit yesterday, but it was very on and off, and I did say that I was gonna stream over the weekend, most of the weekend. However, unfortunately, because I was just in the middle of doing other things as well, I didn't want to keep stop and starting the stream every 2 minutes, so I decided yesterday not to stream any of the content or any of the stuff I was doing, just because I was doing it in between doing other things, and it would have been very stop and start all day, and even in the evening where I thought, oh, I'm about to do it in the evening as well, and even in the evening I was still doing stuff that kept me in. I would have been stopping the stream and then restarting it again later again, so apologies for that, but it is what it is. Today I'm planning on a consistent stream that will just go out till the end of this evening. I've got no time of how long this stream is going to last, so it'll last as long as it lasts. It will last at least, like I would imagine, 4 or 5 hours, maybe longer, who knows. But yeah, it's not going to be a short stream, it's not going to be a super long 24-hour stream or anything like that, because yeah, I do want to go to sleep tonight. But we'll do plenty of sand harvesting and stuff like that, so there'll be plenty of things to keep everyone occupied. And if, as always, if you have any questions or anything like that, do let me know. I'm just trying to find something I can't find. rarely do give up a kick. Could do with giving it a kick. Okay, I found one map. I do find kick really hard to use. Not gonna lie. The pain. But I do want to obviously continue expanding and making sure that we cover and are available across different platforms. So like I mentioned, today we're going to be going to deep desert. We are actually in a deep desert. We're in my base that I built the other day on the live stream, and we have got plenty of water. I can get some things going and turn back on because I got it to a point yesterday where I was happy with everything, but I powered it down for the evening because as you're aware, if you did join us on Friday or if you've watched any of the recordings, I generally turn these off when I'm not actually using any of the machinery, just because it's just cheaper to run. Like, there's no point keeping it on if I'm not actually on. So I can put the base into kind of like a mothball mode, which allows me to like use literally just a very redundant amount of energy in order just to keep the shields and stuff on and the base safe. But if I actually want to actually use any of the actual utilities, that being the large refiner or any of the other stuff that we've got, then I have to kind of like enable all of this stuff. I don't have to enable it all, but I'm going to enable it all today because we're going to be out here, so we may as well max it out its full capability and turn on all the power, so we don't have to mess around too much just turning things on and off. We can just keep most things on, because at the moment as well, all the actual utilities that are like the top tier utilities are actually switched off by default, or at least I leave them off by default, and then just switch them on when I need them, because like I said, it's pointless leaving them on if I'm not needing them. But now I'm going to turn them all on. What did that message say? Your advanced sub-feed. I missed it. I noticed it and kind of like, maybe that much, and then I was like, actually might be quite important. Something about my sub-feed. What about my sub-feed? It's got one day, that's fine. I'm not leaving it all on. If I turn all of those additional power generators on, turn them all off, it'll go back to reserve, and reserve has more than 7 days worth of power available for it. So one day doesn't concern me, and plus the fact I'll be taking it down probably maybe at the end of the day when we finished with it, or I'll take it down tomorrow. Probably take it down tomorrow because get another day's use out of it, why not? That's off. Okay, so I just want to I've turned these back on just because they'll generate a little bit the rest of the water that they're mostly through the cycle, but I turned them off just before they finish cycle, just because I didn't need the water until today, because that was the plan really, to stream today but also do all the harvesting and stuff today as well. I'll turn this on because I always seem to need this for one reason or another, and I do actually, there was something I was going to do. I think I was going to make some filters before I left, just so that we've got passive water continuously going. I need to go and get some plant fibers. I need a little bit more delirium, so I need 3 more delirium and plant fibers. So I need to turn on the large ore refinery. just... I suppose I can craft. So what I need is 6 per one. So 6... I'll do 15. And that'll give me enough for another 2 filters after that. Which I probably won't fit in today. I'll probably leave them back so that next time I put the base up, I've got 2 filters ready. Planning ahead a little bit. Try to. Not always very successfully. Okay, I need to go and get some plant fibers. Might be able to get some locally without going too far away. I know where there are usually quite a lot. I mean, they're just around the corner here a bit. On the bottom. There's usually loads over there. I think I'll go over there. There's some over there as well. I don't need a huge amount, that's why I'm not... Do you know what? I am going to go over there. Why is there? But I've got an ornithopter, why not just use the ornithopter to go over there? Crash into some rocks. I only need 16, which, as you can tell, I'm going to get way more than that, but if I get enough then for what I need to make the other 2, then we'll have plenty. There's one thing I like about Deep Desert, it's like very plentiful for most materials that you need to build for. In this area at least, like on the wall as they call it. But as soon as you come away from the wall, it's a lot more sparse. But you can get like more concentrated of the high tier ores, which you won't get here as much. Like you get a lot here, don't get me wrong, but and they purposely, obviously, you never used to get them on the wall, but at all. But now you do. So the one thing I can't ever seem to find here, which is a little bit annoying, considering that like there's copper, you can't get iron on here very easily normally. Should change the desert skill so I can run. Can't be bothered. Okay, so we've got the fibers. That'll allow me to at least make the filters, and then once you've got the filters, and I put the 2 filters in that I need, well, want to put in for today, so that we've got continuous water, passive water being made. Yeah, the passive water. So this is the little bit of this is the 1% that I mentioned the other day that makes it not 100% passive, because there is a little bit of work to do to make the filters, but oh yeah, I need to switch it because I've made the aluminium, but I'll need to make the delirium. May as well wait for the 3 to finish, and then we'll go off and go upstairs and make the filters. Hope you all are having a good weekend. Been hopefully less busier than mine. My day's been like, my weekend's been busy, but it's been fun, and I've been like non-stop, but it's been obviously nice still. It's just like all these things that you have to get on with and do. and then the gaming part of it's the fun part. Normally. One thing is just delirium is it doesn't take as long as that aluminium. It's like 3 units to make aluminium and it takes so long to finish it, to do a cycle. It's like one of the slowest things to make. Alright, so make these filters. I've got enough to make 2, so that's great. That's all we need for now. Whack these in the wind traps. And then we've got water being passively made for us. I've obviously topped it up with the deathbeds. They're not actually called deathbeds, but I call them deathbeds. The blood-sucking things, which you stick bodies in and get water out. For the rest of the grass that you've got in here. I've got 2 spare bodies in case we need to get water for whatever reason. Oh, why? Other players make this look so easy using the grappling hook. Like I always make it look so hard. Okay, 1 down. Put the other one in on the other side and then we're golden. We've got water being passively made. So that keeps these going for 12 hours. And in that 12 hours, they'll make about 100,000 units of water. So 200,000 will be slowly being passively made over the next 12 hours. These are dropping for 40,000 each. So there's 4 there. So that should bring our water supply up pretty nicely. You have to bear in mind that at the moment, so at the moment we've got 247. Now that might sound like a lot, but each time that we run the big spice refinery, we use 70,000 water. So I'll show you that now, because now I've turned everything on, and I think the delirium should finish by now. So I can turn off this because I'm about to have both these on at the same time. We just use too much energy, and I haven't got a power supply that will keep that fed. So that's finished. And this on should have enough power. I don't think I've got enough power to run. Yeah, there won't be enough power to turn that on as well. So, yeah, we've got plenty of spice sand, enough to do 2 of them. To do 2, each one uses 75,000 water. So that obviously that looks like quite a bit, but as soon as we start making the spice sand, that water is literally going to evaporate almost. It uses up a lot. We'll probably have enough to do 3 runs there. So we'll go out, do some more spice harvesting for our 3rd run. Hopefully we should have just about enough water. We've obviously got enough water also being generated that will backfill at least the current one that I'm about to put on now. So if we put that on, and we'll also put the second one on in the queue as well. We'll get 200 units out of the spice melange, which obviously this is way better having this anyway. The actual main spice sand itself has a massive volume that it takes up. So in this safe was full. That full that I actually have to use the buggy in order to store some of the spice sand, which I've moved somewhere. Where have I moved it? I think I might have moved it into the other box. But I think I moved it into the box yesterday evening because I had to go out in the buggy and I didn't really want to take the spice sand out, so I just dumped it somewhere that I could. I think I'll find it. Yeah, it's in here. So if I put it back in the buggy as a midpoint, because I won't be able to carry that much. Like I won't even be able to carry the smaller pile, never mind the larger pile. So if you use any vehicle, and as the buggy's got the largest capacity, it's just easy to put it in that. Put that in this midpoint, and then you can move it from the buggy into here. And this is where I try and keep all of the raw materials. All the processed materials I try and keep in the other box. It just allows me so that I don't have things spread around everywhere. So we are pretty much ready just to keep get going, I think. Yeah, go off and do some harvesting. It's a nice time to do harvesting as well, because in the evening you don't have to worry about the sand. Well, you don't have to worry about the sun, should I say, not sand. There's more sand than you ever need in a deep desert. But sand, yes, we'll go do some. I've just realised I'm about to go off and do some spice harvesting, and I don't have any of the stuff that I should be wearing for it, so I just need to go and get changed. And have the spice wand itself. Oh, and I need to repair it because it's quite dead almost at the moment. So just as I think I'm ready, and I realised actually I might not be ready. Sorry, I've just got a mate that's texted me about some game. One moment, because I think he might be panicking. think I've given him some advice. Effectively, I've forwarded a Liverpool ticket for him to go to Anfield on Tuesday. But he had some existing thing, and essentially he's had to get a new kind of membership, but he still seems to have the old stuff. So I've essentially pointed him in what I think he needs to do, but I've also said go and speak to their support, because I'm not 100% sure, because I've not experienced what he's actually experiencing and going through now. So I'll leave that to him, and we'll get on with playing Dune. Where was I? I was going to do something, wasn't I? I can't remember what I was going to do now. It was something to do with... Oh yeah, I need to fix the spice wand, which I've just realised isn't even in this building. It's actually in the it's in the other one. Yeah, so I need to repair that, because it's a bit misused. Well, it's not misused, but it's certainly needs fixing. Oh yeah, so when it comes to cutting array, I mentioned the other day the fact that I'm very reluctant at using the Mark V cutting array to dismantle stuff. So what I did is I made a Mark 1 one for dismantling stuff. Because obviously to repair a Mark 5 and a Mark 1 is completely different. It's like you hardly need anything to repair a Mark 1. And the only thing I'd say it's different between it, which I did notice and thought, grit my teeth and bear with it, is the fact that it does take a lot longer to dismantle with the Mark 1. But I'd rather that than damage the Mark 5 one for just literally dismantling a vehicle. So yeah, sacrifice time for essentially not having to use as rare resources to fix it. I'm always reluctant taking my stuff out just in case I do get eaten by a worm. We'll take all this stuff. I'm not worried about this stuff. And then all that stuff's fine as well. That might need repairing, but I think it's enough. It'll do. I think it'll do us for like at least one trip out. I need to put my shoes on. My feet. That'll do. Let's go repair this spice wand, as I call it, but it's a sand compressor. Otherwise the game freezing. That's weird. Don't think I've ever seen that. I looked straight out to see if it was a bad connection, but it wasn't, so something's going on it doesn't like. I don't remember where I can tear it out. So let's go see what I need. I'm going to need something that I probably don't have. Spice infused delirium. I actually do have some of that, but we'll have to go back to the base to get it. Silicon, 13 silicon, so we'll put the silicon in now. We'll get that going. need to go back to Hager Basin to go and get the spiced delirium. I do have some of that, just not here. Try not to bring stuff, like tons of stuff out here, just because then I have to take it all back later. So my nearest neighbours now. Oh. Well, it's like they say they're neighbours, but the nearest people to me. They've got a spice harvester. We're doing our spice harvesting by stick, as I've said in the title, but yeah, we're doing it by hand pretty much. In comparison to that, I'm not using a spice harvester. I could get one, but with the mechanics the way they are with the sandworms now, I just don't trust being able to get it out before being eaten by a sandworm. So we'll just do it by hand. It's alright if you're with other people though. One thing I've noticed that I forgot to do. I was messing around with the chat, and while I was messing around with the chats, I had to leave the chat permanently shown on so that I could effectively fix the issue that I noticed, which is to do with the text was cutting. So effectively I stopped it from disappearing, because what happens, or what should happen when I enable it, which I just have, is the chat will disappear after 120 seconds. So it means that you can still see like recent chat, but if the chat's been obviously dead for a while, then it just removes it. Keeps it nice, but keeps things relevant too. That's only for you guys. I get to see, like, I've got another chat window that's on my part of my OBS that allows me to see chat permanently all the time, even the historic stuff. Quite surprised I haven't had any stuff in Kick about, do you want to buy some people to join your channel? Nope. We can get people to join. Quite funny. I'm sure there are people out there that are desperate to have followers. I do this for the fun more than anything. Like, I'm playing these games anyway, so why not stream it and other people get to have an insight into a game that they might not otherwise have. We'll just have to remember which box I've put Delirium in. I don't need all of that, so we'll just take 49, just because, well, I don't know how many times I might need to fix it, so we'll take that out with us as well. Why not? Is there anything else we need? Let's take the Slancy out. I don't want to take too much out, because this is what I like. I'm like, oh, you just take all this little things out, but it's like, when you come back and do quite a few different trips, and you've done that a few times, like, oh, I'll just take these little things out. When you're coming to pack your base up on the whatever day it is that you're packing your base up on, because you need to get your stuff out before the wipe on Tuesday, you then up having to do loads of extra trips to take out all the crap that you kept taking out during the week. So all those little, oh, I'll just take this out and then I'll take this out, and that might become useful, becomes a nightmare when it comes to having to take it all back to Hager Basin later in the week. So mobile, this, like, these days I very rarely seem to fly the Scout Ornithopter as much as I used to. I do use the Assault Ornithopter a lot more now. But every time I get back in the Scout Ornithopter, it's just so much more kind of like playful and easy to fly. Unlike the Assault. I would even go as far now as saying that I think, having flown the carrier a few times, I think that even feels more nimble than the Assault Ornithopter. The Assault Ornithopter, honestly, it's so slow. I've always thought it's slow, and everyone used to say like the carrier was like super slow and super bad, and I'm sure it was, but I never flew it before they made some changes to it which improved the way it flies. So I can't say what it was like, but how it does fly now is really nice. So I'm still not like a fan of the Assault Ornithopter though. All their vehicles are gone. It won't be where that spice cloud is there. They'll be right out at one of the big spice fields. Now I can repair this. I should have another one somewhere. Like, I don't know where the other one is. Maybe I lost it, but or it's in a box somewhere. I've got no idea, but I haven't seen it for ages. This will still be going. Like, when I said, like, per cycle, but you have to bear in mind that this is doing a massive cycle in comparison to that, but this cycle does take a long time to get to do it. I can't remember, like, exactly how many, like, what the time it is. All I know is it takes a long time. I generally just start it off and go off and do stuff and come back whenever it's sort of, like, quiet, so I know it's finished. So I think I've got all I need: water, spice wand, and obviously a vehicle to go out there. I should repair the wings before we go. We'll do that quickly and then we'll go. Just need some... You know, all these little things you kind of do, but I need to go get some scrap. so that I can repair, well, so I can actually make some copper wire or fuse wire, which I'm surprised I don't have. Maybe I have some up here. I'm pretty sure I've got some somewhere. Yeah, I have. There we go. There. Make some. God, I know we can make it in the fabricate next to us. Should we change to make it here as well? Maybe you can't. I thought you could. Oh, I'll make it here. You get 100 wire, so we'll do enough for 200, so that'll be 10. I remember the days I used to chuck this out because I was like, with the small vehicles, it doesn't use hardly any. But as soon as you get like a large or medium ornithopter or any of the other like higher tier vehicles, they use way more resources. So when I used to think 500 units, and I was like that with my at the time my sand bike, and I'd fully repair the sand bike, and I'd probably use like 10 or 15 units. I used to go, how the hell are you supposed to use this stuff? I made 500. I'm hardly using it. But now I'm actually at the stage where 1,000 won't actually last that long. It's like everything is like, the one thing I still don't see how they intend for you to use it are the blue components that you get from the PV areas. Like, those components are just like far too easy to get, and there's no way that you can use them in the amount that you get them so easy. I think invalid target. It's also good for repairing. Actually, I've just remembered. There is a reason why you don't use that. That will cause loads of damage. Permanent damage. Oh, I've just caused loads of damage to one of my wings. I do need to use the... So this is actually the reason why you do want to have the 5. Because the 5, with a load of the skills that I've got, will mean that when you go to repair stuff, you don't cause as much damage to... permanent damage to the actual stuff that you're repairing, which I've just done to one of the wings. Annoyingly. See, that's got like a ton of damage now. Now I'll show you the difference. That's been half healed with that Mark 1. Now look at this one. With Mark 5, it'll take nowhere near as much damage. See that? It's half. But I'd even go say that's like 3 times almost as much damage, and I didn't even fully repair it either. With it, I only realised afterwards and thought, oh no, I shouldn't be repairing it with that. That's so annoying. They're only Mark 5 wings, so it's not too bad. Could be worse. They could be Mark 6 wings, and then I would be cursing. Must remember, don't ever use the Mark 1. Unless, obviously, I'm assembling. Like, that's the whole reason I got it for. It was literally for... Just like deassembling. Because when it's deassembling, it's not doing anything. It doesn't cause any damage, it doesn't do anything else. It's literally, it just takes longer to do. Quite a lot longer, but it takes longer. Oh, look at that one wing. Oh, so annoying. That not ruined my day, but so annoying. Okay, I think everything's nicely repaired. So people actually do take stuff out with them, but I'm like, unless I'm going out to do PvP, then there's really no need. Like, if you're gonna get hit when you're out, you're not gonna have time to repair, or you're very unlikely to have time to repair while you're being attacked. You just want to get out of there as fast as you can. We're not going out to any of the PvP areas anyways, but we're just going to go out to the PvE area, of which I do need to go and check actually on the map just to see where our medium spice fields are for this week, because they'll be different from last week, but I haven't checked where they are. Okay, we've got a medium in E, and we've also got one in, oh, we've got like load around here actually. We can go right out from this area so we're in, I think we're in, just double check what area we're in. So that's the first, second, and then that'll be third. So it's one. You can just see a line there. So that's that box there. That's one area. This would be another area there. So we're in row 8 at this very second. There's one in row 7 and row 6 in D, which is 4 boxes out. So I think we go over there and do those ones, see whether they've been farmed yet, and if they haven't, then we'll farm them. If they have been, then we'll go out to E. So I think we'll be looking around there-ish. Just a sandworm. Hope the sandworms are nice today. The other day they were like a pain in the ass. They kept coming every 2 seconds almost. And I'm not even aggroing them either. Like, I've got my nice soft step boots and a Mark 5 sand compressor that is the improved one that you get from the blueprint. So my aggro is low. Yet the worms love me. Seem to be coming out quite often. So I'm hoping today they're like not as in your face. We crossed that line yet. So we're 1, 2. We're in the third one now. I'll go a little bit more steeper to northwest, so that we at least cross into the next zone across, so that we're in column 8. Okay, so we're in that. So we just need to go one more box out. I level back to the north now because don't go too far across, because we'll go into the next one, which is 6, which is fine. There is one in 6, but we'll check out 7 first. So we're just entering into it now, so we should be able to keep an eye out, and we should see some spice sand hopefully around somewhere. There's a small one down there. According to my intel, we should be able to see a medium one somewhere. Either in 7 or in 6. Ideally both. But I'm not greedy. One or the other would be good. So we're now in 6. The fact that we're not seeing them means the desert could be quite active today. Your sub-thief is running out of power in 11 hours. Okay, that must be in the warning that I got before. The warning that I half ignored. Not completely. Just double check this map. Has it been updated this week? Only 7th to the 3rd, and we are 2nd, so yeah, we are in the right cycle. Because I've seen a small one where maybe we're not far enough out. Could be that it's just a little bit further out. One, 2, 3, 4. Now we'll go into the 5th one. In the 5th one we're in E effectively, so I'm just going to fly across E and see what we can see. Either I'm going blind, or we... like I could quite easily have gone blind, but... I've just got a feeling the sand has been already harvested. That's what's most likely. So Sunday could be quite a busier day than I've ever seen. Although to be fair, we're record low levels of player activity in Dune Awakening, so I can't really imagine it being that busy. There's no chat local either. That's the biggest giveaway. I'm not about to run into a wall. Okay, so there is a medium there, but that's being either being or been harvested. I'd say there's no vehicle down there. At least I can see at the moment. I'd rather not harvest what someone else might be harvesting. People are very kind of protective of these things. Even if it's not PvP area, so effectively anyone can just rock up and start mining. So I've confirmed at least that there is some stuff here. If you're wondering why the instance changed to PvP, that's because I went a bit close to what is a thing that's used for Landsrad. The Landsrad is a kind of guild kind of thing that's done each week. If you're in a Landsrad, you will effectively be, even in a PvE area, dragged into PvP. Because that's part of the design of what it's there for. It's supposed to generate player content, although generally I don't think it does. Okay, well, we'll head to that blowout over there. It's probably only a small one, but at least we'll get going, which is more than we've done so far. Hit the boost. Ideally, in like an assault on a copter, you like, at least with the tier 5 wings, you don't want to be really any slower than 150 kilometers, because any slower than that, you're effectively going to be dropping height very easy. So if you have a turbo, which you should definitely have a turbo, you just want to give yourself a little bit of a boost to make sure that when you level back out after doing whatever you're doing, that you have that speed so that you're not losing any altitude that you don't need to. That blowout didn't last very long, which means it is definitely a medium. There is a shipwreck there. I wonder if we're going to do that. Make sure there's no worms around. I think we might be safe. Soon find out. Get down and the worm hits us straight away. This is the reason why I have the the Mark 1, because the Mark 1, it's a lot easier to hold than when you've got like a anything past a Mark, like I think it's Mark 3. Like you could have a Mark 3 and that's still handheld, but when you get too high, effectively they become like hip holders, and they're really hard to direct, like when you're just trying to shoot something. I think there's a panel on this side. Some spice sand out of that as well. There'll be one on this side. There's usually 3, one per side, one on the very top. One of them, I find it easier to do what I'm doing now, and that's to park the ornithopter as close as I can to it, because else it's really awkward to try and get the stuff out of it. You can use the ornithopter to get on it. Didn't really do that because I've just caused a ton of aggro. I didn't really need to, but it's like quite awkward. That's that done. There's nothing else. You don't go inside or anything like that. It's like literally just three different compartments essentially. You use the cutting array just to open up the compartments and then get the stuff out, and that's it. The only thing you have to keep an eye out for is worm activity, because if a worm comes, then you just need to get out of there ASAP, because the worm will come and eat it up, and if you're anywhere near it, then you'll be taken out with it. So yeah, that's why I'm a bit cautious with that. And obviously if you're using a large cutting array, which is one of the reasons why I use the smallest one, like you can use the like Mark 3 and up to Mark 3 because they're all handheld, but they also have more aggro. So the way I look at it is there's no point like doing something like that and causing more aggro if you don't need to. It makes more sense to have something that has much less aggro. Like you do it with the sand wand and things like that. You go out your way to make sure that you've got like soft step shoes and everything like that, so it makes no sense why you would use something else as well, like a cutting array that has high worm aggro. It just makes more sense that you do exactly what you do with the sandworm for like sand compacting as you do with doing this stuff. You know, every time I've tried to do that in the past, I've tried to hang on the side and you can't normally access something while you're hanging onto the side, but this time it worked. Weird. You definitely can't cut while you're hanging onto the side. Oh, with a ton of crap. In a much nicer position. Don't forgetting all your resources. One thing I found is sometimes you can come across like what we've done. You can just come across them and think, yeah, you can make loads of resources, and if you can just keep coming across them, you can do really well, and get tons of stuff that otherwise is really hard to get hold of, or you have to make, and it costs you a lot of resources. However, when I've purposely come out to go and do like shipwreck hunting, I can't even find one. I'm not joking. It's like, it feels like you come across them when you don't want them, and then when you do want them, you can't fucking find the things. That's been my experience. So now when I come across them, I do generally just go, okay, well, we'll go and do them. We'll go and pick them off while we can, because they're so unpredictable being able to get hold of them. And they give you the stuff to make tier 6 stuff, so the very valuable resources that they hold and worth doing. Even if, like, as you've seen, you get some spice sand out of them as well. Like, nothing to write home about, but every little bit helps, as they say, as Tesco's would say. Go away, Mr. Sandworm. I'm not interested. Where are we? Oh, we're way out the way. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there should be something in 4. So there should be like a medium one in here, I think. So it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so in here, I think is where we should aim for. We might see a new sand field here, which is medium. If we can head back this way, this part anyway, because I don't think we checked here properly, because I wasn't 100% sure on the grids, but I'm pretty sure where I've marked is pretty much the center of that grid, and there should be a medium sand field in that grid. Soon find out. 2,000 away. Dunes could quite easily be hiding one behind. So we're pretty much centre of that now. Let's get some height. Been a while since I've had to hunt this hard to get some sand. It's usually quite easy to see. I usually come across it like super fast in recent weeks. apart from the one we've seen being obviously in progress, I've seen, and the small one, I haven't seen any. There's always a caveat in it, isn't there? Apart from that, and apart from this. At this rate, I think I'll be going back for that small one if I can find it again. I just missed it so fast because I normally don't either. Like, I normally, even the small ones I go for. But this time I was like, well, we're going to two medium ones, and even if they aren't there, there's the third one. And yeah, so far, it hasn't been very fruitful. I think the small one was just over here. It's not going to be on the map though, because I've only visually seen it, and we didn't go close enough to it or scan it, so it's not actually going to be on the map. But I think it was... I think it was kind of like... Actually, it would have been probably around here, actually. I can't see anything there at all. Do we Yui? Turn around. Not even the slightest purple anywhere, not even a little smidgy drop. Small one who's looking quite tempting right now. Yeah, if I can find it again. It's got to be around here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was when we were coming up that first time. So I would have seen it maybe around there, maybe. It changed my mind where I think it is. Just gone over a Landrad mark. Where? When we initially came up, we came up just by here. And I just didn't see any dots. Where did I see that spice dot? I might have to keep an eye out for blowouts. I haven't done that, did that for ages. Might go find somewhere to land and just have a quick look at the map. whether it's like not that. Also, just check out what gear did we end up getting. So you got some slag, which you need for making any of the kind of like high tier cutter arrays. They all use slag, so that's very good. Industrial pump, we got one industrial pump. Yeah, get a ton of those out there. Complex machinery parts, they're like water. Well, actually like water in real life, plentiful, not like in Dune. In Dune, what's a good term? What's plentiful in Dune? Sand. Not quite as plentiful as that, but almost. Ballistic weave fabric. I don't think I've got any of that. Salvage. Yeah, got weave salvage. Mechanical parts. Plaster steel. Carbide blade stuff. So this is the top. This is like tier 6 weapon component stuff that you need. Again, most of this isn't tier. Like this you can get in low tier. This one is high tier though. Thermal responsive array adapter. That's the highest tier 6 refining stuff. Armor plating. That looks like just the normal armor plating though. There should be one that's like plaster steel armor plating, which is the tier 6 one. It doesn't look like. Actually, we did get some there. So that's the normal one, and then that's the tier 6 one. I ended up having to make a load of that myself because, well, I couldn't find any shipwrecks, and as you can see, you don't get that much out of shipwrecks anyway. But I spent like a couple of hours trying to find shipwrecks and didn't even find one. That's how bad I did. Just going up and down the desert, I was like, why can't I even find one? That's why when I came across 2 today, I was like instantly just on them, because it's like you always seem to come across them when you're not actually wanting to come across them. But whenever I seem to want to go hunting for them, I can never find the damn things. I might go back and take this stuff back because it's obviously using our infantry slots. I can keep it in my all the low level stuff I could keep on me, but then it just makes it awkward as well when we're like that. Technically that I can just get rid of, but it's not going to let me drop it at the moment. I'll put it there to drop. That I'm keeping, obviously. Actually, no, that's not one of mine, is it? But we'll keep that because that's not a bad one, actually. Don't tend to keep those. I've got a load of them back at the base that are brand new, so don't really need them that much. But we'll keep hold of it. It's got some life in it, yep. I don't mind keeping the low tier ones in, but I don't really want to keep anything that's like too heavy on me, because when I am doing spice compacting, it affects how much I can pick up, and I keep going back. So I want to keep myself as light as I can. But obviously, the main thing is I need to have plenty of slots for when we're doing a spice sand, because we'll use all of these in a medium, like in a small one. we won't even use one of them, but yeah, in a medium we'll probably use one. Let's just check where we are then. So right now we're in grid 2, so we're in C3. No. We're in C7. on the map. So above us, which we've already gone through, so above in here, there should be a potential one. So we'll check here. If we come up here and we don't see anything, then we need to go this way. I think we go this way first, across here, and see if we see any of the small ones. And if we don't see any of the small ones, we'll then head back up and see whether we can see a medium one in here by cutting back up through hopefully through this area where we've not already gone through, and we might spot a medium if we're lucky. Things today seem to be like rarer than water. So we'll only see a small one, if we see one, going east in 2 of the grids that are east of us. When we hit the wall, which I'm very likely to do, then we know that even the small ones, either I've missed them, which is very easy to do because they are only small, but generally you do see them. But if we don't see them, then yeah, they're very likely to have been already harvested. Today is going smoothly, great. Well, it's going good. At the end of the day, I've got the base up, and I've refined what I already had from the previous weeks, so that's good in that sense. Just today's mission was try and get some more spice sand and maximize how much we could make this week, but so far I can't seem to get hold of any more. And there's the wall. Just seen it. So we've gone east and we've not seen any either side. So I don't think the small ones are here. And other than that medium one we've seen. I wonder if they reported it in the wrong grids, because we seen that and we went over it and it was around here. However, that's actually a different grid. I wonder if we go up to here. There should be actually a spice field here in that grid. I reckon we go there. This could get us some spice sand if there's one where I think there should be one. According to my intel map, there should be one up here in this grid, which I thought we'd already been in, but I haven't looked at the map. We haven't, so we might be able to find a medium one in here. I thought the one we spotted was in that grid, but I hadn't realised we hadn't actually gone in that grid. Fingers crossed we find some spice sand. So far, our luck has not been in. So this grid, there should be one in. You don't want to go too high up in this grid, just because this grid halfway through will turn into PvP, and I'm not geared for PvP. I'm geared. I've got like literally next to no PvP. Actually, I've got no PvP gear on me. Actually, I've got no weapons or anything. Literally, I've come out with the stuff to farm. Closer to that wall. The wall will be about there. We hit the wall there, so yeah, it's not far. So if I look east, oh, there's some sand. That's only a small one. He said it's a medium. That's definitely not a medium. I don't think that's a medium. I'm pretty sure that's not a medium. No, that's small. But it's by sand, but it is also in the PvP area because it's about to change to PvP. Do you want to take the chance? Well, I can leave my ornithopter in the PvE area, I guess. But at least that can't be touched. But this is actually in the PvE area, or PvP area. There's one disadvantage of this. What the hell? I thought it was like a mini worm coming up then. It's a mouse. My ornithopter can't be attacked as long as I didn't go back to it if I was being attacked, which is easy enough. But then a player could just put a thumping device there and attract the worm to it to eat it. I think that's it. There's no point getting any more. The sandworm will turn up in a minute anyway. They do tend to turn up for small ones a lot sooner. I've got the main area of the sand anyway. It's only like the centre of those small ones that really give you anything significant. The edges are just pretty light on sand spice. Really don't get much out of those. Alright, so found the small one. That was in the PvP area. So that marks where that line is there. That marks literally the line up all the way up down there to all the grids down there. So if I look at the map, now I've got a marker as to where the line is in E, which, like I said, it's halfway. So if you give the other half up there, that's PvP. This is PvE. Why is it over here? Oh, I carried on going up. Must have had my finger on going up when I looked at the map, and it will just continue to do whatever you were doing while you were going into a map. So it's just continued to go up. I was thinking, that doesn't make sense. Why is the alarms going off? As far as I was aware, I was just hovering. There should be some... There should be a medium and small in 2 grids along. So this is 1 grid. If we go 1 further grid west, as I flirt with the PvE area, to the PvP area. Oh, there's a shipwreck there. Can't turn down the shipwreck. Surprised it hasn't already changed. Is that in the PvP area? I wouldn't say it was, but it didn't seem to want to change before. Yeah, it is in the PvP area. I don't care. I'm going for it. Oh, there's a sandworm. That's the only... I'm more scared of sandworms when I'm at a shipwreck than I am players. Because it's normally sandworms that kill people that doing the shipwrecks than players. Okay, let's see if we can get out quickly and get our stuff. Let's find the hatch. There's the other hatch. Should be another one on the side somewhere. I can't see. Let me see the side hatches. Where are the side hatches? There's one there. I'll come back to one in a minute. Actually, there's one there. Actually, are they both on this side? No, that's just one on that side. You want to cop there in really the wrong place. That looks like a hatch. That's not a hatch. Maybe that isn't it? The hatch that side? Can't tell where the hatches are. Usually it's got a lot more distinguishing they are on this one. I think it's there. Yeah, it's there. We've got a blueprint. That's one thing you do get when you do these out here, because this is PvP, you get better loot. Just trying to empty stuff. So, I think the other one is on this side. I can't tell because I thought that might have been one, but I don't think it is. Actually, there it is. That's that blue light. Just noticed it there. I can't get to because it's a bit awkward. Oh crap. I just seen red. But I am a bit get stuck here. A bit awkward. Need to move the helicopter. I'm going to leave those other components in there just because I've got plenty of them already and I don't really need them. But we got some nice gear out of that. Let's see what the blueprint was that we got. Oh, I think it was a helmet of some sort. Yeah, so this is the helmet that we got. An executioner's helmet. Which is quite nice. So that's a tier 6 helmet. Based on the stuff there. It's chain. I'm not sure if it's heavy or not. I don't think. Oh, it could be heavier, maybe. Don't know. Have to check that out. We also got a Regis disruptor pistol as well. Again, that's tier 6 as well. We know this. We can tell by when we look at the core components. As soon as we see plastinum, which is the highest tier metal stuff, and then we know it's that highest tier, which is tier 6, at least at the moment. So both these are tier 6 items. So we've got a bit of armor and a weapon. Not really fond of the weapon. I don't really like disruptors, but if you wanted to, you could sell it on the market. I generally find though the market, it's a bit of hit and miss. Like, it was a bit hit and miss when there were loads of players. Now there's hardly any players. It's really hit and miss. Like, super hit and miss. And I mentioned before that it's been a while since I've had any bots trying to come into the Kick channel. And just as I look at multi-chat, I see a bot. Okay, let's land. Make an assessment where we are and see where we might be able to go to see some sand. We'll get some sand. So, not seen. Oh, there's a medium one there, according to that. Oh no, that's the one we seen originally, wasn't it? Did we? Oh no, we did. That wasn't medium. That was a small. So that says medium, but it was a small. That doesn't make no sense. That's the weirdest. Big, small. Maybe it can be both. Look at it though, that's actually large. Because a large, so how you can tell the difference. So you see the little lines above it. There's 3 different symbols that you can get for spice fields. One won't have any lines. It will just have the upside down triangle. Then if you have one line above it, that stands for medium. And then when you have 2 lines like it is there, that means it should be a large spice field. That definitely wasn't a large one. Never mind a medium one, but that's the sign or symbol for a large one. And I can definitely say that's definitely not a large one there. According to my map though, my Intel map, that should be a medium. So it's like everything's telling me different things, but all I do know is that, yeah, that definitely was not a large one, and it wasn't a medium one. So both my intels are incorrect, but that's fine. We got whatever spice under was there, apart from like the fringy stuff, which I'm not wasting time getting when I was in a PvP area, and it was only a small one anyway, so I'm not going to get like anything significant. Where we should be able to see, we should see some here. So we are, this is, that's farm up, so that should be 8. No, this should be 9. That's the line. So that's 9, this is 8. We're in here. If we go west from here, we should see something. According to my intel, like I should see, like, we've already done this, so I know my intel's not right, but even if we go further up here, we should see something. There should be a small and a medium. Maybe we've seen the small here somewhere. I might head there. Oh, and there is a blowout there, so that's a sign. I would say though that was northwest. It's very likely that's in the PvP area. I need to go, if I'm going to do PvP, I may as well, in a PvP area, then I need to go change my loadout. I need to go and put rockets on the assault helicopter, and then I need to get all my weapons on and put my high tier kind of still suit on and bring all my weapons out, because the likelihood of engagement based on like all the fields being empty, I'd say is quite increasingly likely. Normally I'd say it's unlikely, but today I'd say it's likely. We're about to go into the PvP area. That is definitely PvP area. Just because we're already in line with where we've already been. Feels build quite a big base, which isn't being powered. It's not got a shield on. Like, according to my information, there should be like quite a few spice fields around here. If they aren't being harvested already, which they are, so yes. Hi Squidly Date. Yes, I am playing in ultra wide. It's also 4K as well for you if you have a 4K monitor. If you don't have 4K, then you'll see higher quality, but yeah, if you've got a 4K monitor, you'll be able to view in 4K too. So far, I'm not having any luck with getting spice today. Yeah, iPhone 17 Pro will certainly give you 4K quality. You'll be able to see it. You won't, like, if you were on a computer like a PC or something like that, then you would definitely see the uplift. But you'll still see some, like if you compared it, you would see the difference. You wouldn't just naturally with the ball of your eye notice it, but if you compared it with like a non 4K, you would notice the difference. You only start today. Oh wow, nice. Make sure that you're linked on the drops so that you get the in-game content, additional content. So at the moment there's Dune drops which allow you to get additional things in game. It's called the Observer Pack. So when you're building stuff, you can effectively just get free things for watching any of the Twitch channels that have the drops enabled. Welcome to the game. What do you think of the game? I'm guessing you're not out in the deep desert yet, if you've only just started the game. I remember my first early days in the starter zone in Hagen Basin, which is where you'll be now. And yeah, the worm is very scary at the very start, but you kind of get used to it over time, and it's not as scary. Like, I won't say it's not scary. Like, the game developers have continued to make it more engaging and more fun with the worm as time's gone on. Conan Exiles. I played the original Conan. So before Conan Exiles, there was just Conan. What was it called? It did have something out. I think it was Conan and something. The Hiberian something. Can't remember what it was. But when it first came out I think it was about 2005 or 2006 or maybe 2004. I can't remember exactly when it came out. Effectively, I played the original Age of Conan when it first came out. It's full of bugs, very bad. Funcom are generally not the greatest developers when it comes to bug-free games, although this game's a lot better than that game was. But yeah, I've not played Age of Conan Exiles, but I played the original one. I used to do a lot of the raid leading and stuff like that, all the dungeons. I used to actually really like that game, but I did get bored of it in the end, and I don't think any game keeps me going for that long. But that game I actually did play for about 2 to 3 years with a kind of guild, and yeah, we used to do all the instances and raid stuff, and yeah, it used to be really good fun. $2,000 eh? Wow. That's and over how many years have you been playing Age of Conan? Or Conan Exile, should I say? Three to 5 years. Wow. That's dedication. Or is that just because you didn't find any other games that took your interest, or because of part of the community? I think I played for as long as I played the original one because I just had a lot of friends that were playing it. So you just hang around more for the social than you do for the game. Might need to go and get some fuel. We're not too far from the base, so I think I'll go back to the base and fuel up, drop some stuff off. You're a picky gamer. Wow. So you don't pick up anything then? DayZ's good. And Rust. So do you know William? he does a lot of the well, so I've never played Rust, but I've watched a lot of YouTube videos of William and some of the other content creators in Rust, and it has always tempted me to go and play it, but because the game's like 10 years old now. Yeah, William, that's the one. See, you do know him. I just call him William. William. I'm guessing if you're a big Rust player or fan, you'll probably know him because he seems to be one of the bigger creators. Yeah, I noticed, and they've changed the mechanics, haven't they, recently? So the mechanics in the game have really like changed, and they've kind of made it so you used to be able to get a tier 1 workbench really easy, and you still can, but when you assume now you can't do the tier 2 or tier 3 without those blueprints, and it's kind of made the game go almost back to basics, because now rather than just getting your tier 2 almost straight away, you have to get these blueprints, which are a lot harder to get, because unless you're part of a clan or anything, then you need to go to the monuments. See, I know this stuff, and I don't even play the game because I watch so much of William. But yeah, I would be tempted to play the game, and like you said, they are bringing stuff out all the time, so they are keeping it fresh. But it's just like, if I went to the game now, because I've not played it, and everyone else has been playing it for 10 years, you know, they've got like tens of thousands of like hours of in-game play of it, and I don't think it's going to be very noob friendly, if I'm honest, but you know, I could be wrong, and it could be a completely different experience. Should have chopped that stuff off in there. No, I'll go over there actually. There is PvE areas. Rust feels like it's very PvP. It could be just like what I've seen of it, but I've not seen like the only area that I was aware of in Rust that was PvE was like, I think it's the fishing village. Is there more than just the fishing village then that you can like? I love PvP, don't get me wrong, so I would love the PvP side of it. It's just that it all seems PvP with very little PvE. And for a player that's just trying to get into the game, it'd be hard to find your feet. Like your base just is going to get like compounded straight away, and when you're trying to learn things, it's hard when you're in such a harsh environment. Oh, I think when you say you mean the PV, when you mean the community ones, do you mean like the actual community servers? Like, I know some of the influencers have their own servers, don't they? And they say, you know, come and play on our server because it's kind of, I don't know, they say it's more friendly, but yeah, more friendly, and obviously friendly is a completely different thing. Ah, okay. PvE everywhere. I wouldn't want PvP everywhere though. Like I would still want to play the game as it was intended. I would just want to do it in a way that's kind of a bit more friendly to someone that's just not very familiar or unfamiliar with the game. Like my only insight into the game is literally through the content creator's point of view. Drop some of this stuff because I don't want the sword. These are all like the things that we've got from that shipwreck. A missile launcher. It's semi-automatic. Yeah, I don't need that. Like, I've got a tier 6 one, which I never use. Mechanical parts. Don't need that. Definitely don't want that. That's the only thing I want to keep, I think, out of the parts, at least. Oh, there. Batteries. Get batteries everywhere these days. So there's quite a lot of tier 6 stuff here for when we do build the tier 6 weaponry stuff. Save soon. Is there any way that finishes it? Maybe I should try it out. Do you know what? I think next weekend, like, I'll have to buy the game. Do you know what? I actually seen the Rust game on sale about a month ago. I think it was like half price. I'll go check next time I see it on sale. I'll tell you what, next time I see it on sale, I will buy it, so that at some point I will do a stream of a complete noob from 0 hours and see how we do on a community server. Well, a community server that's still got PvP, because I don't want something that's completely I don't want something that's completely PvE. I want PvP. I just want to be able to, like, understand the game mechanics before I go on a vanilla Rust, as they say, where it's just like literally free for all, and everyone's literally trying to blow each other up from the word go. Although obviously that's calmed down a lot more now that they've changed up the main mechanics with the tier benches and stuff. So yeah, let's got quite a lot of stuff actually that's just like not tier 6 stuff, but thanks for the follow, Squidly. Just make sure you are connected to get the drops, so that you get those benefits. And I'll show you what you actually get. So this, in the current drop, so you've missed 2 waves of stuff that you get from the observer pack. But what you currently are able to get in the current one, when I can find it, when I go into it, when you go into, and you won't have all of this yet, because if you've only just started the game at the moment, you'll need to open up some of this stuff. But as you level up and you get a little bit further into the game, within the first week or so, you'll open up a lot of this. Depending on how many hours obviously you burn. But assuming that you do burn some hours, there are, I go into the Chrome one. So this is part of the current one. So you get these columns. So this is the observer pack, this one. That was part of the last one, I think. That was also part of the last one as well. So that's the observer pack. That was round 2. These are all red at the moment because of effectively I can't build. I don't have the materials because I'm obviously not building. You also get these. This is currently in the latest observer pack as well. So you get the triangular top left corner, the top right corner, and these 2. So it's these triangular ones and these columns that you get at the moment in the current server pack. But if you just make sure you're connected on the Twitch with your Funcom account, and then you'll be able to get those. You do get so when you build the biggest pack, so you did what I did, you'll get additional stuff in that. So what you get as part of that is when you go to a tradies, you'll have a default Atreides menu. Now, you don't normally get any Atreides stuff if you didn't have the biggest pack, because the stuff that you're going to get as part of that biggest pack is you're going to get some of the Prince gear. So let me show you what those are. I've also got the stuff that is outside of that. So this one here is part of the Prince pack, because it's the window. Actually, is that the one? Actually, no, this one, the Caledonian Palace window. So anything that's got this Caledonian Palace window stuff in the Atreides one, this is all to do with that highest pack one, and is only available when you purchase that highest pack. So there's, I think, 3 walls that you get. You get this one here, this side wall here. Is it that one? Actually, no, it's not that one. It's one of them. This one. So any of these ones, I can't pull them out because unfortunately they're mixed in with all the other Atreides stuff that I've got, because I've bought all the Atreides packs, so I literally have everything. That's one of them as well. Like I said, it's any of the ones that have the Caledonian Palace on. I think there's about 5 items, if I remember rightly. That's the window. There should be a wall. There's a bookshelf. The bookshelf's really nice. If I went back to my base in Hacker Basin, you'll be able to see some of this stuff, because I've built that base with some of this stuff. You've got this one as well. So you've got 2 walls here. You've got that wall. So I think there's 3 walls and a corner that you get as the base. For the rest, all of the rest of the stuff's normal Atreides stuff. Then the roof is really good. So this roof here allows you to get lights. Now, when you're building your base, when you're building the Caledonia or the Atreides base, normally lights, you're limited on how many lights you can put in a base. But with these roof lights, as I kind of call them, what they call ceiling lights kind of thing, you can light up your base, and it doesn't count to the amount of lights that you can put in a base. In other words, you can make a really light base and use these in order to help light up the base. Where if you just had normal roof tiles, it get really dark in your base unless you have loads of windows, and even then it's still dark. Obviously, in the evening it's going to be dark anyway. So those things are really handy, because then you're not using up tons of your lighting space, and you only have, I think it's 40 lights that you can put down in one base. As soon as you reach that limit, apparently, well, you can't do any more, but apparently this comes from Conan Exiles, because apparently in Conan Exiles, and I've never played Conan Exiles, so I don't know, but in Conan Exiles, apparently they learned a mistake from that, because they allowed players at first, when they had lights and you can build them in those base, you could have unlimited amount of lights, but apparently that caused a lot of instability and lag because of the amount of lights. So they've apparently restricted it in Dune Awakening to stop the same issues that they had from when effectively they made the same kind of thing in Conan Exiles. You have that one, and I think a corner thing, and that's it from the roof. I think, if I remember rightly, there was just there's this one and this one. I think that all the rest are just Atreides. There might be a normal floor, but I don't think there were. No, I think the rest. There's just one. Yes, there's just 2 for that. I don't think there are any ramps. Nope, there weren't any ramps. And I don't think there were. It's ages since I've used any of the Atreides stuff, because I've gone full Harkonnen, so. Even though I obviously started off with the Atreides stuff, I didn't stay on it for long. Conan was just laggy. Badly laggy? Have they restricted it now though with the lights in Conan, or do you still have unlimited amount of lights? I thought it might have been something they rolled back on and they restricted it, and then kind of despawned if you had too many. There are some mistakes they've made in this game. Some to do with the pentashields. So you used to be able to, when like Dune first came out, you see the pentashield there at the moment. At the moment, it's fixed to like a wall, and it has to be like on a corner of a kind of fixed wall in order for you to be able to put the pentashield up. However, there was a bug when the game first came out that allowed you to basically fix it so that it could actually be fixed to itself. So effectively what you could do is put up a temporary wall, put like a pentashield against another pentashield, then take the wall down, and then you would just have like a pentashield. So you could literally build a box pentashield and have no walls against it, where now they changed that. And when they made that change, the developers turned around and said, if you have a pentashield that does not have fixed walls, it will disappear. It will despawn. So I was expecting, when I heard about the lights thing in Age of Conan or Conan Exiles, that they did the same in Conan, and that when they realised that the light situation with players abusing how many lights you could put in a base, that they set a limit on how many you could have, and then kind of despawned if you had too many. Is it still quite laggy now though, or is it improved? I could do with moving some of that stuff. I wonder whether actually just to move it back in the ornithopter and fly it over. Well, actually, I'll tell you what I can do. I'm going to get I was going to get the buggy, but the buggy's got less spaces. I might actually just take all if I can. Yeah, I can. I'm not sure if I had enough space. I go and dump it in one of the actual containers that I can actually store it in and not have to worry whether it's going to take up all the space. Is the sand finished? Oh, the sand has finished. This is what's worth the money in this game, at least, and that's spice melange. This is the most valuable thing. So if you've got 500 is the maximum you can stack in a stack, but you can sell this for about, well, on my server at the moment, the average price is about 20,000 per unit. So for a full stack, you're looking about 10 million Solari to sell. Or buy it if you want to buy it. I'm not sure how many people actually buy it, but from time to time you see the market flooded with it, and then you won't see any on the market for ages. So I'm not sure what the actual market does sell like. I didn't even know they did Conan Exiles on a PS4. I thought that was just a PC game. So it's all this cross console stuff, isn't it, that they're trying to do? Which I've got nothing against. Although I kind of do when it comes to the FPS games. Like Battlefield and like COD, all those types of games. I don't feel they should cross the console with PC gaming. Like, the reason why for that being is, while it's not exactly aimbot, there is a type of assist that is provided to a console player that allows them to help target them, because obviously they don't have a mouse. But that's assisted play. So if you're playing against another console player, that's fair to both be on the same level playing field. However, if you're playing against a PC gamer, you have to be able to aim. So the thing is like a console player has the leg up, and I'm kind of like a bit in two-way street about with console players playing with PC players in FPS games, because I just feel that the console players are getting a leg up. You think aim assist sucks? Yeah, but aim assist, aim assist. It's like, to be fair, so you can get aim assist in this game, and not at this game. If you go to GTA, so Grand Theft Auto 5, if you go in that game, the PC gamers can also get the actual aim assist as well. But you don't. But it's almost a hidden feature, and I only found this out because I was doing some research into something, and I came across this YouTuber who was describing like what they call the pro hacks. In other words, things that the really experienced players have found out over time, and I've kept it secret a little bit. You know, it's not very widely known, but it's widely known enough that if you've been playing the game for any period of time, you would have probably come across it. And one of these things is if you go into the play, there's two modes. There's the online mode, and then there's the kind of like just game mode, which is single player. Whilst it's online, you're not actually, there's no players in the instance or anything like that. It's just the story. They call it story mode, should I say? Now, if you go into the story mode and go into options, in that options, there's an option that allows you to turn on aim assist. Now, you can turn it on there, but if you turn it on there and then go back to online, it will still have aim assist. So in other words, rather than having to just manually aim completely, if you go towards a target, it will help you target something. And players do that in GTA. And I was like, I'd been playing about 2 months, not realised that this was an option. And obviously hadn't enabled it. To be fair, I still haven't enabled it because I'm just like, to me it feels too much like a cheat. Like you said, like a mouse is way better, but I just feel that if I was to use aim assist with a mouse, it'd feel far too cheaty, and I don't want to play a game where I have that aim assist, because then you lose skill when you come away from that game, because you'll get too used to wanting something that helps you aim. Like I either play bad or play good. Like I don't want something that helps me play better if I'm not going to have that in all games. And obviously I'm not going to be cheating, so as it's not a thing in most games, I don't want to be using it. But yeah, GTA, if you play that game and you want if you want a genuine aim assist, that game's got it available. Drop these batteries somewhere. Where did I put the other batteries? I can't even remember. I think they might be downstairs. So far, today I was actually meant to come out and do like spice, and so far I've only found one spice field, which isn't the best, and it was only a small one, and yeah, we've got hardly any extra spice. So, and I've just realised I think I put that spice up here, didn't I? And I should have put it in that resources container instead. A cheap one, like as an expensive one, just like literally just a macro that press the macro and it literally aims. I don't even know why I bother checking the health. I thought I'd just check the health of my sound compressor, but Yeah, I don't even why, because I've not done any significant amounts of sand harvesting. The only problem when you've got like 2 buildings next to each other, they don't cross the containers, and I rarely want to jump this stuff off in this space because this space has got all the main containers in. Really, that one there is really only meant as a, I don't know, more of a place to store my big ornithopter in case I do bring it out. This is also something you should be aware of as well. When you've got your base and you've got vehicles, which I'm guessing you probably might not even have your sand bike yet, because normally it's usually within the first week you'll get your sand bike, but not normally the first day, although you can push for the first day. Like once you learn how to play the game, which isn't too hard, but then depends how much time you have. Like I've gone on a test server, known exactly how to get a bike within the first hour. So you can do it, but that's because I know exactly what to do and how to get the bike that fast. However, if you were starting from fresh, I'd imagine you'll get your bike in the first day or two. When you do get your bike and you have a base, you can access all the inventory in your bike through one of your containers. So you don't have to have a large container like this. Any storage device that you've got, you can access through that. And rather than having to go to your bike or ornithopter or whatever vehicle it is, you can access it via the top here. So you've got your backpack by default that you'll always be able to see, but any vehicle you have in the same building as well, you'll also be able to access that inventory. And rather than having to like go back and forth, because obviously you'll be able to put a lot more in your, well, maybe not your bike, but a buggy or an ornithopter will be able to put a lot more in it than what's on your backpack. Rather than go back and forth and trying to put that in boxes, just go to the box that you want to put the stuff into, and you'll be able to move the stuff by just selecting what vehicle it is. Then you'll see that inventory, and then you can just move it over from there. It's a lifesaver, and most new players usually takes them a while to work that out unless they get told ahead of time. Which is why I've moved my ornithopter over to this one, just so that I can do that and empty it easier. Let's get rid of these. One thing I really wish they did do, you can take an all from this way to that way and pull it into your own inventory or put it into an ornithopter or whatever vehicle. You can't push everything this way. And that's the only really annoying thing that I don't like about this game. Well, there's a couple of things I don't like about this game, but a little annoyance is this is like one of the most little annoyances that I think they could quite easily have just said a push all as well as take all. Can't see it on your map. So I'm not in Hager Basin. I can go to Hager Basin and show you what the map looks like. Like I'd say I'd come and meet you, but you'll be probably on a different server than me. And even if you weren't on a different server, when there are about 30 different servers, each Hager Basin has its own instance. They've split it up really weird, but I can show you what the full map looks like so that you know where you can go, and then you can try and spot on your map where you are and then work out where the outpost is, but it is quite easy to get to. I just have to go back to Haga Basin. The outpost, it's hard, it depends where you are on the map, but it's really easy to spot. You'll see a light kind of pointing in the, like, it's easy to spot at night because it's lit up. Enough now is really lit up over that side. Well, not as well lit up as at least. And it's not like when I played at the very start, because obviously I played within the first week it was released. So the player base back then was like 8 times what it is now. So you had bases everywhere, and as you were even trying to go anyway, it was like loads of little player bases and everything, where now you go into Haga Basin and the starter zone's like empty. There's like no player bases there, or in my instance there's one, and it's always been there. Even before I played the game there was one that was there, but I think that's quite rare. Because as soon as you advance, you're going to get out of the starter zone. Like once you've to get out of the starter zone, you have a mission to get across the gap. I'll show you what that gap is that they refer to when they refer to that gap. This was how, like, I pushed the boundaries on most games and stuff, but I literally tried to run across the main gap to see whether it's possible. So I got the Bend the Desert skill and the run skill, and I wanted to see whether I could run across the gap, use the Bend the Desert skill. Now, I reckon I could do it now, because now I've got like, I'm topped out on the Bend the Desert skill, and there's some other things I can do as well, and tricks that I can do in order to be able to get across without a vehicle. However, I was trying to do it when I wasn't aware of the things I'm aware of now, and it would have been near impossible. But I had to go anyway, and I tried doing it twice, and I obviously got eaten by a worm twice and lost the gear I had on me. Luckily, like, when I did it with the intention that I was probably going to lose stuff, but I got rid of all of what I had that I thought was very valuable, and only had bare basics on me. But yeah, I lost the stuff I had on me. And the second time I did it, I actually went bare skin. I didn't even bother putting any gear on. So that in the distance there is the outpost that they're referring to. What we're about to go over now is the gap. So this is the gap here. So when you do and you are ready to go across, unless you have someone on your server that's going to help you get across, which you might be able to speak in local, although you might struggle because the player base is so dead at the moment that hardly anyone's going to be in Haga Basin. But if you're lucky enough, if you speak in global and ask someone to give you a lift over, someone probably would, as long as there's someone on your server in your instance. This is the outpost. So when you're in the starter zone, this is the starter zone. That's the one base that I'm referring to, just down there, player built base. It's been there ever since I've played Dune Awakening, but for whatever reason, whoever built that, they must have used a normal sub-thief. I don't think they play anymore, but because they used a normal sub-thief, you don't have to pay taxes, which means that base is never going to be taken down. And it's been there forever. I don't think that player still plays though. This is, so when you get to the outpost, this is the outpost, and this has some of your NPCs in it. Now, depending on where you are on the map, so when I first started, I think I got dropped off here. Was I here or was I down here? I really can't remember. So long ago. I think I did I did play this again on the test server as well, but I still can't remember on the test server where you get kicked out in the starter zone. But effectively, what you're looking for, depending on what you can see on your map at the moment, this is the outpost. This is the outpost trade post. So no matter where you are, you've got a main shipwreck here. This is your first testing station that you'll go down. I recommend doing that because if you go into that Imperial testing station number 2, you can get some really good components that will give you the stuff that you need to be able to build your sand bike. So I'd go down there, go get all of the loot that you can from the testing station number 2, and that will give you the basics of what you need in order to build the sand bike. To build the sand bike, there are some components that you need. The tier 2 things, and I moan that they give you far too many of them because they're not so bad in the starter area, but as soon as you get to like the higher tier areas, you get even more for doing them, and you don't use enough of them. Like there's very few things that you need to use them as a base build map, but you get that many of them that I end up selling them back to NPCs because I just get so many that even if I was endlessly building components, I would still have too many. That's how easy they are to get. However, in this starter zone, if you go there, you'll get all the components you need, and as long as you do the full run, you should get enough to build a sand bike. As soon as you get your sand bike, you essentially want to come then to the outpost. So what I did when I went onto the test server is I did exactly this. I got to the outpost, re-established all the quests here, although you don't need to do the quests, but if you're going to any of the areas, maybe you'll get the free EXP from doing any of the quests that are along with what you're going to do anyway. Go straight to this testing station, go through the testing station, get all the blue components you need. Once you get all the blue components, you then just need to get the metal, and build a small 1x1 base that I normally build anywhere around here, because now, like I said, now the player base is non-existent and no one's in the starter zone apart from people like you coming into the game. Go into this part, build a 1x1, build a fabricator, because you'll need the basic fabricator in order to make the components for the bike. Get all the metals you need, build the small ore refinery, because you'll need to refine the metal ore that you'll get, which around here I think it's not even iron, I think it's copper, because you make the first bike out of copper, if I remember rightly. You build the bike out, your copper bike. It'll take like I said, when I was doing this, because I knew exactly what to do and where I need to get the components from, it took me less than an hour to get out of the starter zone. It's not very long. However, when you don't know what you're doing, it can take you a day or two, because you have to feel what you need and then work out where things are, and all that stuff takes time. And then I spent loads of time building an elaborate starter base, because I thought, I might be here for a while, not realizing that actually if I just spent a little bit more time doing things in a more orderly line, working out how to get away from the starter zone, I wouldn't have spent so much time here. But I think I spent about a week and a half here, almost 2 weeks, before I moved out of this area. Once you get your bike though, when you're crossing the gap, the easiest place to cross the gap is this little area here. This area is flat. Anywhere else, all of this area, there's dunes all along here. And even when you come across here, especially when you're doing this the first time, and you see those big sandworms, you'll see the sandworms breach. As long as you don't get to this as long as you get to about this point here, and the sandworms breaching, you'll still be able to make it across into the safe area fast enough. But if you're only just starting and you see a sandworm breach, you're probably best turning around and getting back to here and waiting a couple of minutes and then make another run for it. It's a bit scary the first time you do it, but after the first time, it becomes less and less scary. Like I remember running across here to here and being petrified because the sandworms, because you see the sandworms running across, but it's all fun. So now you can actually do this. So if once you get the skill, I'll show you what you can do. Like if you wanted to, and I wouldn't recommend this by the way, but I'm going to tell you how. If I was going to do it now and I didn't want to have to make the bike and I could get enough EX, so what you could do is you could get enough experience points that allow you to break into the Bene Gesserit, I can't even say the word, this skill tree, essentially the Bene Gesserit skill tree. If you get this skill and that skill and check the skill and this skill, so the sugar claw, so what you'd need to go and speak to is you need to go and speak to the soldier to get that, to be able to do this one, and then you need to have the Bene Gesserit skill. Now when I normally start this as a starter, I already have the base Bene Gesserit skill anyway, because I always choose Bene Gesserit as the base skill and then I do the other things off it. So you'll normally start and you'll normally have this. However, I normally use, as soon as I get my first skill point, I'll put one in here and then I'll put my next skill. I will go and find where I can get the soldier and then I will put a skill in this one. What that then allows you to do is that will then allow you to get across that sand without having to, oh actually that's the wrong one, with which one, this one. So the soldier one, which is, this is the trooper soldier one, with this skill. And what that will allow you to do is get across the sand without having to have a vehicle. Additionally to those two skills, you also need a full suspender belt, because what you're effectively going to do is you're going to use a suspender belt. You're going to use the run skill and the suspender belt along with the chicken wire in order to be able to get across there, because effectively what you'll do is use the chicken wire first in order to get a massive leap across, and you'll use the better your suspender belt, the better you'll be able to stay in the air, which will also be dictated as well by the power pack. So this is really hard to do with the low, like with the tier what I've got here. If I put a tier Mark 5 on, like I can get a Mark 4 with the power bank, but you would want a good suspender belt generally, but you can do it for a small one. I've tried this on a test server and you can do it, but it's a bit dodgy is all I would say, and you'd have to take a bit of a risk. But if you want to do it, playing it properly, and you're not just worried about trying to burn out and not how to like build your first vehicle to get across the gap, then yeah, go and do what I've just said. Get all the base material to make your first bike and then just get across there on the sand bike. I would say that's like really easy, but yeah, if you wanted to cheat a little bit and take a real shortcut, that's the shortcut, is literally getting enough skills to put the right skills in, have some of the right materials, and you can get across that gap here without even having a vehicle. I should do a bit like a video on it, but I just haven't. It's like loads of like content ideas I've had that I'm just like, the time to make and put it into production. But this is the nice smooth area. As you can see, the rest of it, there's like loads of sand dunes either side. So this area is nice and flat. And this, what you see here, that's a player built base. Like it looks like it's actually still powered. When I very first came across, I actually thought that was a proper like non-player built base, because the pentashields here, like with the original one, I'm not sure what this one is, but the original one that was here was actually public accessible, so you could go through. I don't think this one is. Oh, it is. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so some players, on some servers you'll find that for whatever reason, I don't know why, but on this server, whoever built the base here has made it publicly accessible, so they allow anyone to use all of their stuff, and they've always made it open so that when you cross the gap, you've got somewhere to come to, because like the first time I came over, it was quite scary because there's NPCs that are there, and they're not like the most friendliest. And when you're low leveled and low skilled and low armor or crappy armor, because you've still got your starter up gear armor, they hit quite hard. So yeah, I was like, I got over and then I was being attacked by NPCs, and then I was like trying to dart in somewhere, and I was like, oh, I can come in here, it's nice and safe. And that the NPCs couldn't get in there, and I hadn't realised at that point that it was a player built base. But yeah, quite lucky in that sense, at least on this particular one. This is my little base. Nothing too elaborate, but that's my first bike. Although I've changed it because obviously the bike actually looks different. The base bike. Change it. That's what the base bike looks like. But this is actually the original bike, or most of it. Like the only thing that's different on it, I've changed the treads, so the treads are a higher tier now. But the actual main part of the bike is actually still the original bike that I brought over from way back when. Mark 1. Mark 1 hull and Mark 1 chassis. From the original days. So that did the gap. The main core components did. The rest of it's all been, I've modified it as things gone on. I very rarely use the bike anymore, which is why it's still like a bit of a patchwork of components. Those lights, the lights I mentioned, that's the actual lights that you get from and what they look like. It does help light up the area. Even this base is like a bit of a hybrid. It's got they're bookshelves as well from the Atreides set. These are actually the main Atreides stuff. Again, I just light them and they're nice. Provide a little bit more light. But yeah, this base is very kind of hybrid. It's got a lot of Harkonnen, but it's also got quite a bit of Atreides. All the bottom parts of Atreides, basically, because when I first built this base, it was way back when I only had the Atreides set and I didn't have the Harkonnen set, because you have to buy the Harkonnen set. And back when you have no money and all that lot, like buying a set just to so that you can change the aesthetics was quite hard. But yeah, over time, so the bottom part of this base is kind of all Atreides and the palace set. But as I've gone on, I've changed it, so now it's a bit of a hybrid of things. And since since the last major patch they did, you can now also just swap these things out. So when I changed some of these components, I actually had to deconstruct some of the base in order to put it up, else the base would have just literally collapsed. And I had to be careful which ones I did, where now you can just replace things, because you've got the replace button, so you can just like for like, which you couldn't do when I was doing all this. So I could just change that wall now and not have to worry about like the fact that, you know, that wall might fall down or something like that. That's one of the nice features they did bring in, which wasn't there at the original point. But this base, it's a nice size solo base. Like I did build it originally because a load of my so I play EVE Online, massive MMO, and I'm part of one of the largest coalitions or alliances in the game itself, and unlike games like this, everyone's on one server there. It's not like you have an American server, a European server, etc. Like the whole player base is just on one instance. Obviously there are tons of like servers that host each piece of space and stuff like that, but on there we've got like over 10,000 players in our coalition, and there was quite a lot. I would say quite a lot of people that came to Dune, but there was a good handful of people that came to Dune, and everyone said, yeah, let's all join the same server and meet up and stuff like that. So I came on the server where most people said, oh, let's start here, and there was a bit of a debate about which server everyone was going to join and stuff like that, and no one made a decision. So I just said, okay, well, most people have said, there's a guy that was on with a load of his friends already, and they were all on this server in this instance for Haga Basin. So I just said, everyone go to that instance and we'll do that. Now, that was the last post that was made on that forum, apart from I've made a couple of posts since then, because there have been the odd player like you that have come along since, and have said, like, come and join or whatever like that. So I built this base in order to help them and say, like, if you're starting up, join this server, join this instance, and just give me an in-game message or a message on the forums, and I'll come and pick you up, and I'll give you all the stuff you need to get started. I've got all the materials here, and I've also got all the stuff that when you get out to the desert, we'll give you all the stuff that you can do from there. And if you want to go off and build your own base, from that point onwards, you can do. But yeah, all I will say is, basically, I built all of this, and I've only ever been solo in this game, because I've never, everyone says they want to, and then when it comes to the crunch of like joining up and stuff like that, it just hasn't happened for whatever reason. So I'm not bothered. Like, it would be nice to be able to do some of the stuff, because some of the stuff in this game does require you to be in a group. So it would be nice to have had some of those friends that I do normally play in EVE Online in this game, but it just hasn't happened because timing, because a lot of those are American as well, so it's time zone things a little bit of an issue. Not during the weekend, but it's less of an issue during the weekend. And this is obviously an American server that I'm on, not European server, even though I'm from the UK. But I like that anyway, because it just meant that at least if I was PvPing, I was PvPing in a server where the peak hours are going to be different than my hours, so it just meant that I would be able to do some of the PvE stuff in the less busy hours, and then when it came to wanting to do PvP, I could have got all that stuff out of the way so that I can do the PvP and enjoy it without having to worry about trying to do what I would say is the PvE duties, because you still up in all these games, there's a certain amount that you have to do, like get all the mats and things like that. You don't really want to be doing that as you're trying to get attacked or attacking, etc. So it's nice to play on a server that's in a different time zone just for that reason. But yes, it's the game now. I think last time I checked, which was last weekend, the player base was down to its lowest ever levels, with only 10,000 players logging on within the last. I think they work it out every week. So essentially, if you've logged on within a week, then it counts as an instance. So when they're looking across the different things, at its peak it was like 85,000 players all playing it, and now we're looking at about 10,000 in at one point as well. So it's very dead, in my opinion. Like, it could be quieter, I guess, but it's getting quieter. I'm just going to refuel this and then see if I can find some spice fields. See if I've not hit one spice field. Oh. A spice field that I want to consider a spice field. The small ones I just see as like not even a lunch bite. Yeah, it's... I think, do you know what? Funcom have a good rep for doing it. And I don't know what it was like for Conan Exiles, but what I can say is Conan, their main player base for the original Conan, died within a month of it coming out. And the reason for that being is because it was that buggy that the player base, the main player base, had lost interest in the amount of bugs that the game had. And like I said, I only stuck around because I become friendly with certain people and then helped run the guild and things like that, and then ended up being a raid leader. And you know, I think it was more of the friendship thing that kept me in that game. And by the time I'd actually left that game, to be fair, it was pretty bug free and they'd actually started to move it in the right direction. But the problem is with these games is you can't bring out a game and expect people to stay and stick around if it has major issues with it. And this game has had the same problems. It's not been as buggy in the sense of like the game crashing and seeing some really bad things that you used to see in Conan when that originally came out. I remember that coming out and it was awful. This game was stable up until a point that I then had a lot of problems with the anti-cheat software that they use. So they use something called BattleEye, and it's only in the last month, just over a month, that I worked out how to fix the issue. And I've done a YouTube video on how to fix that. So if you ever come across that, then check out my YouTube video on it. And I'm in the process of publishing another video while I've tackled one that solved my issue, BattleEye has a ton of issues, which I'd already used all the other normal troubleshooting things. The thing I came up with, which is completely unique and wasn't covered out elsewhere. BattleEye sucks. Yeah, it does. Do you know what I hate? I wouldn't say I hate all anti-cheat software. Like I love the concept of what anti-cheat software is for. The problem I have with anti-cheat software is it normally affects the people that aren't the cheaters, and all the cheaters still manage to get around it. So in other words, you still find cheaters in games that have anti-cheat software, and it doesn't detect them cheating. However, the people that aren't cheating are negatively affected because they have problems with the anti-cheat software kicking them from the game, causing their games to lag, doing tons of different things that if you just didn't have anti-cheat software and players weren't cheating, we wouldn't have these issues. They do need to come up with another solution, like a solution where they encrypt the stuff that's in a memory. So rather than it know what it's processing, all the stuff that's in memory is encrypted, so that it can't be just read by any program that's like has access to the RAM. Like you can have access to the RAM, but it wouldn't make sense to you because it has to be decompiled before it makes sense. But that's the problem. It's just like the architecture in the gaming at the moment for me is wrong when you come across and need the anti-cheat. Like as soon as you need to gain these anti-cheat, there needs to be another solution. A solution that doesn't require anti-cheat, but it just makes the game secure. And that's the problem. But I don't think it's going to happen. Like I'd be very surprised if it happens. But it's what I would love them to do. But this game I don't think like has suffered from cheaters, and it's not that the cheating side of things that's killed this game. It's been the problems with this game, and the developers have engaged pretty well with the community. However, the problems that have been had are just too big, regardless to what the developers can come back with and do. And some of that is to do with like the end gameplay, because in this game, as you'll learn through playing it, this game's narrative for the PvE side of it is up there as one of the best games I've come across. And I've played a lot of games. Like, I'll just find something out there that's, you know, people are talking about, and I'll just get it and see what it's like. I've played a lot of those games, and I've got to say, like, this game's narration is absolutely amazing. It's like, it's really engaging, and it really gets you into it, especially if you love Dune. Like, and what helps with this game, I think, is also the fact you've recently had the new movies that have come out. So you've had the first and second series of the new Dune movies. You've got the Dune series that are out as well. The last series was only out like a few months ago. Obviously making further series of it, so they've really brought out the game at a really good point where the actual franchise has a very good kind of like, you know, basis, I would say, for the game to work off. And I think that's what kind of, you know, drawn a lot of people in, especially drawn me in, because I love Dune, and I was like, oh, and you got a survival game in the Dune kind of theme and stuff like that. I hadn't heard who the publisher was at the time, though, so if I'd heard it was like Funcom, I probably might have stayed clear of it, only because my experience of Funcom in the past hasn't been a good one. However, it wasn't until after the game I found out who the publisher was, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I've got this far now, so I'm just going to go with it. But yeah, had I found out it was Funcom, I probably would have stayed clear. But I would say, like, the game itself, all the way up until the end game, is really, really good, really engaging. You'll learn, even if you're a big nerd in Dune. Like, I thought I knew quite a lot about Dune, but I found I hardly knew anything in Dune until I played this game, because this game goes into some of the most nerdy things ever. And I hadn't realised a lot of the things that I then found out through playing this game about Dune and Arrakis, and, you know, all the backstories and all the side stories and things like that. And this game's got a lot of it. It's like, and then it even got me then watching more documentaries, you know, of people talking about the backstories and side stories and possibilities. And essentially, if you've read the book, you'll know a lot of this, because like, films only skirt over a lot of it. However, I've never read the books, and I'm not a big reader, so I don't really want to read the books. But what playing this game allows you to kind of like learn all of this stuff that I'd never even heard of or even knew, and really good and informative. And this game really does go in that much depth that you'll learn a load of stuff about it if you have only watched the films or the series like I had. And then when you come into like the end game, that's where that's where this game falls apart, really falls apart, because, and that's kind of like how I think, if you look at some games like Rust, Evil 9, COD, all those, they all have a very clear way or genre or type of player that they want in their game, and they will attract the right player in those games. This game is really weird. They are attracting a PvE or a player vs environment type of player, and you obviously are going to get gankers and things like that when you get out to PvP areas. That's, you know, that happens in every single game, I think, that has PvP in it at some point. However, the problem with this game is it had no PvP engagement, no matter where you go throughout the rest. Like, all the starter, middle zones, and even all the way up out to the deep desert, it has no PvP in it, apart from a couple of little instances. And those couple of little instances, most players are that petrified, they are so tentative in going in them. And those are like the crash ships. So if you go at any of the crash ships in even Haggard Basin, you'll notice that those will change into PvP areas. Now, most of the YouTubers or anyone you've watched videos on that explains about the gameplay in Dune will turn around to you and say, you can go into these areas and you'll be very lucky. Even when there was like 80,000 people playing it, and now we're only down to 10,000, you were very unlikely. Like I think I've come across one person back in the peak days that was in one of those crash sites, and they were more petrified of me than I was of them. They literally see me and fucking ran the other way. Like, and that's what most players were like way back then. Now it's not changed. Like, if you do come out into the deep desert, there is a different mentality out in the deep desert. So don't think that you'll see a player and they'll run the other way. Although it can still happen. In the Hager Basin, most players will just literally run the other way. No one's really interested in the PvP in the Hager Basin, which is a good thing, because that is kind of like a area where you're trying to get your feet and you're trying to follow storyline and things like that. So it's nice just to be able to do that and not have to worry about like someone coming behind you and stab it, you know, trying to kill you or something like that. But the problem with that is that because the end game is based on PvP and the drive of everything in Deep Desert is PvP, you've not had any of that kind of like getting used to how to play or use the PvP type of mechanics, or the mechanics that you'd want to use for PvP. So you're kind of taking this massive leap from complete almost PvE to going full on PvP. Now they have changed the Deep Desert. So Deep Desert, when it first came out, the Deep Desert, you literally had, so this is the very first block, and these are squares, and there are, I believe that there are, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 by 8, is it? So it's 9 by 9, the Deep Desert. There's 9 blocks wide, 9 blocks tall, and as you can see here, even where we are right now, so my base is here, it's on the second block going into the Deep Desert, but it's still on the wall, and your first block is essentially here. Now this area here on the wall was always meant to be PvE. Only when you went beyond the wall was it supposed to change to PvP. Now, when the first game came out, that's what it was like, but about, I'd say, a couple of months into that, they changed the mechanics because so many players wouldn't go into the Deep Desert. They wouldn't come out into here. I know most people were scared to even come onto the wall because they weren't too sure, because they said, well, whilst it is PvE, there's still little bits of PvP, and because everyone was aware that the whole of the Deep Desert was supposed to be PvP only, players were just generally like reluctant to come out here. So in order to encourage players to come away from Hager Basin out to the Deep Desert, what they did is they changed it. So they changed it so that you could go all the way out to E, but halfway through E, and only at that point would it then change to PvP. So on here I've been flying out to where E is, and where this part is here is where it changes. So if I come up to here, I actually mined on my intel map it says that it's a small spice field. However, here it says it's a large one, although it's kind of a bit buggy because it's not showing. It did momentarily show then, but now it's disappeared again. Don't know why it's doing that. Normally if you zoom in it'll show it, but it's not showing it. Anyway, on here it's saying it's a large one. It's not a large, it's a small one. So it's not a medium one, and it's not a large one, it's a small one. Don't know why that's bugged, or why my intel's not telling me that's the right thing either, but I'm not too worried about my intel one, because my intel one generally can be a bit dodgy, but it tells you where things should be, and normally, regardless to whether it's large or small or medium, at least you know there's something there. You just need to go out and see what actually is there. It's the first time I've actually noticed the in-game one being incorrect and saying it should be large, and when I know it's not large because I was there and I farmed it and it definitely wasn't large. But yeah, so now you can come out to here, and this is all PvE. Now another thing they did as well to encourage players, so the other thing they also did not to encourage players this time. This one was to change the game market mechanics, because the game market mechanics up to a certain point was, I don't think broken, but effectively the developers had an idea of how they wanted the player market to be. So they wanted the player market to have the most expensive item being spice melange, this stuff. So they wanted spice sand to be seen as the most sought after piece, so people to fight over that, and that to generate what they see as kind of a, I don't know, a sandbox, a type of thing. Like, the only thing I think about that sandbox about Dune Awakening for me is the fact that there's sand in the desert, because this game is just, but they wanted this to be the end most expensive thing, and they wanted everything else to be cheaper than it. Now, because they restricted how many nodes could be get of the top tier metals. So, in order to make the top tier metal, you need, which is plastatium, which I don't have any in here. Oh, actually, I do. So this is the top tier metal. This is the most sought after thing. Now, to make that, you need two components. You need some stringy metal, which is called what's it called? Actually, I can probably just show you because there'll be some outside. There's some outside the base. So these are the two metals that you need. Now this stuff never used to exist on the wall, but they changed this. So this is the first material, which for whatever reason it's not showing it, but normally it will. Because I don't have the current array. Okay, if I look at a small piece, titanium ore is one of the pieces. So that's the main material. Now this used to be the complete rarest thing. There used to be an island, and they used to move the island, but it used to be known as the Titanium Island. And the Titanium Island would be something like this here, and it'd be just one island that had loads of nodes on. And I say loads of nodes, it had about 15 nodes on it, so it had a lot of nodes in comparison to anywhere else, because you had to bear in mind back then the main wall itself had none on it. If you'd gone to anywhere else, you might have one or two nodes, but that is it. So the Titanium Island basically used to be controlled by the clans or the largest guilds on the server, and effectively you wouldn't be able to mine on it unless you were playing out of time zone. Now I played out of time zone, so I generally quite often went on it and I was able to farm on it. However, I found out that I was just lucky because most of the time it was being camped by the actual guilds and most people couldn't use it unless you were part of that guild. So yeah, I never personally came across the issue, but plenty of other players would have done, and especially on their instant servers, because each server is different and stuff like that. And then the other component you need is this stuff, which is the stradium mass. So you need to refine this, put this into production, and that will make you some what I call stringy metal. And then you need the stringy metal combined then with this in order to make the platinum metal. And then you put that into your into this. And so to make this, so this is what I call this the stringy metal, but it's called the stradium fibers. So the second rock or metal node I mentioned, that's the one where you essentially get the raw materials. You use not this refinery, because this refinery won't refine it. You actually have to use the refinery up here, which is a medium something, I can't remember what it's called. the medium chemical refinery. So it's the medium chemical refinery that you make this stuff from. So that's where you take your strontium mass, make your strontium fibers. And that part was always quite easy to get hold of that stuff, because you could get that stuff almost everywhere. Again, not on the wall. You can't get any of the metal tier 6 metals used to on the wall. They didn't exist on the wall. However, the reason why they changed this is because essentially, well, they didn't want players to not be able to have these metals, and because the actual clans were controlling that island, it was driving the cost up of the metals, so that the actual platinum metal was so expensive that it wasn't actually that much cheaper than getting the actual spice melange. And on some servers it was actually more expensive than spice melange, because there was also an exploit that was being used to duplicate stuff, and players were duplicating the spice melange, so that you end up having on some servers spice melange being sold at ridiculously cheap prices, yet because the metal was so expensive and that wasn't being like exploitably grown as fast, you were finding that these metals were being like kept super expensive prices. So yeah, that's one of those weird things. So anyway, I am going to get off and do some spice mining now, I think, because we've been going through these things and talking about how things have changed for those that are less experienced. But I do want to get back to doing what I'm supposed to be doing today before I get distracted by main things, as always. Just want to see where the helmet is. So that's the helmet we got before. And the gun. I've actually got another one of these. So the other day, the Lancerad opened up. So by the way, this server's very this server is very Atreides. So in other words, there isn't that many Harkonnens. So very rarely do we ever get to win the Lancerad, which means that I never get a chance to buy any of the tier 6 stuff that you can get through the Lancerad. But last week, or was it the week before, they actually allowed the Harkonnens to have it, because we haven't had it for that long. And I managed to get some. I literally bought everything I could buy for blueprints, for weapons and everything else, and I've actually got it. It's all back in Harkonnen village, because I didn't want to take the blueprints out, and I didn't bother learning them at the time. I just stored them in case I want to sell them effectively, because I'm not sure whether I need another Dune gun, but I've got another spare blueprint. I haven't even made the original one, because back when I originally got that one, it was so rare. So spice mining is fun. Yeah, I actually do like generally dodging the worm, but you need to find a node. That's the thing I've struggled with today. I'm hoping that I can go out this time. And there is a reason why I looked here. I need to get one of the batteries. Did I not leave a battery in this? Oh, I did. I did. I need to charge my helicopter. It's actually more like if you're part of the guilds and stuff like that, then you can. And one of the things that why I wanted to join up with some of my Eve friends in this game was so that I could do the spice refining using a spice harvester. When the game, before they changed the mechanics of the worms, when you got good enough in the game, you're skilled enough, you could use and do it by yourself. However, they've changed the mechanics now, and I wouldn't be confident now doing harvesting in a harvester, because the only way you can get the harvester out from like the worms eating it up and everything else with it is by using a carrier. But you have to get from your harvester into the carrier and hook that harvester and lift it up before the worm comes. Now years back, or let's say years back, they've been out years, this game, months back, I think like 2 patches back, they changed the mechanics of the worms, and now the worms are randomly changed so that they can either come in almost instantly, so they'll breach, come and literally run at you, and they could also be very close to you and do that. Now if they did that and you're in a harvester, that would give you no time in order to get back to, you'd literally get out of the harvester, even if you clawed your way back to the harvester or back to your ornithopter carrier, you'd be lucky to get off the ground before it's got there. There's no chance that you're going to hook the harvester. And these harvesters, they take up, like all the spice melons I've got there, 400 units. That's, I think you need about 600 units in order to make a spice harvester. And that is effectively, so that's about 2 medium spice fields worth of spice. And back in the day, that's a lot. Nowadays that's not a lot, and you can get that relatively easy. However, it's a lot of effort still to go out and do that if you're manually doing it like I am today for stick. I call it a stick. It's a sand. It's a sand compactor. But effectively, you can't get the spice that fast. So it'll take you about an hour or two to mine a medium. Like it takes me about an hour, I think, to mine a medium. It's not 2 hours. It shouldn't take you 2 hours, but it'll take you about an hour, depending on how good you are at spacing and how active the worms are, or aggroed the worms are. Having things like the soft step boots helps, because that lowers your aggro by 40%. Using the Mark 5 special blueprint that you can get from the deep desert testing stations helps improve that as well, because they have less worm aggro as well than the normal one. However, even with that, you'll still aggro the worm quite a bit. Just generally because the worm in the deep desert is less aggro-y than the one that's in the Hagar Basin. The one in the Hagar Basin, it aggro's just far too easy. Like you can do almost anything and the worm would just come. Like if you step on the sand, the worm starts aggroing. But out here you can do quite a bit and the worm won't aggro. But they have changed the aggro on there, and I'm not sure if I've read anything that says it definitely has, but to me it feels like it's different than before I took a break, because there was a period where I took a break because of having all the anti-cheat software issues. Let me reach the PvP area. Let's see if I can find some spice sand. According to this, it reckons that there's a medium in this corner. I want to prove that there isn't, because there definitely wasn't a minute. There wasn't last time I came here. It reckons there's a large one there. Oh, I can see a medium one over there though. Don't want to risk it for a biscuit. That's a medium. But that's... Oh, that is actually on my map though. Oh, it is. It is on my map. But there is also ones that should be in the PvE areas that are in line with that, pretty much. See, the medium ones look considerably bigger than the small ones. have to bear in mind that I'm like 500 meters in the air as well, so that doesn't look half as big as it actually is. But there's a player there because you can see there's an helicopter. Now they've changed the mechanics as well with regards to being able to see further away. Way back when, and this is actually only recently, actually, even since before the last patch, I wouldn't have been able to see a vehicle there. The only way I would have known whether there was someone at that spice field is I would have started to see it being actually harvested through the fact it would have got patchy rather than all be purple, and that would have been a giveaway that someone's either at the spice field or been at the spice field. And if you just basically just hover over it and start seeing it being eaten away, then you know someone's at the spice field, and that would be your giveaway. But now, if someone's in a vehicle or been in a vehicle within a minute, then you'll see the vehicle. You won't be able to see the people, but you'll be able to see the vehicle. And that's a purpose mechanic they brought in to try and help players with the kind of anti-ganging thing. If I went anywhere near them, they would start freaking out and probably flying up because they don't know me. Because players, like I said, are very anti-PvP in this game. But that's because of the game itself. It's not... I don't think... Like, I think if the game encouraged PvP throughout, players wouldn't be so sheepish, but... It's the game mechanics that's caused people to be the way they are. And why this game's just like, I wouldn't say anti-PvP, but certainly not naturally PvP. Before they changed it, a lot of the mechanics recently, I used to go out into the PvP zone. I just used to spice farm out there. The only reason why I don't anymore is because, well, it's like, I did it when there was no difference but the risk was everywhere. If you were going to come out even into this area, it would have all been PvP. So the way I'd seen it is I'll do the opposite of what most players would probably do. And most players, like I said, are petrified. So what I would do is I would do the opposite of what most players would do. Most players would go out, but they would stay on the fringes on the very start here so they could try and get back to the PvE areas. Where I was like, well, I'm going to go straight to the opposite end. Where less players are naturally going to be, because it's harder to get all the way out there. And secondly, it's like all of the most rich stuff, all the big large sand fields and everything else were all in the farthest points. So I used to just hand out that far, because I was just like, well, if you're going to PvP, you're going to have to PvP at some point. And it didn't really bother me. But like I said, they've changed everything so much now that it's just like, even for a player like me who's naturally more PvP than PvE, they've turned me into a PvE player in this game, because now if I'm given the option between having to risk something or not risk something, well, I'm obviously going to choose the not risk. Especially playing like a solo. I'm not seeing any sand though here, disappointingly. Or is that something over there? That could be a patch. It could also just be a like shadow on the dune, but it does look like something on that dune. It's only going to be a small one though. It is. I don't think it is. I think it's just a shadow. Yeah, it's a shadow. Getting excited by a shadow. That's how rare it is that I've not had these issues from, I can't remember, since I've come back from Dune. I think I've not had any issues trying to find sand, spice sand. I think it's because it's like today does actually seem like there's quite a few people on for once. Like I'm actually seeing players. I haven't seen players in Dune for like a long time. Oh, there's one over there. It's a field just blown. It'll only be a small one though. But at this stage, I've not seen any, so I'm going towards it. I don't care if it's only small. And it's definitely a small because the spice cloud hasn't even stayed around. Like just so if you see one just blow and it almost instantly vanishes, that's a small spice field. The medium ones stay around for about a minute or two, and the large ones stay around for a good, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. They stay around for quite a long, significant amount of time. They don't seem to clear if you see one blow for a long time. And even the medium ones seem like they stay around for a long time, but it's not that long. I think maybe 10 minutes, the medium one. I do remember like actually harvesting one. I literally seen one blow in front of me and I started harvesting it. And I think I've harvested half of it and the cloud was still up there, so I think it is a bit longer than a couple of minutes. I think it's more like 10 minutes or something like that, but it's still not very long. I did see a worm shuffle past a minute ago. There's one good thing, and I wondered actually the other day, with more players around, the worm might aggro less. My theory the other day that I was actually spice harvesting like I am now, and I found that the worm was aggroing, just seemed to be aggroing just like almost all constantly. You literally have a few hits of the spice compactor and stuff like that, and you'd find that within about, I don't know, 8 or so, kind of, I don't know why I've just done that, the wrong thing, within about 8 kind of like shoots, whatever you want to refer to as, the worm would come. But I was starting to think whether that's because the player base, you know, it helps to have more people on the server and stuff like that, because you're like, I'm not sure if it's like a worm per person or something like that, but if you have more people around, effectively the aggro is going to be split between those people. So if you've only got like, say, 10 worms in total, then well, those 10 worms are going to then be split across all the people on the server. But if you've got like only 1 or 2 people on the server in the deep desert, then obviously then you've got 10 worms to literally annoy those like only 2 people. And I'm wondering, as it's so busy today, whether or not that's going to play into it. Because I would have expected the worm to have... There we go. Not a quick creature. I'd say that's kind of medium-ish. So now you noticed that worm was still up in the air by the time I got out of the sand itself. However, if that was a quick breacher, it'd literally poke its head up, go back down, and start heading towards you. Now they've changed that mechanic because now it's completely random as to whether you get a fast breach, slow, or medium. And that one I would say was a medium one. It wasn't slow, because slow it would be like, and it'll be up there for a while, and you'd be up here and still see it kind of like poking around, having a look around, and then it slowly comes back in and it's slowly coming towards you. Where a fast one, it goes up fast, comes down fast, and it shoots towards you fast. And that's the mechanic that I think, that's one of the good mechanics they've actually changed since the game came out. Oh, that's disturbing. That's a worm. Going underneath me, just as I landed on the sand. I had to look quickly down to see if I'd aggroed again, but no, it's not aggroed. I do find that a bit disturbing. I haven't got used to that at all. Yeah, I don't even like it when I see the worm going around him. Sometimes you'll see it going around you in circles, and I find that disturbing as well. It's like, are you going to come for me or not? I can't see any aggro. I think I've actually bled this thing dry. This is why I don't normally spend tons of time at a small one in the PvP area, just because like you're literally getting scraps once you've got the middle. That's dry. Oh, there's actually there's a little bit of purple there. I can tell I'm bored. Wow, we got one unit. Not even worth it. All right. So this is how little you get from a small. We got 578 units, and for my large spice refinery, you need 10,000 units to run it. Because without it, you can't just do so much. You have to have a minimum amount that allows you to do the actual refinery run. So I'm a long way off being able to do another one. I do have some back at the base, but yeah, not anywhere near that yet. I think we might have about 2,000 altogether. 1,000. I can't remember how many I've got left over. I need to find a medium field, because obviously small ones are just kind of entertaining, I would say. But they're not very productive. But waste not, want not. Like, I'm not going to complain. A small one's a small one. It's better than nothing. I haven't been in this little area. Let's see what's here. Is there any? Just keep an eye out for blowouts. Well, that doesn't look like there's any here. Is it possible to kill a worm? No, it's not. It's not possible to kill a worm. Apparently, at some point, and I don't know how true it is, but you should be able to ride one. I don't know how far down the roadmap it is. I've not heard anything about it, not from the development team myself. However, I have heard members of the people in the community mention it before, about having the ability to be able to ride the worms. They will have to change the mechanics though of how it works at the moment though, because they recently changed the mechanics of how the worms now work, because previously, unless the worm actually ate you, it wouldn't kill you, where now if a worm even touches you, it will kill you. So there's a part in Haggard Basin at the moment where there's an electrified worm that's in Haggard Basin. And when I say electrified worm, you'll know it when you see it. It's part of the PvE storyline. It's kind of like you won't get to it until you get near the end part of the Haggard Basin, in the high tier level area of Haggard Basin. In that part, there's a worm that's out of the sand. Effectively, they killed a worm through electrocution. I don't want to completely ruin the storyline for you, but when you come across that worm, you'll notice it's all electrified and there's kind of sparks flying off it and stuff like that. Now, if you go too close to that worm, it can kill you, instantly kill you. Although you can get yourself back off the floor using F to self-revive yourself. But effectively, how the worms work now, anywhere, is if a worm touches you or you touch it, even past its mouth, it will do the same as what that electrified worm will do. Now, the reason why they had to change that mechanic is because some people were what do I say, exploited it, or they were basically doing weird things with the worms, and the developers didn't like what they were doing because they were causing the worms to bug out and go all weird. So in order to stop people playing with the worms, they made them so that basically if you even touch the worm, it will now kill you. And that was to stop players from doing whatever they were doing and causing these worms to bug out, because some of them were flying worms and all weird things, and that's because players were doing things to cause them to bug out. So they stopped that by effectively changing the worm mechanics so that it would stop players from bugging the worms out. But the only way they came across doing that was to basically make them, I don't know, gods or whatever. But yeah, killed by touch. And you can't kill the worm, but you can get a worm's tooth. If you get hold of a worm's tooth, you can't deposit it out of your inventory. Now, it sounds crazy, and I'm not sure how I got a worm's tooth. I'm not sure if it's because you get one when you get killed by one, or you have a chance of getting one but you're killed by one. However, if you do get one, you'll notice you won't be able to drop it from your inventory. I don't know why, but you can get a recipe that you can turn that worm tooth into a dagger, and a dagger has one of the best DPS ratios of any dagger. That includes tier 6. So if you do get hold of a worm's tooth, either because you've been killed or however you get them, because I'm not sure how I got one, but I got one ages ago. I did try to keep it for ages, but I didn't realise there was definitely a recipe, although I did suspect there would be a recipe, but I didn't know what the recipe was for. I later found out that the worm's tooth that I got way back when I first started playing was actually would have allowed me to have made this ridiculously overpowered dagger. And I'd highly recommend, if you get one, keeping hold of it if you can in your inventory, regardless to the fact that you can't get rid of it out of your inventory, and try and go through the pain of just being one slot short. It doesn't take up any weight, or I can't remember it takes any weight, not anything significant, like 0.01 or something like that, like negligible, but it will take up a slot, which obviously reduces how much you can pick up, because you'll always be one slot down until you get that recipe, and then you can make the dagger and then remove it from your inventory, but then you would have a really good dagger. And that the dagger's useful depending on like your skill tree and stuff like that. Like if you're Ben Deseret, then ideally you should use the dagger. However, I'm a Ben Deseret that didn't like the dagger and went with the sword, and I still stick with the sword now. But yeah, I have tried the dagger, and the dagger is actually really effective. prefer the sword personally. I'm determined to find one of these medium ones that are in. I might even go down to the other side. Because if I go down to the other side, I can go to the other side of Deep Desert. And even though it's further away from my base, it doesn't matter too much because I'm in an assault carrier anyway, so I can pretty much hold most of what you get from a medium field in this. But I'm determined to see if I can find a medium field. But there are supposed to be some on the other side of Deep Desert. Just means flying all the way over there. Well, unless I go into the PvP area. Like, I could go into the PvP area. Like, I suppose I should. It's not as if, like, I'm very unlikely to come across a person who's trying to gank. Like, I think most gankers have left this game now, and I think the only players that are really left in this game are more PvE sided. Oh, flying is the game starts when you get your ornithopter, mate. Honestly, it's like before you get your ornithopter, everything feels painful. But you get your ornithopter, and that changes. That's about to be eaten. There's a worm that just breached. You'll watch it now. It'll come up from underneath it, and it'll eat it. That's where you don't want to be. That's why when you ever see a crashed ship, always check to make sure that there wasn't a worm that breached just before you go to it, because I've seen people do it where they've not seen the breach, they've gone straight to the crashed ship, and they've literally been eaten as they've landed on it. So always check and make sure that when you go into one that you don't miss it. But yeah, flying is definitely where the game starts, because up to that point it's quite painful. Even when you get the bike, I would say the bike gives you a lot of freedom, and you feel like you can get places faster, and it feels better. But the game doesn't really start until you get your first ornithopter. And then you need to learn how to fly. So you'll get one of these. This is the scout ornithopter. Actually, no, this isn't the scout ornithopter, is it? This is the large ornithopter. Well, medium, should I say. You'll get the scout ornithopter, and the scout ornithopter you can fly without ever having to use fuel. So you can fly almost everywhere, and you can use the eagle like what I'm doing now, and you can effectively go down, go up, and you'll be able to use your momentum of going down to basically keep gaining altitude for free. And you can keep doing that and stay in the air for as long as you want. Oh, there's a crash ship. Oh, and if you ever see one of those, don't go anywhere near it when it's falling down, because if it hits you as it's coming down, it will it will cause damage to your ornithopter, and it can actually damage your ornithopter that much. It can literally destroy it. So or damage it enough that you're about to fly it. But yeah, learn how to fly your scout ornithopter, because you can fly them without having to use fuel. As soon as you get to the assault ornithopter, unfortunately there's like no way of flying these and becoming good at flying them. and being able to not use fuel, because I thought it would be possible, but I found out it just isn't. Like, I'm very good at flying these things, and there's no way I can get the assault one to do what I can on a scout one. The scout one I can keep in the air indefinitely. So space melange. Where's the on the other side? Must be on that side. Look for the small hatch, then the large hatch. Then the small hatch. That means this large hatch should be on the other side, but it'll probably be in the air, so I'll just use the ornithopter to try and give myself a bit of high. Oh my god, it's still high there though. Hopefully I can get on my ornithopter and use it to get up. It's more just trying to cut it than anything. Once it's open, it's not too bad. We could do this in the air. It's less risky sticking around on the ground. All the heavy things off. I'll leave the rest of the stuff there. We haven't got much tier 6 stuff or components. We've got little bits. Improved. We've got some improved water tubes and the atmospheric filter fabric, and the ship manifests. Another thing I've got tons of. I don't even think I've got a recipe that uses it. Oh, 2.7 kilometers. That's a trek. In an ornithopter, that's not too bad. But those were the days. Have you done the testing station number 2 yet? Or are you still in the process of doing that? Have you worked out where the actual outpost is yet? As long as I head west, I should hopefully come across the medium field, I hope. Well, there's a medium one there. Or there was one. You can see just the edges of it around there. So that's not even marked on my map. I'm just going to mark where the wall is, so I know where roughly it is. The wall must be about there. Yeah, I'm not going to ruin the storyline for you. All I'll say is that the £1 million bounty isn't what you think it'll be. So don't wait for it. That's all I'll say. It's probably the biggest disappointing in the whole of the missions I did. I was like, oh yeah, get a chance to get 1 million Solari, that'd be amazing. It's like biggest disappointment ever. Iraq's a good one. I enjoyed doing Iraq. It's only a small little instance though. One thing I will say about the 1 million Solari contract is you'll be getting to near the end of Hagar Basin and still wondering, why have I still got this contract? Like, how do you finish it? But when you do one of the end mission storylines, it all draws a conclusion. You'll discover as to how it all kind of comes about. It's kind of, like I said, it's kind of like the biggest letdown in the game, but yeah. Still good. Okay, so I've gone for across the whole thing. I've still not seen a spice field, which I should have seen maybe one. I came over this side because I thought, well, the other side seems quite busy. Maybe this side might be less busy, so there might be a chance to see one. I've seen like literally the crumbs of one as it's fired across, which wasn't even marked on the map, so I'm not sure it's the ones I'm looking for now. I think the ones I'm looking for now might be just south of me. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to ruin the storyline for you, but the 1 million Solari contract is what I would say is a leprechaun's pot of gold. The rainbow might move. And to be fair, like, I still haven't finished it now, and there's still a chance you might get it, but it's certainly not in the current storylines. So it's a scam. Well, sort of. Scam's a bit harsh maybe, but it's a bit misleading. It's certainly something I wouldn't bank on. Because when I was doing it, I was like, yeah, if I get 1 million, then that'll set me up and I'll be able to do all these things. Yeah, I wouldn't hold your heart out on it. Because it sounds like a lot of money, especially like when you're starting out. Kind of gives you false hopes. I wouldn't worry. 1,000 isn't like when you play the game enough and get more and more into it. 1,000 will seem like a lot, because like to maintain my base in Haga Basin, it costs me 10,000 a week. Well, every 2 weeks, because you have to pay taxes every 2 weeks. It costs me 10,000 every 2 weeks to pay my taxes from my base. Now that may sound a lot to you, but then if I told you that I can quite easily make 9 million salary, then 10,000 isn't much. So it's just the amount of money when you first start sounds like, you know, 1,000 is quite a lot, and 1 million would be a lot. But even 1 million to me now, yeah, it'd be nice. But I could make 1 million in a couple of hours anyway, so it's not that much. Like I could make, like I say, if I was doing better at my actual harvesting today, which I've done really bad because I just can't find the spice fields, then I would only have to hit 2 of these spice fields, and I would have enough to do another 400 spice melange. And if I sell 500 units, I would get about 10 million salary. So yeah, if I do 2 mediums and then that takes me an hour to do each one, that's 2 hours. So in 2 hours I could make 10 million salary if I sold them on the market. Oh, real weeks, like real life weeks. The game doesn't have time, not like GTA or something like that. So there isn't days as such that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. Is there days? I'm pretty sure there isn't days. Yeah, they're just like there is night and day, don't get me wrong, and it changes, but there isn't like a time zone that I'm aware of in the game. It's funny you should actually mention that, because I hadn't realised that there wasn't GTA, and it was only like a few days ago that I actually realised when I was doing a Ghost challenge that there was actually in-game day time zone. But in this game, I am pretty sure that there is no in-game time zone. So it's two weeks real time. And realistically you have 4 weeks, because you can pay your taxes, and you have exactly 4 weeks from when you pay your taxes to when your base would be destroyed. Or at least when the Emperor would send his troop to you to destroy it. Hey Shabby, I'm not sure if you're a bot, so I'm gonna treat you as if you are a bot, only because
the amount of people or the amount of bots I see come in the channel and say exactly the words that you said right this second. So if you're not a bot, then just tell me you're not. However, up to that point, I'll assume you are. No, they're not in Twitch. They're on Kick. I'm multi-streaming across I'm only multi-streaming across 3 platforms today because during the weekends I don't do scheduled streams. I just I'll put up a stream if I'm in a situation where I can put up a stream and I'm going to stay on long enough and not just keep having to turn stream on and off. However, during the week I'll do scheduled ones. So I do scheduled ones on Monday, well, all the way through the weekdays, but during the weekends I have free for all, so it just really depends on whether I'm not away or various different other things as to whether I put a stream up. If I'm playing like I am today, constantly in a game, then I'll put a stream up, and obviously people then can join or whatever. But yeah, Kick on days like today, I'll only put the stream up on 3 of the platforms that I normally stream on. So I normally stream across 5 platforms: X, Facebook, Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Can't even remember them all. But I have multi-chat. So the multi-chat that you see in Twitch has loads of rules around, and effectively in Twitch I'm not allowed to put the multi-chat where you can see other players and other platforms, because Twitch have a rule that prevents me from being able to do that, and if they catch me doing that, then I would get into trouble. So I've got around that by splitting up my multi-chat using a kind of really good piece of provided solution that allows me to effectively say that for Twitch, I only want Twitch users to see Twitch chat on the stream. However, if you're on any of the other platforms, you'll see all of them. So if you're on YouTube, if you were on Kick, then you would see Twitch as well as all the other platforms. But because of Twitch's rules, I'm not allowed to show the multi-chat for all the other channels. There are some streamers that do it, but they run the risk of doing it. And they've even some streamers have tried to get around it by taking off the identifier. So you can't see the identifier on the Twitch one because I've removed it, because there's no point Twitch users just seeing the Twitch symbol because there's only Twitch people speaking. However, on any of the other platforms, when you see someone speaking, you'll see the actual Twitch symbol or the Kick symbol or YouTube symbol, which just means that person's speaking on that platform. Some of the actual streamers try and get around the multi-chat thing by just removing that, so that hoping that obviously Twitch won't see, but it's obvious because you only have to look at the side chat in Twitch and then not see anyone's not spoken there, but you're seeing those people speaking on the multi-chat, so it just doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why I don't do it, because again, Twitch will only have to actually go into your channel and monitor that and know that, well, actually you're still breaking the rules. So it's a bit annoying in some ways, because it would be nice to be able to have everyone in the same chat and see everyone else see the same chat, but it's a Twitch rule for whatever reason. I suppose it allows them to control their kind of rules better, because they do have different kind of chat rules and stuff, I guess, to the rest of the platforms. Each platform has their kind of own set of rules of, I don't know, laws that they want to lay down on the platform. And I suppose if they have things like multi-chat, it makes it much harder for them to control, say, abusive behavior. Because if someone was abusing someone, I don't know how they would abuse someone across multi-chat, but say if they did, then it's a lot harder for them to enforce it. So I guess there is obviously some reason there. I don't know what it is, but they have that rule, whatever they have it for. I just abide by it. I'm going to go back to my base, and effectively what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my scout ornithopter, because I'm going to go out into the PvP area, because I don't really want to take my assault ornithopter out there, just because if I do get into PvP out there, this isn't set up for PvP, and it's very slow. It's hard work trying to get away from people in a assault ornithopter when they're probably going to be in scouts, because scouts are a lot faster. So I'm just going to go out in my scout. It means I won't be able to carry as much, nowhere near as much, but at least I'll be able to do some spice mining, which is more than I can do at this very moment, because there doesn't appear to be any medium spice fields out in the PvE area. So it looks like we're going to have to go out to the PvP area and do some out there, because there will be spice fields out there. People are scared of going out there. I'm happy going out there. I just want to be differently prepared than I am when I'm doing harvesting out here, because when I'm harvesting here it's just risk free. So my setup's different than everything else. Actually I do have a little bit on me, don't I? Yeah, let's go back to the main base. There's one thing I would say about Kick, and that is there's a lot of bots, and apparently there was a while back as well on Twitch, but whatever Twitch did to stop that means that I've not seen any bots on Twitch, but Kick is plagued with bots. They keep joining the channel, they put a message in channel and then disappear again, and they follow you on Kick and whatever like that. I just normally end up banning them after the stream, etc. But yeah, I don't think I've actually seen anyone genuine actually in Kick. It seems to be just full of bots. And I'm only streaming to it because it's recommended that if you're streaming and stuff like that, then you should stream to all of them, which includes Kick. Personally, I think Kick's a waste of time. It's kind of like it's not even a spin-off, is it? It's like, so obviously Twitch is Amazon owned, and some guy in Australia decided that he didn't like what Kick was, well, what Twitch were doing, and the fact that it was owned by such a big business like Amazon. So he decided to replicate what Twitch was, and what I heard as well was that it was to give more back to streamers, because he felt streamers weren't getting enough of the cut and that Amazon was taking too much, so he was going to do something that gave more back to streamers. Everything I've seen about the Kick platform I don't like. I don't like how it's similar but not similar in so many ways, and Twitch is a million times better than Kick is. And from what I've seen of the community of Kick as well, like the genuine community might be alright, but the problems they have with bots and all the other stuff is plagues it. Let's dump these. One thing to learn. I got another one, did I? Oh no, it's a different one. No, I'll still learn it. I just can't be bothered selling them. It'd be absolute waste of time trying to sell them. I used to try and sell them on the player market, And back when it was super busy, the odd one you could sell and make some good money off it, but player market doesn't exist anymore. Not for things like that. Mechanical parts, that stuff, ditch. More batteries. I didn't even know where I put the last batteries. I just dumped them there. Probably in the other box. And then drop these and they'll despawn at some point. I think it takes about half an hour for them to despawn. Let's go out to the deep desert. The deep, deep desert. So this is the small scout one, and this is the one that you can effectively keep in the air for as long as you want. You just need to learn how to fly it in a way that allows you to fly exactly as it says this mode is, like an eagle. If you ever watched how an eagle flies, it ducks and dives. What it's also doing, an eagle's actually doing, is it also finds areas where you get updrifts, and it uses those updrifts to gain height. But it also does use this technique where it will also be able to use momentum to quickly get high momentum and then slowly drift up and gain altitude. And with this, you can then just endlessly just fly around, as long as you keep concentration, because sometimes I do lose concentration and end up losing altitude when I do. But generally, if you keep doing this, you can get up to, like, for free, as high as you want. And then once you get to peak, what I tend to do is I'll then just keep myself about here-ish. And then effectively what you're doing is not losing that much height, but you'll stay at that thing, and you'll slowly notice that your altitude's going down. Now my altitude's heavily going down fast, and that's because I've lost all speed. So I've tried to nick too much of the levelness, but effectively you want to keep just to a certain point, but you need to keep your speed above 130 in this, because as soon as it goes below 130 you won't be able to maintain speed, and if you don't maintain speed you'll lose massive amounts of your altitude really fast. So effectively, if I get this right, I should be able to... I don't know why this is being so bad today. It seems to be that you need to be lower. Effectively, if I get it right, I should be able to stay at about 151, 153. If it starts going down like it is there, it means I've nicked a little bit too much. So I'll just drop it down a little bit more. I don't know why this is being so bad today. I shouldn't normally have to take this much off. See, it's now going up, so it should get up to its max. But I've lost a lot of altitude to do this. Normally I guess 173, so if I stay there, is it bleeding? Stay in 172. That's not bad. So effectively I've got tier 5 wings on this, Mark 5 wings on this, and I would go for that, but I really can't be bothered. I'm going to go and get spice, and I'm not in a large ornithopter, so I don't have the capacity. Like, the weight capacity or even slot capacity to pick up the stuff from it. But effectively, yeah, you effectively want to get up to 172 kilometers in with these wings. If you were using tier 4 wings, that'll be slower, so that'll be 162. And if you're using the, I think Mark 4 is it the lowest? Is Mark 4 the lowest, or is it Mark 3? I can't remember. But if you use the lowest ones anyway, I think it's like 50. Effectively, you just want to get to the highest glide speed and be able to hold it. Effectively, what that'll do is then keep you. You will still lose altitude, but not as fast. And that's the whole aim of the game, really, is so that you get to a point where you've got as much height as you can, and then you just want to slowly bleed it. Especially when you're in a deep desert, like in Haggard Basin. If I did this, I'd be across the map by now, because the Haggard Basin's really small, where deep desert is really big. But by the time you get out here, you really need to be able to do this so that you're not using a huge amount of fuel when you're coming out to the deep desert where I'm going to now. So I'm going to go to literally the far end of the deep desert, like way out here somewhere. Like, I'll mark it so that I don't hit the wall. But effectively, I want to try and find one of the medium ones, because I don't need to find a large spice field out here, and I don't want to find a large spice field out here, because very likely is the guilds are going to be on that, and they'll be nervous with a player like me coming along. Even though that I don't have any rockets on me, they don't know that I've got no rockets on me, so they'll be hostile to me straight away. They generally are. There's a medium. I see no medium. How far out are we though? I tend to like to go to the very end when I'm doing this, because I'm less likely to see people. The closer you are to the areas where most players will stay because they're too scared, those players that are scared are more likely to be on the edgy areas, where the deeper you go in, the safer you are. I'm going to mark it, I think. Did I not capture it? How did I not capture it? Just going to scan it, and it should show on that. So I'll mark it. They changed the labelling. That's shown as medium for whatever reason. But well, that is the symbol that used to show for a large spice field. So, and that's obviously only a medium. So maybe they've changed the symbols. Weird. Anyway, that's medium. I'm going to go a bit further in, because I prefer to do one that's a bit further in than do one that's halfway. And there are ones that are further out. Oh, I'm well further. I'm in a well different area than I thought it was. I didn't realise I was so close to the wall. Yeah, it appears that I was really close to the east wall. So there's one of the, like, we're obviously in the PvE areas, but if you're in a PvE area, those down ships there that you can see there, they will change you into a PvP. In a deep desert, unlike Hager Basin, these can be camped because these have like very good tier gearing, rare gear as well that you could only get from those down ships. So yeah, very different. Go a little bit higher because there might be some. Because I very rarely fly this, I keep going to go and press the boost button, but I don't have a boost on a scout ornithopter. And the reason for that being is, on a scout ornithopter, you have the choice of what utility you have, but whatever utility you have, it sacrifices you for anything else because you can only put one true utility on it. So at the moment I've got like stuff that allows me to carry stuff this ornithopter, which is obviously for me what makes this ornithopter useful. So if I put the booster on it, effectively that would be my one utility, and then I won't be able to carry anything. So it'd be good for getting me out here, but then I won't be able to barely do much with it. And it's the same when you've got people with rockets in scout ornithopters. Like they'll be able to do it, and they do that at a cost as well, because they take a 20% reduction in glide and any type of speed that they have with that ornithopter, whilst they've got like the rockets attached to their ornithopter. They get kind of like a penalty, but that means they've got no boost and they can't carry anything in the ornithopter. That is, obviously they can carry it in their backpack, but just their ornithopter becomes less effective. Well, less effective for that type of useful stuff, but obviously more effective for PvP. But if you're going to PvP, like for me, you should be doing it like an assault one anyway, because they're more powerful. You can take more damage if you are being attacked, etc. Like a scout ornithopter's great starter, but it's a cheap man's tool really, I think, if you're doing PvP. If you couldn't afford to do an assault ornithopter, it doesn't cost that much to build an assault ornithopter. Like it is, don't get me wrong, it does require more materials, but when you're at the end game anyway and you've got the facilities, it's no harder to build than building a scout ornithopter really. I'm off track, am I? Got across the tree, so I want to probably go back across this at the very top. There should be some spice fields on this very, very top. Oh, there is a downship there. This would be worth getting because this will have more rare stuff in it. So while I wouldn't have done it in the low zone, it is actually worth doing here, as long as there's no worms around. Can't see any aggro. Can't see any beached worms. Let's go for it.
close. For some reason it won't scan. Why won't you scan? That's the weirdest thing ever. Maybe it doesn't let you do it with this. Like, I am in the highest tier area, so it might be a chance that you can only do it with a better tiered gun thing. My buttons are like completely freaking out. I was gonna try and see if I can take out the top one. But it's acting really weird. It won't scan. I'm guessing that when you're doing these ones, you must have a better tiered cutting array. It's the first time I've ever seen that though. Normally you're not limited by the cutting array. I'll have to note that for the future and bring a decent one out with me next time. When you're out in the deep desert, you do need them. I would go back to my base and go and get a tier 5 one, but by the time I do that and come back, it will be they don't last very long. Oh, nice. Good work. You're not doing bad, mate. At the end of the day, like I said, it took me probably the best part of a week and a half before I got a sand bike. So it helps now because there are plenty of people that can guide you and tell you how to shortcut it and cheat it. Back when I was doing it, it was kind of like work it out for yourself. And there wasn't anyone experienced enough to know to tell you how, you know, through experiment, how you can like just quickly do this, and then you'll be able to make a sand bike. The one thing I would say as well, before you make the sand bike, make sure you've done the planetary mission. When you go to the testing station, just above the testing station number 1, there's a guy there, an NPC, who's a planetologist. He will essentially give you the base tier 1 skill of planetology if you don't already have it, which unless you started off with it, you won't have it. Effectively, you should have that and skill that one up max. So you want to find the advanced person and the expert of that as well, because effectively you want to improve the durability and repair rate of your vehicles, and you need the planetologist to do that. So they can give you a load of skills that will allow you to, oh yes, and I found a medium one. They will give you these skills that allow you to effectively conserve the amount of energy and repair rates that you get. So you've got fuel efficiency here, so when you've got an ornithopter or various different other things, this one is for ornithopters, but there is also one for land vehicles as well. You've got mining as well, so again, the vehicle repair you should have. The reason why you have the vehicle repair one, as it says there, is to reduce the maximum durability loss. So when you're repairing it, each time that maximum durability keeps eating down, the higher cutting array and the better skill you have in this reduces that, which means then your vehicle will last longer before you have to replace the component on it that you have to keep repairing. On a bike, that tends to be the treads. So those wheels,
they tend the Mark 1 wheels last hardly, or it feels like they last hardly that long at all before you start seeing them turn red and then dark orange and then red before they completely break. But yeah, I would just be like mindful of that and try and get the planetenologist skills done as soon as you can. I would show where he is on the map, but unfortunately, obviously, I'm not in Haga Basin. But if you look on your map in Haga Basin, you'll find they are just by where the testing station number 1 is. They're above it, so not in testing station number 1, but above that, there's kind of like a little facility, and there's a guy in a little area. If you look at YouTube, look for YouTube video of where the guy is. There's plenty of guides on YouTube that tell you about him and where you can go and find him. That was a bit freaky. I just seen like a big shadow and I was like, what? That's normally a sign of a worm, but it's not. It's just the clouds. Well, the sun's rising, should I say. Testing station number 2, yeah. So if you've already been in testing station number 2, you will actually probably already have the component that the guy is after. So just speak to him again. However, if you haven't been to the testing station number 2, then you probably don't have the component. So you'll just need to go into testing station number 2. But I'm guessing you have been in testing station number 2, as you said, you were going back to build the bike. And I think, if memory serves me right, one of the only places you can get the components to build that bike is in testing station number 2. Yeah, so I said I probably did say testing station number 1. It's testing station 2 that you need to go to, yeah. Testing station number 2, when you go into it, it's just above there where the guy is, the paleontologist. But you also need to go into testing station number 2, and if you haven't been in there already, because I think the way it normally is if you're not trying to rush through it, you would naturally normally come across the paleontologist before you go into testing station number 2. However, if you obviously know about testing station number 2, then you kind of skip it. That looks like a quick worm. That was like unbreached before I even got out of the sand. See how fast that moved across in comparison to the other one that was like slowly drifting. And I didn't even see that one. It had already gone back into the ground. If I remember correctly as well, you don't even have to go that far into testing station number 2 to actually get what he's after. I think it's within the first kind of couple of rooms, or they're not exactly rooms, but within the first little area-ish
Go away, worm. Really freaky. Seeing a worm going so close to you. Worse when it go underneath you. The thing is, like, I feel this scout helicopter so fast though. It's the only disappointing thing. And it'll take me a couple of runs, well, quite a few runs actually, to if I want to do the whole field. But it's just survivability, like survivability in a assault helicopter in this part of the deep desert. If I was to be ganked by a guild, this I still have a chance of getting away with. An assault helicopter, you just would not have a chance to get away. No, they're not. So, depending on what your scout is, so each tier ornithopter has kind of different stats, and those stats are based on a few different things. So, the assault ornithopter booster will max speed you at 173 kilometers per hour. This scout ornithopter, I can get to max glide faster than that. I can max glide this ornithopter at 185 kilometers an hour. Now, I don't actually have rockets on that. So, if I was to put rockets on my scout ornithopter, the maximum speed then would be reduced by 20% on top of that. So that would be about, I don't know, 150-ish. Now, that would mean the assault ornithopter could outpace a scout ornithopter to a certain degree. You have to bear in mind that in the way the current mechanics also work with regards to the rockets, the rockets you do generally need to be above your target to accurately be able to shoot and hit your opponent. So that means that when you're attacking, you need to be higher. So the advantage of the actual booster allows you to effectively get above them, and it means it'll prevent them from being able to attack you, but it won't prevent them from being able to get to you. So a good PvP player with a scout ornithopter will easily be able to keep up with the scout ornithopter or with an assault ornithopter, but the problem may be that they won't be able to attack it necessarily, depending on how high it stays. Now, the other complication in this as well is that when you've got your booster on, you maximize heat sort of, well, not heat damage because it doesn't cause damage, but
you have a maximum heat tolerance of which the ornithopter can be in, which means that you can't keep the booster on indefinitely. You can only keep it on depending on your skills, which is a combination of the planetologist skill, whether you've got that skill active, whether you've got spice melange active and your spice things done. Oh my god, why are you not moving forward? Not a time to have keyboard issues. For some reason, like my keyboard's like messing around. I'm like, why am I pressing a button and it's doing it completely the opposite? That was a bit of a scary moment. And the worm thought he'd almost eaten me by then. But yeah, there's a lot of factors in the assault copter. So you are correct in the fact that with a boost, you have got a chance of getting away. But with a good player and a good player group, experienced, a group of scout ornithopters can easily take out an assault ornithopter, and the assault ornithopter wouldn't be able to get away either, scot-free. So this far out, I wouldn't want to really take that chance. Like if you were a lot closer into the PvE area, it wouldn't be so bad. But here, I'm in the middle of nowhere, and there's no way I'm getting an assault ornithopter out of here if I was ganked by a whole gang of, like, you know, a guild deciding to come and raid me or whatever. I'd be dead. Yeah, I'm glad too, mate. That was a scary moment. I'm not gonna lie, I was like, oh my god, why is nothing working? Why am I pressing the button and then literally it's not doing anything? And I'm like, oh my god, that worm's getting close. I'm lucky actually that was not a fast breach and the worm wasn't moving too fast, but even when I seen that worm running towards me with its mouth open, I was like, oh my god. And it kept opening. What it is, so I use like to my detriment sometimes, I use a Razer gamepad, but it has multiple profiles built into it. And then what I hadn't noticed, because I was half panicking at the time, is I'd hit the button that changes the profile directory. So effectively there's like 3 layers of keys that you can assign and bind. And I'd, not realizing, tapped that profile change, and that's what was causing my issues. But when you're panicking, you're kind of not really thinking, check the profile, make sure you're still on the right profile. Oh god, it's all fun. My heart was beating like out my chest at that point. I was like, oh my god, I think I'm gonna die. I'm gonna lose everything. I wouldn't be able to claim the ornithopter back, but I'd lose everything that was in it. That is like one of the good things now. Like years, like when obviously the Game Fest came out as well. If you got eaten by the worm and your ornithopter was eaten, you'd lose everything. But you can actually recover the ornithopter now. You get a penalty. I think it takes us 20% off the total top damage. So you would get it back, you know, not in 100% working order as it was, but you still get it back where a long time ago, well, not even that long time ago, it's only the last patch that they changed that, you now get it back. But you have 72 hours to get it back. If you don't claim it within 72 hours, then you'll lose it forever. And that's the same with any vehicle as well. So if you do ever get eaten by a worm now, it's not as detrimental as it used to be. And I'm full. My helicopter's full, and now I'm gonna have to go back. It's not that much. It's like you, yeah. And there's a worm. Oh, there's a crash ship as well. I should mark that. See if it's back when I come back. For some reason it hasn't done it again. This scanner's getting awful. It used to be decent. Why is it not picking up the... That definitely scanned. Because it was well within range. Or maybe it's not there. It's a ghost. It's a ghost wreck. I think this is bugged. Maybe that's why I couldn't open the other one. Anyway, I'm going back to the base. Going back. You started solo, Cran Orlison. Wow. So you did what I would have loved to have done that maybe when it wasn't as it is now. Where the worms will randomly come at you either fast or slow, but yeah, I certainly wouldn't do the solo caller harvesting now in DD. It's a bit too scary for me anyway. I don't know if anyone's still doing it though. Obviously you still see some videos of it, but I'm sure they're not of recent ones since they've changed the patch and that. But maybe there is someone out there still crazy enough to do it. There always is someone out there that will push the boundaries. I was actually surprised the first time I even seen it, even under the old mechanics. But when they changed the mechanics the way they are now, it makes the old mechanics like, yeah, I can see that being possible. I reckon I could do that now, but yeah, I don't think I could do it under the current mechanics. It's just far too scary. Do you find it's better to use like a razor? Do you like the razor kind of approach, or using the different profiles and stuff? I've actually generally struggled with it sometimes, but then I've got used to it in most games. But then there are some games obviously where I bought it a long time ago, but then found I didn't ever use it, and then started playing more games like Dune and found I did use it again. Or did start to use it, because I had an initial idea of starting to use it for like other games like EVE Online and things like that, but then I just found that that game just doesn't suit well to using it at all. My God. Going to the large field over there. Oh wow, there's a lot of I don't think I've seen so much activity in Dune Awakening for ages. I don't think I've seen so many vehicles in this sky. what attracted me to it to start with, the gaming pad, was more to do with the fact that you had the macros, and it's not like the macro as to what excited me more with it. It was more things like the analog keys, so you could double use keys for things, which I thought was really innovative, in the fact that you could play with the travel, and the travel would then allow you to have one key do two different things, just making it somewhat easier and more allow you to do things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to necessarily do. I have found that a bit tricky at first, also because the Razer software is a pile of crap. They're great at making maybe hardware, although even that's questionably bad as well, because my dad's an electronical engineer, and he said essentially we had to take one of my components apart because it wasn't working very well, and he was not impressed by the inner workings of it. He goes like, "This is really low quality, how it's been put together and stuff like that." And I was like, "Yeah, great, thanks, Dad. Can you just fix it?" But anyway, the software side of things, their software is awful. Like my dad might rip into their hardware, but generally I like their hardware. It is good hardware. But their software is on another level. Like the Snapsys is awful. Like that, we're now on Snapsys 4, and I used it all the way back from beta, only because I found Snapsys 3 was just had too many issues with it. And one of those things was the gaming pad just you couldn't get the analog keys to work. And I found out later it was actually more of a thing to do with Windows 11 and XP. Not Windows 11 XP, Windows 11 and Windows 10. So effectively what happened is when Windows 11 came out, they moved all their development towards and tailored towards Windows 11, which meant that the bugs that were existing or that came about from patches and things that they did to Windows 10, they didn't ever fix. So if you stayed on Windows 10, you had a ton of issues, and those issues just kept getting worse and worse. And that got no better when you got Snapsys 4. I didn't realise that and put a lot of complaints into them, and they didn't even advise me of that. I only found this out through myself, because as soon as I swapped from Windows 10 to Windows 11, all the issues disappeared. And I was like, but why didn't they just tell you that? Why did they leave it like a secret? As if like they can't tell you like that, oh well, by the way, we just don't really support the Windows 10 anymore, and you have to be on Windows 11. Like the only reason why I moved to Windows 11 in the end was essentially because Windows 10 literally goes out of service. Well, went out of service last month. So it was officially, as of I think either the start or mid-October, no longer supported by Windows. So you no longer get security patches or anything like that on it. And that's the only reason why I went to Windows 11, because I don't really like Windows 11. And it had a lot of buggy things. Like it doesn't have any of those buggy things now, but then I've only switched on to it since May, so it's been out for what, 2 years? If they can't fix their issues within 2 years, then I've got fucking no hope. But then we are talking about Microsoft, so they're not like the best, or at least everyone that uses it always complains about, yes, and Microsoft have another issue. Like I love one of their latest issues, Microsoft's. So you may or may not have heard that Microsoft have an issue with one of the SD drivers that was I'd say this issue came about in about September or July time. Essentially Microsoft rolled out a security patch, and it was also supposed to fix a few things, but when they brought out that patch, they actually introduced a major corruption issue that affected a lot of drivers that used there's a manufacturer of a piece of software that actually I'd say a good 40 to 50%, if not more, SD suppliers, everything from I don't know, Crucial, Kingston, anyone, like most of the big brands use it. And effectively, if you are on a particular hard drive, and it's not cut and dry either with this either, so it's not that it's just certain brands that were affected by this. It was certain drives, certain hot solid state drives and M2 dot drives that were within a brand, but it could be different types of the drivers. So you could have like a 2 terabyte SSD one, and that wouldn't be affected, but then you would have a 4 terabyte one of the exact same model, but that one would be affected. It's really random, and in the end it also turned out it wasn't just the driver of this particular one that created the drivers. It wasn't just them either, it was a core issue. I'm not sure if they've actually resolved the issue yet, but they were working with like the major manufacturers, etc., to try and resolve it, or driver suppliers. It's not great. You can stick to walking. Why are you going to stick to walking? The bike is a lot more fun, mate. Honestly, well, I thought it was fun. One good thing with the bike, and this part I found out almost straight away because I ended up doing it by mistake, and then did it all the time afterwards, is that if you're on a bike, you have an unlimited fall damage mitigation. So you don't take any damage, neither does your bike, by falling off the highest cliff you could find. I think that's quite a good perk to having a bike. Building and maintaining is so confusing. And you play Rust? Rust's way more complicated. See you soon, William. You can't tell me you played Rust and you think Rust isn't more complicated than Dune, and you think Dune has complicated building mechanics. I think Dune makes, from what I've not even played Rust, from what I've seen of Rust, there's like, you've got, okay, so they've tried to do some circuit things in Dune, but they're nowhere near the complexity that you have in Rust, where you can put whole circuits together and literally have things that build themselves, and manufacturing and loads of other different things, like, and you can automate things, and you can get text messages from your building if you're being raided, and loads of other stuff. Like, there's none of that complexity in Dune. Change the music type. Put something else on. Like, the most complicated thing that you have in this game is, maybe if you look at your sub thief, and they've made this simple as well, because this is a lot more informative than it used to be. But you can go into this and you can have a look at your power generated against power used and available power, etc., and stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't be too worried about that. Just make sure you've got enough power, and you know if you've got enough power because the thing either turns, all your stuff turns on or it turns off if you overpower it. And it'll, if you come to this, it'll be red. You got Storm Alert. Again, I don't ever use that. Not really confusing. Water just gives you how much water you've got in your base against all your total storage. Storage, again, it's just how much storage you've got available. If you want to refuel, this is the best place to refuel from. So you best go into any of your storage containers and dropping all your stuff in there, rather than having to go to any your generators. Like, this isn't going to be a problem for you right now because you've got a small base, but when you've got a large base, like the one I've got in Haga Basin, that has generators all over the place, different types of generators as well. So rather than having to go to all those different generators to go and fill everything up, you can just put them in any storage place, come to your main subfief, and literally press Y. And what that does is any of the fuel blocks that you've got that fills any of those different types of fuel generator or power generators, it will just put an even amount in all of them of those for those generators, and then it'll allow your stuff to stay up. And then you got a countdown that tells you when your base are powered down because you haven't got enough power cells for whatever. It's like, I would say like this part is probably one of the most complicated parts of that, but this is really basic. And the only thing I would say is maybe a little bit more complicated than that is Dune's version of circuiting, and this part is a bit weird. So you've got all these different circuits, and these different circuits, they've got an in and an out. The in is effectively, if I put that on circuit 2, that means that anything that's sending, any of these, like anything that's outputting, so like any of these fabricators, any of these refineries, they all have default output on, say, circuit 1, because by default it'll be circuit 1. And we go to storage on any of those and we can change the output. So this one would be the output. If I change that to 2, now what this will do is this has its own storage as well. So its storage, I don't know what its maximum is, but say it's 500 volume. If it, once it gets to 500 volume, then it will automatically, it'll either stop this being able to produce anymore and it won't be able to output, or it can store it in any storage box that is on circuit 2. Now, because I've changed that other box to circuit 2, it'll send stuff to that. So basically, when that gets full and this is full, then it will stop being able to build. Now, that is the most complicated thing of this game, and obviously there's a lot of circuits, so you can choose any of the things. The one big disadvantage and one thing that really pisses me off of this game with regards to these circuits is when you're building, there's no way of blocking one of your storage boxes from you using it when you're building. So effectively, you can, when you're back at your Haga Basin, and say I've got all of the gear that builds this base in Deep Desert back in Haga Basin, then effectively I could stop eating into the components that builds all of this. Now, unfortunately, the Deep Desert bases you have to take down once a week, and that's because the Deep Desert wipes once a week, and anything you leave in a Deep Desert will literally be lost forever. No way of recovering it, or your resources, whatever you've got out here, will be lost. So you've got to deconstruct all of this. Now, there is a blueprint that you can use to literally clone this stuff, and then you basically fill it in, but you still have to have all the components to do that, and obviously have the blueprint thing. That's what this is made from. This is made from a blueprint, and I have to take this down tomorrow or today before the server wipe happens on Tuesday, which UK GMT time happens around midday, 11 o'clock I think it is. Well, actually it might have changed because British summer time. It was 11 o'clock at British summer time, so I think that'll be now 12 o'clock, if I'm correct. Could be wrong. I'd say that, yeah, that for me, that's probably the most complicated thing, is like just, I suppose, the circuits and how the circuits work and how some things happen that aren't ideal. the other unideal thing is having to bring things out to the deep desert. But I'm hoping they fix that when they bring in the container. Because at the moment, to build all the stuff I've got out here now, it takes me a few trips to bring, like big ornithoptic trips to bring all the materials out to build the base units and stuff. That doesn't include anything else that I need to bring out here. I wonder if I can get back out there. There's a lot of groups out there, isn't there? I was a bit surprised by that, if I'm honest. I don't think I've seen that many people out. Oh, I'm literally just short. I'd be out. I'm like 75, 74, 76. No, it's not 76, is it? 66. 66 short of being able to put a run on. Don't have any anywhere else. Oh, that is so annoying. I'm literally just a little bit shy of being able to put another one through. Just shy. Well, I need to go and find a little small one. If I can find a small one close by, then I can just quickly get enough to start that off and then go out and do the medium. If I find one along the way, I'll stop and then come back and start that off. If not, we'll just head out to where the other spice field is. One thing I should do, just put some fuel in this thing. While I don't use or need fuel for the scout one, I do need it a little bit. Because obviously the worm comes, and when the worm comes, I need to be able to hover. Don't need much. Just enough. Hoping I might be able to see one that's literally just here. Like last week I literally came out off the thing and I literally spotted one straight away. Like I've never seen one that close to my base ever. But literally I just come off the wall and I see one straight ahead of me. It was obviously only a small one, but I've to see one at all. It does look like a blowout ahead. And the fact I can still see it means it might be a medium. I'm not sure it's worth going for it though, but if it's a medium and it's in PvE, might be worth it.
I also wouldn't worry about the maintaining side of it as well, by the way. The maintaining side of it, you don't ever have to repair a base in Haga Basin. The only bases that rarely take any significant damage, or any damage, because my Haga Basin base has been up for wow, best part of 3 or 4 months, and it's got 0 damage on it, and I've never had to repair it. But the ones in the deep desert do take damage, so I wouldn't even worry about maintaining. The only maintenance you need to do is fill it with batteries, which at the low level is painful, but it's painfuler. I would just get the fabricator, and as soon as you can, make sure that you get a better cuttering array, because the better cutter array, the more you get from like mining like battery nodes and things like that. Something I didn't realize until quite late on into my Dune stuff, that things like that do matter if you don't want to spend time and have to go to tons of nodes. Like if you really can, you're best getting a buggy as soon as you can, because a buggy's cutting array is far better than using a normal cuttering array that's handheld. And when you've got, like, say the tier 6 one, like my buggy has, if I go to 1 battery, it drops 750 batteries or battery cell units on it, so it's significant. So even if you've got like the lower tier mark buggies, you'll get better return rates from having a buggy than you will have if you use a cutting array. But even if you're just using a handheld cutting array, try to have the highest tier 1 you can have, because it will just benefit you better and get you moving faster, and mean you have less work to have to do, or less effort to get what you need. I think those ornithopters see me and it got spooked. I'm a lot of them as well in there, but it's not my scanner's working today. Is it actually picking up anything? You can actually just go around scanning the actual sand, and you can do treasure hunting. Like, I've never done it, but I have seen some players make some good money doing it. Don't know how much time they spend doing it, like, but whether it's worth it. But you can get gems, and sometimes you can get blueprints as well. See if anyone's at my spice field. I'm hoping, because everyone's more interested in the large ones, that I know all the medium ones, well, they're just where all the scared people are, so
that's why they're all gone. But I'm hoping the one that's way out here, no one's going to touch. Because anyone that's doing spice mining out this far is normally doing it on the large ones. Not too far away now. Just 2,000 away. What? I've gone past it. The marker's still there. It says, oh, it's 1,000 meters. But is it right on the wall? Did I not realise I was right on the wall? According to that, oh, right. Oh, that's because I put the mark. I've not realised I've not changed the marker, have I? I've been heading towards the marker and not realised that's not where my spice field is. Oops. I knew that. Where's my spice field then? Oh, there it is. Oh well. He knew that. Oh, it's 5,000. Oh my god. That was super clever, Lou. Pure genius. Oh yeah, I'll probably come across a load of other spice fields out here because I think there's quite a few along this back wall, according to my intel map. There it is. Is there anyone on it? It looks the same as when I left. No one's following me. There's a large field there as well, although it's empty. One spice hunt. It did. Well, it was only a small patch, but I did think I'd get a little bit more than one spice on from it. I've got more than enough to start the next batch of sand. But I'm not coming all this way out just to get just enough. I'm going to just carry on until we fill up. Or we get attacked. One or the other. You guess what music this is from? So each of the music I will generally play from a particular game genre, or it's made towards like a games genre. This particular game is Halo. Now I've watched the Halo series. I never really thought it had a genre. And there are some games that, like, I don't know, Fallout and that, which have a clear genre, like that's 60s and 70s type music. But Halo, I didn't really think had a music that you could define to a genre. So I'm listening to this and thinking, doesn't make me feel Halo-y. Like, it wouldn't just make me think this is Halo. Where Fallout does actually make, after you know what it is, it's like, yeah, I can see how they think this is kind of Fallout. I can't say that with this one. Maybe it's because I've not played the game and I've only watched the series on TV, so, and that doesn't have music in it. Like, it has music here and there, but not makes you think and define it. That worm to come any minute. Feels like it's overdue. Oh my god, it's fast one. See how fast that went up and came back down. Back in the sand before you knew it. No worries. Have a good day, and thanks for catching us on the stream today. If you do have any questions or anything, do feel free to reach out to me. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions or anything like that you got. But there's like tons of resources on YouTube as well, so either ask me directly or just check out one of the tons of resources that are available. But yeah, hope you carry on enjoying the game. It's quite a fun game, like I said. The end game you might not enjoy because it's very different to Conan. I'd say Conan had a better end game than it had leading up to it. But yeah, this game, you might be a bit disappointed with the end game, but you'll love where you are right now. All that content is really, really good. Have a good day if you're getting off. I'm guessing you are. And like I said, if you do have any questions, just join any of my streams. Like, I could be playing another stream. I don't mind answering questions to Dune while I'm playing any of the other games. But I do generally stream throughout the week. I always forget to top up the water. Poor guy. Disappointing. Oh, you'll do it. Did you play the original Conan end game? Like, I can't say what Exiles last like, and I've only heard about Exiles because Exiles sounds like it was just a different theme of like what Dune is, and in that means obviously it's more of a like I'd say light survival game. But the original one had like dungeons that you could do and tons of other things that were really, really good, and I thought that was really the good part of Conan. But fair enough. Well, yeah, I can't comment then on the end game of that game because I've never played Exiles. But if you're saying the end game was disappointing, I would say that you're probably not going to be surprised then when you get the end game in this game, and you may be just as disappointed as you were in that game. Prior to that point, though, it's good. If you like, one thing I would say is like if you like base building, Dune might keep you half occupied until you get bored of the base building side of it. But yeah, your end game opportunities are limited. Like there's little to it. There's lack of content for the end game. That's the real issue, I think. Yes, it is called Unconquered. The original, the OG. Actually, I think it was it called Chained, actually? Or was that the one after that? I don't know. I think it is Conquered was the original. I remember that. Yeah, I also remember the Unchained one. Oh, what the hell? That is really freaky. Look at that sandworm right on top of me. I was like, there isn't any sand. Like, worm warning. It's not even flashing or anything. Weird. Not sure I want to stay around here anymore. How much have we got?
Yeah, I think it's like without checking. Actually, do you know what? I can get in the Unicode that I've actually still got the box. This is how long ago I played it. This is back when streaming didn't exist in the way it does now. So Steam didn't really exist back then either, probably. So I've still got the original box. Age of Conan, Iberian Adventure. Now, yeah, so it's called Age of Conan, Iberian Adventures. And back when this was as well, you used to have like woolly mammoth. You didn't have like you could get a horse, but that was like much later. Could you get horses? Yeah, you got horses. The horses were the original ones. On this, you've got a woolly mammoth, but that was like a special thing, and I can't even remember where the woolly mammoth came into it. But just as I was leaving, or just like about 6 months before I left the game, you could get other animals like tigers and lions and things like that you could also breed and raise and then eventually ride. But yeah, that was like that's the Age of Conan I'm referring to. Like, I'm talking about the OG original, and this was out in, what's the copyright? So the copyright on this is 2008. That's way later than I was expecting. I thought it was like 2005 or 2003, but 2008 effectively this game. Yeah. But all I was saying, when this game came out, it was full of bugs. Like, the worst game I've ever played for bugs. OG game, at least. What space we got? That last one came like super fast, and to be fair as well, the fact that the worm actually was right under me at one point was super freaky, and almost the warning sign that the worm was going to come sooner. But the time before, I think that was like 3 or 4 minutes, with quite a significant amount of harvesting before it came along. It's so weird how the mechanics are right at the moment. I'm not sure if the worms are a bit buggy. We're near the center of the spice field, because like the piles here, when you picked up 120 on the last one. That's 168. That one. As you get towards the edges, it just gets like diminishingly lower, regardless how big the piles are. Like, it would make more sense that the piles were like small, but. And they should be actually when you're actually near the edges, but for some reason today they were just like big, regardless of how much actually units it's containing. My ornithopter's full and I'm full. And I've still got a couple of piles there. I hate doing that. It feels like I'm wasting spice. Oh well, here we go. I can't do any more and take it with me. It's like we're 19,000 kilometers from our base. Because we're literally right on the far wall of the deep desert. There's no deeper than where we are. Or not much. We're not far from the wall. From the far wall. We're in the farthest zone, which is in row I. I'm quite happy actually. I've seen quite so many players. That encourages me to think that the game's not dying as quite as bad as I thought it was. Like, I was struggling to see how 10,000 players were still playing the game, if I'm honest, with the fact of how little interaction I've had with people and not seen anyone for months. Not mind any. It's like the last time I interacted with a player properly was a couple of months ago. And you see the odd person in chat, but you never seen anyone. Where today I've seen a load of people out, like a lot of people out actually. To see like one group out previously would have been quite shocking. The fact I've actually seen tons of people out today is actually nice. You saw 3 bases decaying. That's quite normal though, especially in Hager Basin. Where were you? Was that? Oh, you're still in the star zone, aren't you? So yeah, you're very unlikely to see non-decaying bases there. You'll always see decaying bases, I would say, in that area, because even though players are encouraged to drop those ones, some people don't. So they effectively have to wait for the fuel to run out, and then when the fuel runs out, eventually they'll start decaying. But because the Hager Basin has such a low decay rate on buildings, even when the shield's down, it takes a long time for them to be destroyed. The only reason why your base will be destroyed when you have an advanced teeth is because the Emperor sends soldiers out and they basically half destroy it. So pretty much it gets annihilated from that attack, and then it's just the weather elements, and if you have anything left with the weather elements, then that part normally takes weeks. Like, I've seen one base, it took 2 months for it to disappear, and I was like, how has that even survived? It's like, I thought the desert's supposed to be harsh, and it's like Hager Basin just seems to half protect anything you put in it. So yeah, the ones that you're probably seeing, they've probably been there a long time. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, so have you crossed yet? Did you get? So you got your bike. Did you cross the gap? Because it normally only tells you to get rid of that base once you've crossed the base. All right. You haven't. All right. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was only supposed to trigger that quest once you cross the gap. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's the catalyst it does. Yeah, it's been such a long time since I did those missions. Even when I did it on the test server, it was a few months ago now. Yeah, so effectively what it's trying to do is it's trying to stop people or leaving trash around, and it's trying to encourage you to move your base rather than just let it decay. What I would say is a lot of players didn't bother, and some players did and some players didn't. As soon as you remove your sub thief, it will the rest of the stuff will
take damage a lot more. But if the sub-thief's left in place, the decay is a lot slower. That mission was their Funcom's attempt to try and keep things clean naturally, rather than having to kind of bring in other mechanics. Players actually moaned that they couldn't keep their base in Haggard Basin and the way that the tax system works, and that you can't remotely pay for your tax and stuff like that. Like, I see their point, but I also see Funcom's point as to why they've done it the way they have. They've done it purposely because they don't want players just to leave bases everywhere and not use them, because then that stops new players like you coming along and then having somewhere you can build, because they've literally wrecked buildings everywhere and sub-thieves with that still reserve the land, but no one can use it. No worries. See you in a bit. So I should be able to get back, put this sand in, and then I should be able to then sort out what else I'm going to do. Like, I'm not sure I'm going to bother going out doing any more sand. Although you could do. Like, we've got enough on us now to... Like, if we did the whole of that medium, we would be able to theoretically have enough, maybe. I think we might be a little bit short. I think we've taken already too much out of it for it to have enough left in it to have enough to put another 10k run on, but I think we'd probably be about a couple of k short. And obviously it's a lot of running back and forth in a scout or a copter. Got enough there now. Let's start that off in a sec. I'll just empty this first. So that's... Oh, actually, maybe there is enough on that field. No, now I'm tempted to go back. If I can get another half, that will give... If I go out and do another run, I'd only be one more run short. It's whether or not... I think there might be just enough, you know. Still got enough water. We've got 4,190 sand. So we need 6,000, well, 5,800 thereabouts. Yeah. I was gonna call it off for today because I've been about spiced out, but because we wasted so much time trying to find a medium spice one. However, I'm tempted to continue just because we're not far off being able to do another run. It would be nice to have plenty of spice melange. Stick's still got just under half. Perfectly fine for another few runs. Oh, one thing that isn't though. That's looking very tight. Might need to repair that. Aluminium. I do have aluminium, but I'll need to refine it. Oh, and I can't turn that on because I don't have enough power. Not with this on anyway. I'll turn this off, I might have enough power. I'll just do 30. That's going to take a while because aluminium's like one of the slowest to refine, other than spice sand. Although spice sand's got higher volumes that it's having to do, but I just need 6 more units. Shouldn't take too long. It shouldn't take too long. Like 3. Oh, God, it really is like painful. Like once I did actually lose my onicopter when I was out doing mining for like the stuff to make delirium. You have to go out into a radiation zone, and you get like this. I think it's called jasmium. I've got some in here, I think. Actually, I've got some downstairs. I'll show you in a minute, but you effectively need this material that you can only get from a very particular place in the Hagar Basin. You can't even get this stuff in deep desert. So you go to this area anyway, this radiation zone. You need to have a radiation suit on. Put your radiation suit on, which mitigates the amount of radiation that you take. If you were to go into a radiation zone without it, you'd be sick very fast and dead very fast. I did once go into a radiation zone when I first started the game, not realising I'd gone into a radiation zone, and effectively was like thrown up and almost died and just about survived. But yeah, I obviously on this one occasion I went out there to do this mining anyway, to go and get this material so that I could build delirium, and I pushed it a bit too far. Effectively I thought, well, I can wait till halfway through the kind of warning of where your radiation sickness is, and I'd be fine. And I got to like 3/4 of the way, and I was pushing it on the edge, but I was also in one of the highest radiated areas. So you got like certain ones that might have a radiation level of 2, and other ones that have radiation level of 3. The ones with the bigger lakes with like 3 or 4 nodes in it, they have a higher radiation output, which effectively means that you take the radiation sickness a lot faster. And I was right on the actual lake. So I was like taking the highest radiation area really fast, and I pushed it too far, and I effectively got killed while I was out there. The only problem is I didn't have a spare helicopter at the time, and I was like, oh, crap, how the hell am I going to get out to it? Because you can't easily get out there. It's like, you know, quite a big gap between there and where this place was, so I had no chance of getting out there with just a vehicle. I needed to have an helicopter. So I was like, well, but then if I leave, it can't stay out there for long, because if it stays out there long, it'll get storm damage. So I ended up spending like, luckily I'd actually got a load of aluminium literally just before it, so I actually had a lot of the base unrefined aluminium. But at that point, obviously, I didn't have a large refiner, so it takes like even longer than this one takes to refine stuff. It also doesn't do it as efficient, so you need more of it to make less of the aluminium. And it took me the best part of like, I think 5 hours to refine this aluminium so that I could make another ornithopter, so that I could get out to where this other ornithopter was. And I was just like that. I was so relieved when I got it back, because I was like, oh, it's lost, I'm never gonna need it back. And this is back when I was super poor and didn't have the money, and ornithopter, you know, my scout ornithopter was everything. That's why I've got now 2 ornithopters, is because I always have one as a backup for the other one, the scout being one. That, like, obviously now I've got an assault one, I've also got the large carrier and all sorts, but back then, you know, an ornithopter was everything to me. And when I lost it, I was like, no. I even had, because of where my base was, I even had to get back on my bike and do what I used to do even before I first had an helicopter, and that's like bike it all the way around to the like high tier zone in Hager Basin to go and get my aluminium and stuff. Yeah, nightmare. Oh, I can repair this now, so let's repair that, and now we can get off. After I fill up the water, I can do that on the top level. I always make sure that every level of my buildings has water access. Just makes it so much easier. Okay, let's go and do another run of this medium field and see whether you can get enough to almost, because like I said, this next run we just don't have the capacity unless I went out on my assault one, which I don't really fancy doing that deep out in the deep desert, especially with it being so active. Just not sure how many gankers are still around, or whether any of these guilds that are out with the harvester suddenly want to turn unfriendly and want to start launching rockets at me. Big moon up. The big moon up. Arrakis has 2 moons. A duplex. of moons. This time my marker is actually where the where the spice field is, because I moved it last time. I'm not gonna think what I did last time and end up hitting a wall thinking, what? I don't understand. Where's my spice field? High enough. Right, 39. Maintain that. Speed's going up, so I must be on the right level. Not pointing in the right direction though. But I don't want to change it. If I change it, I'll just lose speed and altitude. Or just correct it a bit later when I do the next height regain. Still haven't seen any like medium ones in the PvE areas. Must be just that active. As soon as they appear, people are just jumping on them. Maybe it's because it's Sunday. Like, to be fair, I don't think I've played Dune Awakening on a Sunday for a long time. Maybe it's just the day. During the week, it's like dead. Like no one's about ever anywhere. It's like starting to think my server was like had no players on it anymore. Very suspicious. I think they're doing metal mining. Although I wouldn't know why they'd come out here to metal mining, but they're just going to a weird node. Whether they're looking for an easy target, I don't know. It's like I'm flying maximum, like glide speed, so, and if they've got rockets on them, they won't be able to keep up with my speed, so they might have realised that and just buggered off. They're probably looking for a target they can easily get, which is one of the reasons why I'm not in the assault ornithopter, because assault ornithopter I'd be a pick and target in that, where this I'm that nimble that makes it very hard to try and attack me, especially if I'm in the air. If I'm in the air, they've got no chance. If I'm on the ground, they need to like take me out as fast as they can before I get off the ground, because assume I'm off the ground, as long as they haven't damaged the wings, which they could do because they're quite damaged right now, so it means they're only about 40% health probably. Let's have a look. What are they? Oh my god, they're even worse than I thought. I should really repair them. But yeah, like if I took any damage on my wings, I would be screwed. Right now, from a PvP perspective, I'd be just like, yeah. But the one thing I would do is I would zap my ornithopter so that if I died, they couldn't try and get what they want, which is a glory kill for the ornithopter, because it's kind of like it's the thing, or certainly used to be the thing. I assume it still is the thing, but for the PvP players, they always want to kill the ornithopter, and they're more interested in the ornithopter there than they are anything else, because they know that's kind of the grief. Because it's like life without an ornithopter is not a good life, and most people only have 1 or 2 ornithopters. So where I've got plenty of resources back at my main base to build another one of these scout ones, not including the one I already have built anyway, that is an exact replication of this. The only difference is that one doesn't have Mark 5 wings, where this one does. Yeah, my biggest concern this very second is the fact that I've overlooked the fact of how unhealthy my wings are, which they are scarcely low. And it doesn't bother me for PvP. I'm more thinking about even gliding home that far away, how far we are away, is a bit risky at the moment, because I really don't. I have that little health. That, yeah, I haven't got much mitigation. By the time we do the farming that we need to do, or the harvesting, and the fact I'm gonna have to get out the sand a few times for the worm, it's not a great. Let's check around. Doesn't look like we've been followed, so we should be right. You're about to see it before it sees us, but well, it'll see our ornithopter, it won't see us until it gets much closer. But we should be able to see it. Well, theoretically we'd be able to see it if we didn't have a massive freaking dune in the way. There is always some mitigation. But the dune's a good thing. And a bad thing. It kind of helps hide us, but it also, when we're further down it, means that we can't really see much coming at us until it gets over a dune that's near us. At that point, well, at that point, it's a hope they miss us with their missiles, is all I'll say. Why is it doing that? Oh my god, this game's buggy.
God, it's doing it again. It's so weird on that side. I don't know why it bugs out. It goes into like the vehicle. Weird. I think I seen it breach over there. It was back in the sand before we got up, but I think I just seen something that suggested it was over there. I hate putting the ornithopter on these big dunes. Like, I don't mind them on the very top, but if you try and put them on the middle and whatever, they kind of slide down, and they used to get stuck. Like, I've seen plenty of players getting stuck when sandworms come along and the sand turns to quicksand and you can't get the ornithopter off. They did resolve that issue, so that's not supposed to be an issue anymore, although you do see weird buggy things still happening. I've not experienced a lot of the issues that I've seen some players experiencing. Most of the issues I experience are generally user errors or user related problems. Like my earlier one where I almost got ate by a worm because I'd tapped the button mistakenly and it changed the profile. That was definitely not game related. That was definitely me. Still not fun though. Whether it's worth doing this. It's like 61, actually it's not too bad. I guess I'll see. Alright. When you start getting one unit, it's just like, yeah, there's just probably no point doing that. But you can see it's like the sand's getting lighter, and you also get a much lesser concentration. So here, I would imagine it not being very much at all. But it's still 20. It's still like, it's not a huge amount, but it's all right. That's a fast worm. It's moving like a train. I always use this as an opportunity as well of keeping a scout of anything on the horizon, especially now that you've got the current mechanics where you can observe and see things rendered a lot further away than you used to be able to. Previously you could be right on top of people and not see anyone in the render range because the render range was that short, but now the render range is much further away, so as you've seen you could see that other Onocopter. And even while we were flying well away from it, you could see it landing at something that was like a very far distance away from where we were, and you could still see it landing. So the rendered range now is much further than it used to be. And the way it was, you could be like, you know, within almost 100 meters of someone and still not see them. And then they would just suddenly appear straight in front of you, and it's almost a bit of a shock for both people. I think that was probably part of the issues with the end game in this game as well. Like, I still wouldn't say that's resolved it, but
it certainly didn't help with the end game, that with regards to encouraging people with PvP, because it made encounters very shocking in a lot of ways. Like, you couldn't just I don't know, what's my guy freaking out? Just doing that, jumping up and down, just not a thumper. Track the sound around. But yeah, it's like, while I don't think it would have definitely helped stop players going away, because I think the end game is more broken than just that. I think it would have helped because the engagement as it is now, you can see people coming up, so you can know whether you want to engage or how to engage and things like that. And that helps both the attacker and the defender, I think, because it allows for the opportunities to happen more naturally. And if the fights want to happen, they'll happen properly, instead of the way that they were, which were very more disjointed. Like, it always felt that you had to gank for the attacker to be able to get a fight, where I think with the mechanics the way they are now, like, arguably you could turn around and say it's harder for them to get a fight, but I think in the long run it won't be, because people who want to fight will then be able to look for those fights, where before people had to gank because there was no other way of finding people. Like, to find a PvP encounter meant you had to gank. Like, there was no other way of initiating a fight. You just need to go to where the spice fields were to get a fight, where now, because the mechanics are there and you can see people from a long distance away, it means that you can now do hunting and not have to just rely on targeting spice fields. So I think it opens up the opportunity for that PvP a lot better. I've seen it go up and I've seen it go back into the sand very fast. I'm getting a load of the fast ones today. Go up here because there's a little bit up here. I always feel I'm wasting spice sand if I don't mine it, even though I know it's lower. As long as it's worthwhile doing, I'll do it. 42 units. Yeah, trying to get the maximum amount you can out of the sandfield. This will probably be one. Oh no, it's still 22. Still decent numbers. Even that was 40. Well, that could be just adding on, actually. That area is clear now. Let's quickly go over and get that other pile over there before it despawns, because these do despawn quite fast as well. I've noticed. It's I once thought I could get back to one that was literally right on top of where my base was and found it despawned really fast, but then I noticed the other day that there was one where I'd literally stood up for a worm, and I'd done actually quite a lot of all in a row, so I'd kind of done this and did a lot more of a spice field before picking them up, but then I started seeing them despawning and I was like, oh right, I didn't realise they despawn that fast. Okay, showing off. That's right on top of us. literally right on top of us. He literally put his head straight into where the sand or the actual field was. That's I was gonna say that sometimes that can be a bit buggy because like I have just seen it disappear before when it's done that, and then it doesn't go away, and you're like, "Can I go down yet? Is it safe?" But that one did go away, so it's cool. A bit more clearer. Mabweeb. You can actually shoot these, and you can get a mouse corpse. You've only just been. Go away. You can hear the like sandworm. It's moaning, creaking. The sign it's going to come back sooner rather than later. Right when they just like attack, do their one thing, and then they go away for a while. I get more disturbed and more disturbed the longer they stay around, and they start then going circling around you and going underneath you without aggroing it either. Because then you start questioning whether or not you did see the aggro or you missed the aggro. Okay, so we're not far off full now, so I'll try not to build too many mounds. Just like maybe make a mound and then pick it up, so we don't try and over harvest, because like I said, it'll just despawn and then you lose it. So wouldn't mind, but I do want to come back and try and probably get the last bit of this so that we can put our next run on. I wasted some. Hopefully not too much. Okay. Second to last run. Let's see if we can get back. We should get back easy enough. So let's see if we can get back and then come back here again. I need to repair the wings when we do get back to the base though, because these wings have definitely seen better days. What are they on? 16 is the lowest. It should be enough. It should be plenty to get us back to the base, as long as no one sneaks a rocket at us, manages to hit. Like, this ornithopter is faster than most ornithopters are going to be, so as long as we can get up to altitude and then keep speed at maximum speed, we should be safe. I think that should. It's on the side. Yeah, it should be able to hold speed now. And we're pretty much level with the base. There we are. Probably have to do one more height regain, but apart from that, we should go back to the PvE zone without having to do height regain. And there's nothing with rockets that travels this fast, so we're relatively safe. Like, I can't say 100% because there's never 100%, but I'd say we're like 99% safe. Like, there's a group out there, there's a harvester there. Notice you can't see the carrier, so that person might be slowing actually. I wonder if they are. The reason why I say that is because a vehicle will still show, but if you haven't been in it for 2 minutes or a minute, I'm not too sure what the timer is, but there is actually an helicopter. You can see it just there. Couldn't see it at first, but yeah, there is one hovering just above it. I was going to say, if you haven't been in a vehicle for about a minute or so, it no longer shows, so you wouldn't see a vehicle that hasn't been entered for a while. So because I couldn't see one there initially, I thought that person might be soloing. I still haven't seen the Big Daddy yet. So once that actual big spice field gets so far harvest, and depending on aggro levels built up to that sort of end part, depends on when the Big Daddy comes, but at some point the Big Daddy will come and then have the remaining stuff. At that point you just need to get the hell out of there, well above it as well, because that thing will just come right up, and anything within a certain area will be dead. I've obviously seen the Big Daddy on videos and other people's streams and stuff, but never seen one personally in the game. I also haven't seen any medium spice fields today, at least, in the non-PvP areas. To be fair, this is a new thing as well, because even when they changed the mechanics and said that half the desert was going to be heat PvE and half it was going to be PvP, they still said that they would still only have small ones in the PvE area, where previously up to that point you could get larges right up to almost the sort of like wall. But when they changed it, they said, well, a large will only still remain in PvP, and so will medium. It would only be the small ones you'd get in this zone. So I was surprised when I returned about 2 months ago and found, there's medium ones here now. Oh, that's weird. That kind of makes it easier as well. So I wasn't complaining, but as a player who does enjoy PvP, I don't mind. I do think it makes it more exciting, but then I think you also need a player base, and that's the Achilles heel I think with Dune Awakening, is can it hang on to its player base enough to be able to keep this game alive. Judging on today, there's enough activity here that gives me hope that maybe the game's not completely dead. It's certainly not what it was when it first came out, and it's never gonna ever get to that point, I don't think. I think when they brought out the last patch, I did see numbers that kind of give me some sort of hope that maybe they could get, at least a good proportion of the player base to return if they fixed enough of the issues. But I think over time, each major patch they bring out, if it still keeps reaping too much disappointment, which some of I'd say, while they've made like some remarkable improvements in some ways in comparison to where some things were, the end game still hasn't changed. And that was the biggest problem with a lot of the players that have dropped off, is the game gets to a point where it doesn't give you any excitement or anything to log on for. You're not going to log on. And to be fair, it was only last week I was starting to question whether I'd actually got to the point where I could continue playing it, because I was getting bored, like properly bored. And I just couldn't think of I couldn't think of anything to do on a content level for the streams, or I don't know, I just hit a very low point with the game. I wouldn't say that's hugely improved. I'm still struggling past like doing what I'm doing today, which is going out, and I've got an objective. I need to try and get as much spice sands as I can, and make use of putting up the base this week in the deep desert. Other than that, like, I'm struggling to ask what I can do. Go out and do PvP, but what if I can't find players that want to actually engage? It's hard when the game's not set up for that, and there's no player base of which to facilitate that. Like, I think that player that I did see, he did look like he was prone to try and do some PvP until he realised he's in a scout helicopter and he's going far too fast, and I've got no way of catching him up. Just far too fast, and went back to his little hidey hole. He's looking for an assault helicopter because that's easy pickings for an assault helicopter. And if you're a good enough player, you can probably still take out a assault helicopter and a scout helicopter easy enough, even if they've got missiles and stuff. Like, they would just have to be a better player than you, because the scout helicopter, I think, is just so nimble. It's almost like the annoying little gnat that you can't hit. That's what scout helicopters can be like to a good player. Yeah, I just need about, I think it was 1,500. I think I'll just double check that. I think it was 1,500 I need. Yeah, just short of 1,550. Just over. 54. 1,554. I could just say 555 and that's easy to remember. I did say I was going to repair those wings, didn't I? I think I need to go to the ornithopter garage. Because I'm pretty sure I left the solder wire in here, the fuse wire. Yeah, it's there. I've got the right one on me, haven't I? Before I start repairing it. These rings I don't want to be repairing with the Mark 1, that will heavily damage them. Detach, I don't want to detach, I want to repair. I've ever repaired these storage things. I don't think they got damaged. All that. It's been that long since I've repaired this thing. I think the last time I actually repaired this thing was when I used the actual exploit in order to make things brand new. Because this is actually my original ornithopter. The only thing that's not original on this ornithopter is the wings that I upgraded from Mark 4 to Mark 5. But this is an OG ornithopter, the original. I think everything's repaired. Let's just double check. Yeah, it's all nice and healthy. I'm carrying that around. Why do I always seem to end up with like some salvage metal in my fucking pocket somewhere? I might just change the music. This Halo music is like the most depressing music I think I've listened to in ages. I was expecting it to be like bit more lively, that's why I changed it. World of Warcraft, that's like, it's opera music. That's what they consider as World of Warcraft. Is The Last of Us an atmospheric collection of cinematic contemplation and terror. Well, it started different. Alright, so it was cut off on the word I've got, but it says compositions of tear-jerking classical music to soundtrack of emotional journeys and past apocalyptic like landscape. I wouldn't say this was like apocalyptic, but it is a desert, so there isn't anyone here. There was never one here, but it's the same, similar sort of thing. So with this run, we'll have enough to do the final run, and then that's it. I'm not doing any more. I'm spiced out. No more spice for this week. I'll then have 800 units of spice melange. I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. But that is the end game for us, isn't it? Really, like what do I do? Like, well, I could build something with it, but what do I build? I suppose I could build the Dune. I could build some of the weapons in that I've got, or maybe one of the weapons. I'll build the one weapon that I'm going to use. The other, I'm not going to build the other weapons. I just can't see the point in building a weapon I'm not going to use or be able to sell, because there's like no player base to sell to. Like, we've seen players out today, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to suddenly be able to sell on a market that barely exists. I think I'm too low to regain height, but we'll see. Can we do it? Can we recover it enough? Nope. It's going to land now. When you get too low, that's it. You lose it. I lost concentration. Oh, looks like a blowout. New fields up. Like, I wouldn't even get enough from a small one if I'd seen a small one here, so I really do need to go back to that medium one that we were at. Unless we see a medium one on the way that's here. As soon as you go to the PvP, then it's just like, well, it's a no-brainer. I'm just going to go right to where I was. It's out the way, and I'm very unlikely to get ganked there. That must be only a medium. Oh, actually, no, it's still cloud there. But it doesn't look very intense, so I think that is a medium. But I also think we are quite far out now. We should be changing into PvP any second now. Just as I say that, it happens. So it's definitely out in the PvP area. But I reckon that's a medium anyway, not a large. My ping's gone really high all of a sudden. Losing speed, gain speed. Oh, I think I've lost too much height. I do try to get to about 730 meters high, and I need to be doing about. I need to get to about 150. I think if you do below 150, you'll not gain the speed to get up to 172, which is the ideal speed where you need to be. I think I'm just too short again. Great. This time it'll work. Should be on target. Okay, now try and gain it without losing too much altitude. I think we've done it this time. It's a fine line between getting this just right so that then you can just continuously glide at the max glide speed up, starting at a high altitude, which is what you aim to do, and then you're just literally from that point onwards you're like I said before, pretty untouchable. There's no ornithopter that can get that speed and be able to attack you. They can get to that speed, but they won't. But to be able to get to that speed, they can't attack you because they can't have rockets on them to get to that speed. So it's all like a counterintuitive thing, but it's definitely what I would class as there's like a safe zone in this whole flying malarkey and attacking malarkey. If you understand it, it helps you, and it'll aid you in being able to do what you want to be able to do. I always do try to keep an eye out for players though that are opportunistic to try and follow you and stuff. Like, much harder for them to do now, but a while back it was, say, if you didn't stay observant, it was much easier for them to be able to spot you and then follow you, kind of almost not completely out of range, but it would be very hard for you to spot them unless you knew they were there. I think it's just over that ridge there. I think it's just down there. I think that's our spice field just down here. It is. And I see 0 activity following us, so it should be safe. Safe as safe can be in deep desert. Like, you're never 100% safe out here, mate. But you never know. Like, if you had to say in a realms of safety, you're as safe as you're going to be. Unless you had a base. Like, if you had a base out here, you could be safe in that base until a thunderstorm comes. Oh yeah, that's one thing I haven't seen in ages. I haven't seen one storm today. Either I've just been like really lucky and missed it when I went to Hagar Basin. Maybe there was one then, but I've not seen like one storm the whole time we've been out in the deep desert. It's really weird. Okay, so they're not super regular. They're a lot regular in Hagar Basin, but they're still more regular than what we've not seen today. Weird. It's like 1 unit, no 6. Like, you see some of this sometimes and it's like almost like a mirage, because you'll try and zap it and it just, sometimes it won't do anything, or sometimes you might get 1 unit out of it, but other times you can go up to edges and it's just as light as that, and you'll get more than you expect. So I only need 1,500. That's 900 there. And I'm not taking any more than I need because it's just like 0 point. Because there's a high like volume requirement to move this stuff in its raw state like this. So I don't really want any more than I need, because it means I have to try and get it back to Hagar Basin, and it means purpose trips just having to haul the raw stuff, which I'll then have to haul back out here to actually find it anyway, so it's just kind of pointless. I did that last week. That's because I had to, and last week obviously I just had what I call the outpost base up last week, which is what I call really the garage. Because when the base is up, that's really it's just for storing my ornithopters. Mainly for when the large ornithopter, when I bring that one out, and it won't, well, it can fit up above the base, but the one main reason I originally built it was because I couldn't actually construct the large ornithopter above the base, because I tried and it wouldn't place down. It requires a lot more space than what the top area covers, so it forced me to have to build that in order to be able to place it down. Where's that fucking worm gone? It's just this despawned. Oh, is it safety despawned? That looks like his tail is still stuck in that. I hate when worms do that, and it's still aggroed. My aggro thing's still
mentally mental. It bugged. My game's bugged. I can't land. Oh crap, there's someone there. We need to go. Oh, fuel. Oh, I need to now make sure I get back. I need to keep my concentration and make sure that I do everything that I've ever done correctly previously, 100% without losing concentration. Because we're out of fuel. So if I down this, we are downed. downed. Oh, and I haven't got enough spice melange either. Oh, I'm like 200 short. Oh, that's annoying. Oh. Well, actually, it's not so bad. You get about 500 units from a small one, so you could just try and find a small one. Could be worse. It could also be better. As long as I get back to the base without downing this thing. I'm mainly more concerned that if I down it, then a sandworm comes along and eats my ornithopter. Because it'll wipe out all the sand that's in there. Obviously cause some damage to the ornithopter, but I can get the ornithopter back, that's not an issue. I'm more concerned with the sand. Yep, I'm still spice farming, although I've run out of fuel, so I'm currently flying without fuel, which means that if I make any mistake right now, I might be a bit screwed. So I'm concentrating a bit more than I might normally. And welcome back. Did you get some dinner or something? I haven't had dinner, you know, the whole day. I need to do need to go and get some food after this. Just trying to gain some height again because I'm very conscious that I don't have any fuel, so if I make any wrong mistake, this ornithopter and all its contents of my spice is going to be lost to the desert worm. Ah, nice. Yep, it's always good to have a screen break. I like work in front of a computer. I work all day in front of a monitor on this exact computer. Actually, not on this exact computer. So I use my monitors for doing my work on, but I connect my work's laptop to them. However, I work off work laptops. So theoretically, I stare at the same monitors all day and all night. Although when I'm at night, I'm not obviously on my laptop, so I'm on my actual gaming computer. As you can see right in the center of the screen, I keep getting that flashing out of fuel sign, which is
The very first time I've ever been anywhere significant and run out of fuel. But we've got enough height now, so I should be able to just get up to speed and hold it now to back to the base. So we should be home free now. Should be relatively safe. Like, we're not in a PvP area. I'm not concerned with that. I'm more concerned with like whether I can get home. I'm actually glad that I was high enough when I ran out of fuel, because if I wasn't, I would have been really screwed. I'm sure I should make it. If I don't make it from here, I'm a very bad player. Not that that is impossible anyway, but even more so. Locate a control point. I've already located a control point. Why do I got like charted depths? That must be a new mission line. I haven't finished. I've literally, up until they did the patch, I'd pretty much completed all PvP related stuff a long time ago. One thing I will say as well is with the patch that they brought out that contains the chapter 2, that was disappointing from a PvE point of view. The content felt rushed. It wasn't as good as the other content, which they clearly spent a lot more time on. But I found it was actually more like Age of Conan, the original Age of Conan, that reminded me of bugginess, because it was just full of bugs. Or is, because it's still full of bugs. Ah, I forgot. I can't turn the wings on. Oh well. We're landed. I was trying to turn the wings on and then I forgot. Oh yeah, we're out of fuel. You can't turn the wings on. Never mind. Smashed into the side of the cliff. Are you going to move your base? Yeah, it's a good idea. Well, actually, I would only move your base once you've got your... Have you got your bike yet? Because if you've got your bike, you should do the run over to the other side. You have? Okay. So go from where I mentioned... where the outpost is, just below it, where the sand's a lot flatter than the rest of it. Like I said, it's going to be a bit nervy probably, your first run over, and don't be scared if you see a sandworm breaching, as long as you're, significant. Like if you see it breaching before you've even got in between the little flat gap, then I would turn back. But as long as you're in there and you're making a good route, then go for it. You should be good, and if you've got a booster, even better, because the booster will just help get you there faster. But you can quite easily do it as well without a booster. So I wouldn't make your base until you've got, because you don't want to make your base in another base in the starter zone. You want to move that and make your advanced thief base in like somewhere in like the mid area of Hagar Basin. Like a lot of players will tell you different things. You can either do it where the anvil is, which is the one where my base is, and the reason why I do it there is because it's right next to your taxi service. So when you go to the outpost, you'll notice there's a person there who you can go up to, and she'll offer you a taxi service and take you to different places. you can only obviously go to places you've been to before. So if you've been somewhere like, say, Harco Village, or and you won't be able to go to Harco Village until you get your ornithopter. So this is kind of like where they say, like, until you get the ornithopter, the game doesn't really start. So once you get the ornithopter and you get to Harco Village for the first time, then you can effectively use the taxi service or fly out to Harco Village. But up until you've been to Harco Village, you can't get to Harco Village. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it's kind of like you just need the ornithopter for so many reasons. Firstly, faster travel, and especially when you get into the mid area of in Haga Basin. There's like quicksand, so when you see like orange sand in the middle, don't go over it because you'll basically sink into it. There are basically no go zones. They're purposely designed to stop you taking vehicles over them, and there's quite a lot of it all around. Like, it's almost a break between the mid area up until the upper level, high level in the Haku area. So yeah, just be a bit wary of sinking sand, but you're perfectly fine where you are. Like, I can't remember there being any sinking sand south from the starter zone up to the mid area. You find that area, but when you go above that area, do look on the map, because you'll see red marked areas, and those red marked areas are quicksand. Avoid quicksand. Quicksand, not good. I need to get... Do I have batteries here? I'm sure I have batteries somewhere here, don't I? I need to try and see if I can make a large or medium or small, any size refueling battery, which I don't have. What am I missing? Fuel cells. I don't have fuel cells. I'm pretty sure I have fuel cells somewhere. Are they in my buggy? They are in the buggy. Okay. Let's take them out of the buggy. It's very straightforward. Just be a bit, like, check your map is all I would say. Until you get an helicopter, be aware of what's on the ground when you're traveling between certain areas in Haga Basin. Other than that, you're pretty safe ish. Like, you don't have to worry about like PvP in Haga Basin unless you visit a crash site, and even then you're very unlikely to bump into a player. I can't turn it on because I don't, and I can't turn. Yeah, that's not enough energy. You turn something off. Oh, actually, I can turn these off. Don't need these anymore. Using power that I don't need. Well, I do need. I should say, I don't need them to be on because they're not doing their job. Let's go and get that ornithopter that I've ditched.
I should have actually thought. I should have like tried to at least bash it into the village or something. It could have been worse. I could have like, yeah, I could have not even made it this far actually. Like anything worse could have happened. Fully fueled. Fuel this one as well. Might leave because to a small ornithopter, like dumping a large battery in would take up more than you'd really ideally want, but with a assault one, like it's negligible in the sense of like it's not that much really. So I'll keep that in there, and then if I'm flying out in the assault ornithopter, that just gives me a bit of backup. You can fuel in the air as well. Like you can just transport it or transfer it over to yourself when you're flying it, and then just sort of fuel it in the air. Quick drop there then. I don't have any of them. I think I'll be about 200 short. I'll see now. Okay. Almost 300, but it will take. I can still get that from a small one, so I'll just try and find a small one that I can around here. I don't have to go all the way out to that medium. Ideally, I would have not run out of fuel and I could have finished getting the spice and I needed. But if need be, I'll have to go out there, but ideally I don't. Can't see any. God. You know I'm going to have to go out there, don't you? Even because I want a small... Like, if I didn't need a small one, I guarantee I'd see a small one. But as soon as I need a small one, there'll be as scarce as water is in the desert. And water is very scarce in the desert. So these small ones are going to be very scarce. They're just going to not be here. They'll be anywhere but where I am. I hadn't even thought about like storms, but yeah, I'm sure storms used to be way more frequent than what I've not seen today. It's like I haven't seen one storm since I've been out in the deep desert. And I only thought about it before. I was like, yeah, actually, where's all these sandstorms that normally happen? So when you're out in the deep desert, you can build your base out in the deep desert and it's invulnerable, even in the PvP area. However, when a sandstorm comes along, there's a 5-minute window where your base becomes vulnerable and it can be attacked. Now, that means that like you can build a base in the deep desert. Now, if today was by judge of that, and the fact that there hasn't been any
sandstorms out here. Like there could have been a sandstorm and I've just missed it, because the deep desert is that big that a sandstorm could pass by across a different sector and I wouldn't see it. But so far today I've not seen one, and normally I would see one. Oh, there might be some sand over there. Is that sand? What the hell is that? That is the weirdest thing ever. Don't think I've ever seen anything like that. What is it? Is it forming something? It's like, what the hell is going on? There's a sandworm. I have never seen anything like that. That is weird. It's like bubbling. Is that what you get before you get a blowout? I've only ever seen the blowout, and I've never seen anything like that. It's gonna be a sand beam. It is. Alright, nice. So I'm assuming you've seen this before, Shab? Don't be over it. So can it cause damage? Oh wow, yeah, there's rocks that get thrown out. Oh wow, I've never seen one live. Those rocks don't land on anyone, do they? Well, I only need a little bit of spice sand. So I might come down and farm it. Just as I said, I don't think I'll see a small one. And to be fair, this actually looks bigger than a small. Could be just me. Am I safe to actually start farming this straight away or not? Are you going for a carrier and a crawler? I already have a carrier. The reason why I got a carrier was not what you may think. So I didn't get a carrier for the crawler. I got a carrier for when the cargo container comes out. So that when the cargo container comes out, it means I can move my deep desert base out here without having to do 4 or 5 chips that I currently have to do, even in assault ornithopter. Will I get a crawler? With the current mechanics, probably not. And that's purely because I can't, as a solo, see how I can use an ornithopter. I can't see how I can use a crawler. Because the worms are too unpredictable how fast they'll come. Obviously they've made them unpredictable. They randomized them so that, like, sometimes they'll come fast, sometimes they'll come slow, and I don't mind that. But it from a risk perspective for doing the crawler, I think under the old mechanics you could do it relatively safe-ish, but I can't see how you could do that anymore. It can be done. Welcome, Waden. Good to see you. I'm not sure I could do it, if I'm honest. Like, I'm not sure I would trust myself to do it. I might put this further down. This well looks. This is definitely not a. Like, I was only after a small. I only need a small amount of, like, spice sand to finish off what I need. So I was just looking for a small field, and I've stumbled across the one thing that I was looking for ages for, which was a medium one. I end up going out to the deepest part of the deep desert to find one in the PvP area. because I got bored of trying to find one in the non-PvP area, PvE areas. Faith. If you watched earlier in the stream, you'd understand why my faith is low. I almost got eaten by a worm, and I wasn't even in a sandcrawler. And I've got to think about how you get out of a sandcrawler. You need to get back to the carrier, get in the carrier, get the carrier up, then get the carrier to like pick up the crawler. I had a go the other day with my carrier to see how hard it was to actually pick up a vehicle, and it took me a while. I'm not gonna lie, it took me a good like 10 seconds. There's no way I've got 10 seconds once I get in the helicopter to get to my crawler and it not being eaten up. And because I'm then spending that much time that low, I'm probably also going to be eaten. So yeah, that's the reason why I have zero faith in myself on that point. And I've got the sand I need, so I'm actually finishing my sand farming for today. Because I only need a little bit to finish off the last batch of sand that I've got. But yeah, watch back. I think if you watch back at about 2 hours into the stream, you'll see me having issues with my keyboard and effectively just about avoiding getting eaten by a worm. Literally just. So my faith in myself is not the highest when it comes to that. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I can do it like this, and I would be happy doing it with the group, but I'm not going to chance it by myself. The aggro in Haga Basin's worse. It's like practicing Haga Basin, guaranteed eaten in Haga Basin. Out here, it's like, well, because the aggro's like less. It's like, well, yeah, like I said, like if they'd kept the mechanics as they were with the worm, then yeah, I think I could have easily have done it. But when you get one of those fast spawning ones where it literally pops right back down and shoots at you like a bullet, and it does that and it's right on top of you, I don't see how you can do that as a solo. Like, I really don't. Because I've had two today where it's literally come up and it's even come back down into the spice. And if I was in a crawler and I was in a big one or anything like that, there's no chance I'm getting out of the crawler into the carrier and picked up the crawler before that worm's eaten everything, including me. You only use it on small fields. But what's the point in doing it? Like those crawlers are meant for large fields because they eat through it so fast. So, and plus the fact I'm not sure I'd really want to do it on a dune, especially some of the dunes that you see where the medium ones are. The small ones, like they're not even worth putting the fucking crawler down for. As soon as you put it down, it sucks it up because it's even with a decent compactor, you only need to zap it like 3 or 4 times and you've done the whole field. Just need to transfer the stuff. Oh, did I not even... Is it in my backpack? Where is it? I definitely had it. Oh, it's in the small one, isn't it? What? Where's the sound? What? Have I already moved it? That makes no sense. I've not understood what I've done there. I've probably already got it in my backpack and I've hit the quick drop button, haven't I? I'm like, I don't even understand, where is it? I definitely had at least 800 in there. Oh, that's the last run. I'm not doing any more spice harvesting today. I'm harvested out. Although I am tempted actually, because there is that medium one that is literally on top of my doorstep now. In the PvE area. Should I do one more? Been at this all day. So when that finishes, I'll have 800 units. I could go out and do that other medium spice thing that's just dropped. It is in the PvE area. It's like it's almost like I shouldn't turn it down because it's an easy spice run. Do it. You would say do it. Let's go and do it, I guess. I'll take the assault on helicopter for this because obviously can't be attacked or anything, so I don't have to worry about mitigating anything like that. The only thing I do need to check is how much health do I have on that. I might have enough to do the one run before it runs out of health. Not sure how much that gives me enough to do at least one run. Might be able to. We'll see. Let's go out to this. Assuming no players are there, because if any players are there, they'll kick off if I like rock up and start spice mining. Everyone's like so protective in this game, even though they don't own anything. And theoretically, it's a PvE area, so there's nothing they could do. And I was there before, although they don't know that. Let's just see where it is on the map. It should be where that plume is there. Let's just see if I can find it. One thing I've noticed today, my game is being a bit buggy. It's not showing markers properly. Or if it did show a marker, it's buggy. Like I had one before that showed what should be, like it had shown the exact same symbol as this for this medium spice thing, which I used to think that was a large one. But either way, the actual field that was there was a small one. Yeah. On the map, it marked it as a medium one, and I'm like, that makes zero sense. Like why that's done that. And then earlier as well, there was also something else that was dead buggy. Like even before, when my fuel ran out, and I had to do an emergency get back to base type thing with net zero fuel, but luckily I was in a scout helicopter, so it didn't matter too much, other than making sure I concentrated to. Or I hawk all the way home. But yeah, like everything's really weird. The aggro for the worm when I was out there wouldn't de-aggro. So the worm disappeared. It looked like it was still there, and when you went down, the aggro was still aggroed. Yet there was no worm. Other than the fact you could see the kind of weedy mound thing as if the worm was there. So weird. My experience in this game today has been on a different level. I've seen players that I've not seen for ages, tons of them, all around. Oh, I've got my soft step boots, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see you say the soft step boots. And I also have the Mark V sand compactor as well. So obviously low aggro but good yield rates. The one that you get from the testing station 1 or testing station 2. Like, I've got plenty of spares of them as well, but yeah, I've got pretty good stuff. Like, you can get better. You can get the Mark 6 one. The only thing is like my outfit looks a bit funny because I've got like weird boots on, but they're the soft step boots, the like low tier ones that you get from Haggard Basin. This looks a bit odd with what I'm wearing. When this was forming, I did actually think it looked large, but then I was like, well, normally I see it from so high up. It's probably just a small still. It won't be a large or a medium. Like, why would they do that to me? I was just more happy the fact that they were giving sand so close to where my base is that meant I didn't have to go all the way back out to the deep desert to get the remaining part of sand I needed. To get that last, well, what was going to be the last spice refinement of the day. But as it turns out now, I'm going to have about 1,000 spice melange, which I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Like, what do you do in the end game these days? There's not much I can do with it. I can build one of my weapons. I've already got a sand. Well, I don't want a sand core though, because that'd be just a waste of spice melange at this stage. Unless I can get some like guild members, potential guild members, the ones from my coalition in EVE Online, who are the ones that got me to join this particular server. Build a sandcaller, you won't regret it. I will regret it when I get eaten by a worm, mate. It's like there's no regret in not wanting to get eaten by a worm. Yeah, you don't get the sand back though, do you? or if you get eaten as well, or the gear that you had on you. So hopefully you've got shit gear, which, to be fair, right now I do have like crap gear on it. Like my most prized possessions I've got on me right now is the fact that I've got soft step boots, and I'd have to go through the pain of getting them again, which I'm gonna have to do eventually at some point anyway once they get damaged. But I don't really want to be eaten by a worm to lose them, to then have to go to Haggard Basin and try and get another set of them. Oh, I know, it's painful. It's like, if you think you're getting away from some of the stuff that you have to get away from, now that you don't have the infinity repair where you can use the exploit to repair things, you now actually have to be more mindful of your gear and look after it properly. the way the developers originally wanted it to be, obviously. I can't remember which testing station is like super long, but I remember one where you've got a number of like what I call airlocks that you have to complete the boss in order to get through to the next zone. I'm pretty sure it's not that one, but there is one where it feels like you go through about 6 different bosses before you get out of the testing station, and you can't, and it's that long that you can't even go back because if you started to go back it would have all respawned. So you end up being in the middle, and you know they've made those changes so that you can no longer put your what I call the save spikes, like the I don't know what their actual real name's called, but where you can put the little prods in, and if you die you go back, you respawn at that little respawn like pod. Now that they've changed it so you can't put those in the testing stations, I would hate to do that particular testing station now, because that testing station would have been a nightmare. Like I think I only died twice, but it would be annoying that because you can't put a save spike anywhere in the testing stations, you would have to go through the whole lot. So what happens with that super long one that you have to do, and if you were to die, you would have to literally go back through the whole testing station in order to get to the end boss, because the real really good loot is literally in the second to last room. Like the last room's actually pants, but the second to last room has all the real good gear in it. I would hate that, because you'd die and then you'd like have to go through the whole thing again. Uh-oh. Game crash. Oh no, not game crash. That's weird. Almost game crash. It's like, nothing's responding. It does that when and that's what would happen to me as well. If a worm came along and I was in a crawler, you guarantee that would stick. That would happen to me and I'd be like, oh my god! What's going on? Like, calm under pressure. I think today's like worm experience, it's been a while since I've played a game, because EVE Online very rarely gets your blood pumping unless you're a new player to it. Even when you're in a fight, very rarely do you get to a point where you get your heart and your blood pumping that much that your adrenaline just takes over and you're like, you feel like you're on steroids type thing. Where today, when that sandworm came along and I had the keyboard issue and I couldn't get off and the worm was almost eating me, I was like that, my heart was racing, everything, and I was just like that, oh my god. It wasn't great. I managed to survive and get out and didn't get eaten, but I was pretty close. Much closer than I'd like. Oh, so it could be a server thing then. It's not just my game lagging out. Or it could be my game maybe locally. See, if it was the server, normally you get that ping warning, and it'll come up in like sort of middle top of the screen, and it says, oh, it'll go red for a little bit and then go back to green. But I've only seen that a couple of times, but I've not had actually the game freeze from that. But when the game has frozen and it's unfrozen, I've not seen that, so I've just assumed it's local. Rather than the server doing whatever it's doing. Where is it? I can't even see it. I can hear it. I can't see it. Oh, it's there. It must have like breached and gone back under straight away. I already looked in that direction, I'm pretty sure. See, this is why I'm like hesitant of like doing sand calling by myself as a solo. I feel so easy doing it like this, and this is the easy thing. The sand calling would be a nightmare. Well, it would be my nightmare. This is like on one of the steepest dunes I've seen in ages. It's right on the top of it as well. Were you actually harvesting at the time when it happened to you, or were you just doing something else? I wouldn't mind if I was just like doing missioning. Like, it wouldn't bother me whatsoever. I get a bit more freaked out when I'm doing stuff out here. Tell you what, this music's like The Last of Us. It says cinematic and also should be a bit of energy in it. Might change the music. You're fighting. What, PvP or just like NPCs? That's kind of like a medium size speed. That one, like that one would freak me out a little bit, but I reckon I could get away from that one if I was in a crawler. It's kind of like, it'd still be tight, but enough time. No, yeah, I was just mean when you were fighting, were you fighting NPCs? And otherwise, were you fighting like in PvE, or were you actually fighting other players? I'm guessing you were fighting PvE, but I don't want to assume. PvE. Yeah. Are you one of those super rich people then, are you, in the Dune? I was rich up until the point I had to buy my first spice melange, so because I didn't want to like farm it with like crap gear and then have to refine it with a even a medium spice refinery. It's really poor, isn't it, for, like, refinery? So I didn't really want to do that, knowing how bad it, what the refine rates are like, knowing how good the big one is. So what I ended up doing is I did it the opposite way around. I did loads of PvE in order to pay to buy the spice melange in order to put my first large spice refinery up. And I did that just because I hate bad efficiency. And I would benefit more from doing the PvE because I'd be able to also not only get them, like, earn the money for buying the spice melange, but I'd also get like all the like rares and stuff like that I'd also be able to utilize later down the line. You're very broke. You can't be very broke if you're doing PvE, mate. Either that or you've got better things to be doing with your time. Or if you just got tons of spice sand. Actually, if you've got tons of spice sand, then you wouldn't be doing PvE. Well, you might be doing PvE for a bit of fun, but you wouldn't need to do it. You're doing it because you're confused. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is day one. And you're way further than I was in day one, so I wouldn't worry too much. Like, my day one, well, my week one, I was still way further back than where you were. Like, I was just taking my time, to be fair. I wasn't trying to rush. I was doing the streaming at the same time, and this was the first game I actually started properly streaming regularly. Up to that point, my streaming was very irregular. I did EVE Online, which is a completely different type of streaming experience to this type of stuff. Because in EVE Online, I only do kind of big warfare streams. So it means there's no pressure on me to play the game as such. I'm more there as almost like a reporter in some ways, but I'll still be in a ship and sometimes in a super capital or even a Titan, the largest, most powerful ship in the game. However, because there's a massive fleet around me, I don't have the responsibility of everything I need to do. So, very different experience. This game, you have to think what you're doing, and you're always constantly telling people what's going on, and it's the narration of the game is completely different. Why am I scared by? Did you just see that? The worm warner thingy. It's just gone mental. It just did it a minute ago. Like, that worm's just come up now, but it just came up a warning before, and I got back into the warning copter and it went off. And now it's come back. This game's bugged. It's going mental. Everything's going really weird in this game. The longer I stay in this game, it's going more and more crazy. I want to watch the recording of that, because that was weird. Like, I could put the return thing on, but I think I've missed it now. Oh, it's not. And now it's just not working. Maybe it recorded it. Player buff saved. Oh, it's just saved it. Oh, it doesn't replay it. Oh, I've reset it up. I've changed all the things. I would be able to watch a replay and put the replay back on the stream, but I've messed around with it. I need to fix that so that I can put replays on. I'm pretty sure though, when I look back at that later, the recording, you'll see that it aggroed and then it unaggroed and then the worm re-aggroed. That's really weird. Shouldn't do that. But what was weird is it aggroed. That like worm warning was red, but there was no, you couldn't hear any worm or anything. That was the worrying part. I do rely on a bit of audio with it as well. I do try and keep an eye on it just in case, because yeah, just this game is so weird, and I'm aware there are still some quirky bugs in it. Can you guess what game this is music's from? I'll give you a clue. It is a massive multiplayer game. It has lots of dungeons. And I don't want to give any more clues away than that, because if you can't guess that and I give you any more, you'll just instantly get it. Although to be fair, even with the clues I've given you, you're very likely to get it. Diablo. No, it's not Diablo. It's more like Dune, in a sense. It's that you see the character. Yes, you're right. It's me, Steve. Got it. It's WoW. Like, I've never played WoW, so I don't know whether this music's anything like what you get in WoW, but if you'd played WoW, I'd have been shocked, if I'm honest, Squid Day, mainly because if you've played Age of Conan, very few Age of Conan players will play in WoW, because years ago there used to be a big thing around the two communities and they used to not really like each other, and one would always turn around and say about the other that it was just full of kids, and that being Age of Conan would say that players that play WoW are just kids, or its community is just full of kids. And the Age of Conan community back then was very immature, so it was just, there were the odd kid, but it was mainly adults. So for that reason alone, and because I know you played Age of Conan, Conan at least, Conan Exiles, I would have said that probably the community stayed very similar, and I would have been shocked if you had played WoW. I do have a cousin who's a massive WoW player, and is still now tries to get me playing it. Although obviously I don't. I've never played it. My pile's just disappeared. I only did that a minute ago. How can it despawn that fast? He swears down though that the player base isn't full of kids anymore. I say anymore because I think it's because like all the people that were kids still play it and are now adults. Because back when he started playing it, he was a kid. So he wouldn't be far wrong, but I think it's just that the community is matured.
Feels like I've been doing this forever. Sand. I think this is the gold. This is what you're aiming for. Oh, nice. What? So you moved from Sweden to the US for the girl who was playing WoW. Did you play WoW yourself or not? I would imagine you did. Oh, it would be done well faster in a crawler. Or that, well, I say that. Do you reckon a crawler can crawl up that steep? It's like, that's a pretty steep dude. I've only ever seen like the crawlers on a large like spice field. I've never seen anyone actually take a crawler and put it on a medium on a side of a massive dune. So what do you think of WoW then? As a player that's come from WoW, and I imagine you would have played it for quite a considerable amount of time, because most WoW players that I've ever come across are big fanatics. And as you said yourself, you've spent too much time. So would you say that the game continued to keep you... The game itself kept you in it, or was it the community that kept you playing WoW? Where did that come from? That's like the one I dropped earlier and it disappeared. I'm sure this UI's gone crazy. Alright. Yeah, I was aware that you... Well, so you do actually get aggro from the crawler. You never used to get aggro from the crawler because you used to be able to do the crawler and literally do a whole field and not get even disturbed on a large one. So if they introduced aggro now to the crawler, because didn't like the actual guilds and stuff used to chase people away that were even with soft step boots trying to farm on the big like spice fields because they didn't want people to create any aggro. And I always thought that was because when they were doing a crawler, obviously if they get no aggro, then they can do the whole field without having to deal with worms. Probably why I get chased away then. No, to be fair, like I've only ever once tried to go to a field where I actually did. The guy was like, he didn't tell me to go away, but you could tell he wanted me to go away because he kind of like parked his assault ornithopter that had missiles. You could tell it was on, and started like going that. Like as if no, don't come any closer. And I was like, okay, so you don't want me to come up closer to you then? No? But that was on a large one, and the guy that was there, he wasn't even in a compactor, but yeah. Actually, that makes sense. I think he was just trying to protect his buddy. But they were on a large spice field. Might be a bit low.
I hate seeing that. Worms nearby. I'm like he's about to aggro. I swear one day that worm's gonna aggro right on top of me. Like literally come out. You know, like there was an original bug where it would aggro and come out of the ground and kill people apparently. Oh my god, it's right on top of me. Oh my god, like the animation then, I just see it come up and go back down straight away. I was like, what? See, if I was in a crawler, that's dead. That's very dead. It's for that reason, that really fast response one, why I'm like, yeah, I just wouldn't want to chance it. It's like, I don't see how any player could do it that fast. That thing was literally, as soon as you turn around to realise there is actually a worm there, and you're then even caught, like, say you use the, I can't even know what it's called now. Mine's gone blank. So even if you used this, the actual, yeah, the claw, and you clawed your way back to the ornithopter, you get in the ornithopter, by the time you've got up, you've got 0 time to pick up that crawler. Unless you want to get eaten along with the crawler. Oh my spice sand ones, like, died. Oh, I did think I might not have enough. I didn't. How much health are we? Oh, actually, we're actually almost... Actually, no, we're not almost full. Oh, that's disappointing. He's going back in fill. It's a weird time. Literally as I run out of health on my compactor. I keep going to fly this like I've been flying the scout ornithopter for the last 4 hours. Yeah, I can just like eagle home. Make some height. Not. Actually, I might actually already have enough on me to do the... Yeah, I've got way more than what I need to do the next run. And I've not even done half of that spice field. I could technically go off and do even more. I'm not doing more than... I think I only want to do enough to do this last run. Oh, actually, do I have enough? I think I'll actually be a bit short. How much do I have left? I have about 1,000 units. There's a team now? Wow. Have you got your own Discord? the solo crawler Discord. I don't know what I'm doing for my spice of the lunch, if I'm honest. Like, I've got way more than I've got any use for. Any use. Like technically I could build all now the large stuff in Haggard Basin and still have more than I need. And yeah, then I've got like nothing to do. Like literally nothing to do. Like I really don't know what I'm going to do for this. I was thinking the other day what I was going to do with it, and I was thinking, well, I could, I don't know, sell it because I could get like 10 million easily for it in the player market, assuming the player market's alive enough to buy it. But even undercutting people, if I sold it for 20,000 a unit, yeah, that's what I think I might be landing on. The small one. Where's the small one? I can't even see it. It's too dark. Yeah, if I sell it, I could get about 10 million Solari, and I've got like enough to sell 2 lots of 500 stacked units. So I could technically get 20 million Solari, and then I'd be like well off. I wouldn't be super rich, but I'd be well off. I wouldn't ever have to like worry about taxes anymore. Not that I ever have to worry about taxes anyway, because I have plenty of money stored away in that, but oh, I have way more money than to make a crawler. I could make like 2 crawlers. I could make the crawler and another carrier. Yeah, because the carrier is only about 500 spice melange to make, and the crawler's about the same. So I've got enough to make both those. But I don't need to make the carrier because I already have a carrier. I'd have enough to like to build 2 crawlers, one to probably lose within the first fucking attempt of doing it, because I just don't have zero faith in being able to get that thing off the ground before sandworm comes and eats it. And then there's backup when it does get eaten. Although I'm assuming the actual spice crawler, like the ornithopter, I'm assuming you can like get that recovered through the recovery tool, can you? Or not? You're winning that argument. I don't, maybe I doctor a video to make you think I've done it when I've not. You've lost yours twice. Wow. What, by the worm? Is this why you do it? Because you know you can recover it, unlike before they changed it. The crawler didn't make it back to the carrier. Do you record any of this? To be fair, like I do keep like overlooking the fact you can recover it through the actual my mind's gone blank again, through the vehicle backup tool. However, even with that, you're still losing health on it. So I'm assuming you lose, is it 20%? You lose of the maximum health durability. Super close. Yeah. See, that's my biggest fear. I don't mind if it spawns further away. At least you got some chance to get to it. It's like when it spawns right on top of you and you've got 0 chance. It's like, yeah. Oh, and I haven't got enough spice either. I think, like, I'm way short. I thought I had 1,000. I'm 1,000 short. That's what I am. And that run's just finished. I don't think I'd have enough to carry that, do I? I do. What? 15 seconds to get in there? Is that how long it takes you to get out this sandcrawler, get in it, get it up? No worries, Squid Day. Thanks for joining us. Do you come back again? Like I said, if you ever need any advice, reach out to plenty of the player base, including obviously coming back here. 15% durability. Ah, okay. When you recover the vehicle, you get 15% less durability back. So that means you've lost 30% of your durability of your sandcrawler already, without even using it. Or on top of using it, because you would have obviously used it a little bit. So you've got like durability less on it. Does that work? I thought they fixed it all. So the one that you're on about, that's not the one where you put items in the container, you delete the container and then log off, log back on, and you get it back. That was the original Infinity fix to brand new. And that they did patch. But is there another way of doing that fixes just vehicle parts? It teaches you bad habits. So they have fixed the duplication thing though, haven't they? Isn't what you've described there the same thing that was how people were using, they were duplicating stuff? Because I've heard Funcom came out and said that they thought they'd fixed it. However, I've heard mixed reports online about it. When you look at some of the YouTube channels, they'll say it's reportedly fixed, but they'll also turn around and say, if you check out Reddit, that there's players claiming to say that you can still actually duplicate. Yeah, so the old way that I did it was with the container. And the container was a really easy way of doing it. So the way you did it to container was you'd place all the items in the container, you delete the container, you then pick up all the items, log off, log back on, and when you logged back on, all the items that you picked up in the inventory would be repaired. And that was the Infinity fix that would make everything brand new again. But I've never known there was another way of doing it. So do you have to you don't log back on and log back off, or log off and log back on with the backpack way of doing it? Oh, you do. Oh, okay. Like you wait 30 seconds or so and then log back on. Is that still the same? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So they haven't fixed it all then. And is that just the vehicle parts it works with, or with any item? Just vehicle parts. That's still fair enough though. Like, to be fair, I always didn't even know what I just, from everything I'd heard, and some players had even confirmed it as well, that the actual repair fix had been repaired. And from what I'd seen, yeah, I had. But yeah, it's nice to know that you can still do vehicle parts. So that's why that now makes more sense as to why you're pushing me to do this. You're telling me I can get my vehicle back and I can also get it back and repair it, is what you're saying. So what have I got to lose apart from the skin on my back? I just need to go out naked, don't I, really? If I go out naked, don't wear anything, then I'm alright. Because I won't lose anything at all, other than time. Oh, I need to go repair this. I know there's something I needed to do before I went. Yeah, get eaten by the worm. I can't wait to get eaten by a worm. Do you know what? I was probably one of the few players, and I can't imagine none of the many players as mad as I was, but I got the Bazadederate skills, and I was like, well, I've got this speed run, and I reckon I can use this speed run to get across the gap. And I tried it twice. This is before I got a vehicle or anything. And I like twice tried to run across, and the first time I thought I almost did it. So that because I thought I always did it the first time, I was like, well, maybe I could do it the second time. Maybe I just didn't quite get it right the first time. So I did it a second time, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's not possible. But yeah, that was quite funny. I think I've still got the recording of that somewhere. Actually, it will be on the. It'll still be on YouTube because I haven't. I think I might have deleted the HD copy that I've got on my hard drive, but because I only keep those for a shorter period of time until I don't use them or discard them because I just need the space. Yeah. It's that time. Repair, that's what I need to do. Easily sidetracked, I am. Silicon. Delirium. Oh. Don't I have delirium from last time? Where did I use that? I swear I made more than I needed. Do you build out in the deep desert, Steve, each week, or do you just build out there now and again? I didn't think you could carry the crawler out to the deep desert anymore. Oh, at all. In this coming patch. So in this coming patch, yeah, but you can't do it right now though, can you? You still can't take any vehicle or carry any vehicle through the world map at the moment, can you? Because that's always been a thing, unless they've changed that. No. Didn't think so. I was like, have I missed a trick here? Because the whole reason why I got a carrier to start with was for that only reason, so that I could bring all my materials in one go out here when they bring the container. Which, so in that patch, are we going to have the container or not? In December. Well, that's not too far away. It would have been nice though that if they brought out the next patch. But December's like okay, I guess. Like, it's the one thing I've rarely wanted to bring all this long. And you know, when I rarely wanted a carrier, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, I wanted a carrier when I realised how awkward it is trying to get stuff out to the deep desert. Only to find that the carrier doesn't have any capacity to carry anything itself. It can only carry other things. I was like, well, what's the point of that? When it can't even carry anything through the world map. I was like, this is the most useless vehicle thing ever. Other than the crawler for when you use the crawler, but yeah. So now you've told me a reason why I might get a crawler. Do I want to wait a month for the container, or should I build a crawler? Like, is it not natural to think a carrier would be able to carry things as a cargo itself? Like, it would have a big... It's like the size of the damn thing. How the hell that thing doesn't carry anything when you're telling me some ornithopter, not even a quarter of its size, can carry stuff? Like, surely there's some space or something there to put some space into. It's like, you don't even need... It doesn't even need anything to attach to it to have a carrier. It literally... I'm sure it's got spare things somewhere that you can chuck shit in. I also got stumbled by the ornithopter as well, and the bike. I was like, so why does the bike have 2 slots yet I can only seem to find one object that can fit in it? And then I realised, oh, that's because you can put a scanner on it, and that's what it classes as a second object. I was like, why have 2 slots? Like, 2 slots. You should have 2 slots you can put anything into, not just like one that you can put anything into, and the other ones, well, it's only for a scanner. So why didn't you just have a fucking scanner slot instead of an open slot that seems like an open slot, but it's not open? Oh, there's so many little gripes in this game. I actually built, so when I got my scout ornithopter to start with, I actually built, and this is before I even put it together, because I just planned how I wanted it, and I had done loads of research into like how it all worked and stuff like that. But obviously, the game was still brand new by that point, so there wasn't that many people that knew everything. So what I was doing is I built all the components I thought I was going to have for my scout ornithopter. So I got the container, I got some rockets, I got the booster, everything, and then I was like that, pieced it all together, and then I was like, okay, I'll put the rocket launcher on. Yeah, it looks great. Then I was trying to fit the container on. I was like, why won't the container go on? It says it's got another slot. This doesn't make sense. I was there for ages trying to work it out. I ended up having to like dig deep into like trying to find some Reddit posts that someone mentioned. Oh yeah, the scout ornithopter, even if you've got 2 slots, the second slot will only let you put a scanner on it. I'm like, what's the point? It's like the most frustrating thing ever. So you got like pick one thing that you were going to put on. You can either have a booster, you can have you can either have storage, or like the missiles. Now it would make sense if even if you could only have, say, like, you could put the storage on and then you could put one of the other two things on. But the fact that you can only choose one of the 3 things that you have available, it's like, okay, so everyone's going to give you storage generally, unless you're going to do some PvP ganking, then you put rockets on. No one's going to put a boost on a scout ornithopter, because what's the point? It moves fast enough anyway, and unless you're trying to get away from anything, it's a completely wasted slot. You disagree on the booster? Have you put a booster on a scout ornithopter? Like, I'm not saying it's not useful. It's useful on an assault ornithopter, not a scout ornithopter. On your scout? Oh wow. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I do the stations. But I still wouldn't, like, I still wouldn't put a booster on. It's like, I see the boosters as being useful for a slow vehicle, so it's useful for the carrier, because obviously the carrier definitely needs it as a, you know, get out of jail kind of move. And it's the same happens with like the assault ornithopter. It's just too slow, and generally most people are attacking scout ornithopters. So if you've got a gang of scout ornithopters, your assault ornithopter's dead unless you have a boost. And even if you have a boost, you're probably dead anyway. But at least you have a bit of a chance. So yeah, I'm a peasant, mate. Tier 6. That's one thing I could waste spice on if I wanted to do, and that's like upgrade all my ornithopters to Mark 6. But do I? Nah. What's the point? It's like I could get blown out of the sky and they get damaged, and then I'll be disappointed that I've like lost like a good Mark 6 ornithopter. That would be like being worse than being eaten by a worm. If my ornithopter got blown up because like some guy came along and destroyed it, I'd be like mortified. That's why I fly around in like low mark tier ornithopters, because then I'm less bothered whether I get attacked or not. Yeah, I did upgrade the wings, so I've got Mark 5 wings, but then, and I did think about getting Mark 6 wings. Like, I think I already got Mark 6 wings if I had realised that they still had the vehicle exploit available. But as soon as like they took away the fix, I was like, well, I can't see the point now, because it'll just be expensive to try and operate with Mark 6 wings, because the wings are the things that take most damage, and then you're replacing them quite often. Yeah, I got you mean. Yeah, I generally like the PvP side of things. I very rarely play like Dune, and I don't know why I've gotten this vehicle, but I very rarely play Dune during the weekends. Like, I normally only do it for the streams now, because I've found what most of the other players found, but I just managed to get a bit more content out than them. And I've now found that I find this game quite boring to play, and I'm struggling to find the enjoyment in it a lot of the time. And last week I did consider whether I wanted to continue streaming it, just purely because I've run out of things to do in it. And how am I supposed to make other people be excited about a game that I've lost excitement in? It's a hard game to play, where the end game is so draining. It's like there's nothing to it. There's no sandbox to it. It's like you get to the end game. The end game's based on PvP, but you've played a game that is generally PvE orientated with next to no PvP, and they expect you to switch from one to the other and find something to do and fun. And I've got to say, it makes you feel a bit like, or at least it makes me feel a bit lost in like what they were trying to achieve with that. Where's the spice field? Can't remember where the spice field is. Oh, there it is. I did put the right marker on it. I wasn't sure if the marker was in the right place. Like, I think if they'd thought about it better, I think the biggest problem for me is the fact that they didn't. Well, it's the way that they laid everything out and the mechanics of things. I think what they needed to do is if you look at like games like Rust, where if the main end game or the main part, because the end game is the main part of the game, if the main part of the game was supposed to be PvP, and that's what they wanted to orientate around, they needed to orientate the game far into PvP way faster. Like I'd go as far as saying that pretty much as soon as you left the starter zone, you should have been in PvP. There should have been PvE content, and like I don't understand the guilds. Like why do you have guild zones that make you draw your weapon in your pocket? Yet it doesn't matter if you have them out your pocket anyway, because all the guild like PvE areas, it's all in PvE anyway, so it doesn't matter. You can't shoot another player. So what's that actual mechanic doing other than making you put your weapon away because you're in a guild zone? It's just like there is certain things in this game that just don't actually make common sense, that are game sense. But in this game, I just think that they've lost. Like, to be fair, I don't like. I've played like FunCon games for years, and the one thing I've always noticed with FunCon games is they are absolutely awful at making PvP games. They've tried a number of occasions to make these types of games and for them to include PvP, but within the first month or two, the whole PvP base disappears and you're left with a PvE player base. And it's all because they get the game design completely wrong. They haven't thought through how a PvP player works, and even if you didn't have a PvP player and you had a PvE player, how you convert that PvE player into being a PvP player. Because you have to get them engaged in PvP from near the start, because how do you expect a player to switch mentality from one to the other and not just instantly think, well, okay, we've got to PvP and what now, I'm just make my own content, or spice wars are going to happen and things like that, which is what I think they wanted with this, by making spice obviously the main thing that people fight over. Like that would kind of work maybe if the rest of the game also encouraged the PvP from it. So in Haga Basin, you would have PvP in most areas all the time, and you would engage the gameplay so that players could lose things, but in different ways. Like it's really hard how you engage it, because obviously they want the story narrative there, and you still want to encourage players and things like that. So you probably don't want completely Rust, in the sense that if you're attacked and you drop everything, then they can completely steal all your mats and things like that. You'd want a certain amount of protection in a game like this, I think, from the type of player base that this type of game attracts. However, you would also want to have something, I think, a bit maybe more like, I don't know, I don't want to mix COD in with this, but the thing is with like games like COD is there is nothing to lose when you die, like once you die, you respawn and you've got everything back. You've got all your weapons and all your ammo and stuff. And if anything, you end up with more than what you started with, because obviously you die with less ammo than when you respawn and stuff like that. So it's not like Takan or something like that, where you come back and you're missing a leg and you're half injured still. You're fully fit. So they could mess around with the mechanics in that way, but they could have done anything that starts to engage people in the PvP side of it and got people really warmed up to the whole game mechanics. But the thing is they put people cold into the end game and then expect everyone to go, yeah, it's amazing. No, everyone gets to the end and goes, what can we do? Because it's just like, oh, well, what, we're supposed to fight over sand? It's like, there's just like nothing that leads up to it that kind of, that's what, if anything, I think that's the part that's the most broken part of it. There obviously are some of the mechanics are a bit broken, but you have shipwrecks. Have you ever met anyone in a shipwreck? They normally fucking run the opposite way as soon as they see someone. There's no chance that causes PvP. They made PvP little PvP pockets that again didn't encourage PvP. Yeah, and yeah, like you said, like people also avoid them because it is PvP. Because again, they've not thought of a way that gets people to engage in the PvP. It's almost like they make things and just expect it just to work. Because it should. Not because like they thought of how it should work or anything like that. It's just like, well, we make these little pockets and that'll get people PvP in. It's like it probably did the opposite. It got people even more scared of PvP because you've got these little pockets, and then you get two players together and they literally see each other and start running the opposite ways of each other. To be fair, I'm a PvP player and I find those shipwrecks are like nervous sometimes. I've gone in there before expecting to be ganked and all sorts, and I've not been ganked. And then I see a player and think, oh, is that a ganker? And then I'm like, you're not sure. And then it's just like, I will start attacking just because I always see the best form of defense is attack. But at the same time, I also think in the back of my mind, like, is this a ganker or, I'd rather try and avoid it, because I just think probably the only people who are doing the actual PvP in those areas are gankers, because everyone else literally just is too petrified to do PvP. Just like all the PvP player base has probably disappeared from this game. Actually, I'd be shocked anymore now whether there are actually any gankers left in this game, because I think they've moved on a long time ago. So I think with what we're left now with is the PvE players, main player base, and the odd PvP player still holding on to the dream that the FunCon might turn it round somehow. I'm just one of those people who have played the game from the start. I really want the game to work out, if I'm honest. Like, I really do want them to hopefully improve it, because I think from a streamer's point of view, it's a really good game and it's got loads of things that, it could still get it another player base, or I don't think it'll ever get to original player base back, but I think it could encourage new players to it and continue to do that, because it's such a good, well thought out game from a PvE point of view. Oh yeah, I think my first 200 hours I absolutely adored, and that was mainly in Hager Basin. Like I played this game constant for the first month, and I was only streaming this, and I was literally playing this 24/7. Every second I could, I was literally playing this game, and I thought it was absolutely amazing. I heard loads of people talking about the end game being crap, and I was just like, okay, well, we'll explore that when we get to it. But, you know, I'll enjoy the PV side of it, go down all the mission lines and get everything done. And then I got to Deep Desert. And to be fair, I got to Deep Desert and thought, yeah, I still think this is great. I think this game's, you know, it's got something. I'd heard the PvP wasn't amazing, but I kind of guessed it wouldn't be, because it's a Funcom game, so I was under no illusion that any expectations that Funcom would finally made a game that they could, put them in the realms of being a good publisher for PvP, when they've never been able to do it before, and they've tried so many times, like countless times. So I was kind of like, well, we'll see how bad it is, and I'm sure we can find something from the PvP side that we can get to work. But the one thing I totally forgot about, I think, was the fact that for PvP you need a player base and a willing player base to do the PvP, and didn't realise just how bad by the time I got to it would be. That most of the player base, when I got to the Deep Desert, half the player base had already left by that point. I think the peak for Dune Awakening was 85,000 players on at any one time, and by the time I got to the Deep Desert, it was about 40,000. So half the player base had already literally gone. The free weekend helped. It actually, I knew a couple of people in in Eve online, and what's funny about that weekend, where it was the free weekend, that was during I had about a month period where I stopped playing Dune, and that was not because of the game being so bad. It wasn't the game exactly, it was the game's anti-cheat software that I had issues with, and it was basically causing BattleEye to constantly kick me out, and well, because I'd got to the end game, and at that point as well, you didn't have like recovery tool that you could just get your ornithopter back or anything like that. So I was like, well, what if I get eaten? And then I get kicked by BattleEye, Sandworm comes along, eats me, eats my ornithopter, eats everything I've got, and and it's no fault of my own. And this can happen at any point, because it was literally happening so randomly, and it would constantly keep happening. So in the end, I just had to kind of like bite a bullet and say, well, I'm gonna have to take a rest until I can sort the issue out, which I did eventually do, but. We haven't played the game too fast. Wait, you played the game too slow. Well, I wouldn't say I played the game too fast or you've played the game too slow. What I would say is that some people have more time to burn than others playing games. And it was one of the reasons why I started streaming, is because, well, I do entrepreneurship and stuff like that. And I just thought this might be a good way to combine two things into one, where I can do what I do all in my spare time and not have to spend tons of hours extra doing video editing, because up to that point I was doing a lot of YouTube stuff. So I thought, well, what about if I do streaming, because then I don't have to do video editing, because I don't know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I didn't realize just how hard actually streaming actually is. It's not actually the streaming part of it that's the hard part. It's actually the streaming software, then all the things that you have to do, and getting the streams to stay up and be stable. There's a lot more to it. And even though I'd done streaming before, I'd only ever done it in small patches, so I'd never experienced a lot of the issues that I've had trying to get these streams off the ground. And then everyone's going on about, oh, but if you're doing streaming, you need to do multi-streaming. Like, you can't just do it on one platform. You've got to do it to all these platforms. So it's just like, so you're doing all these things. You're trying to stream to like tons of platforms, and then when you're it's bad enough streaming to one platform, but when you're streaming to like 5 platforms, like during the week I do, everyone has its own little nick that has a load of issues with it. So it's just like you solve one issue, and then that causes one of the other streamers to have an issue. So you fix another thing, and that causes another issue. It's just like a domino effect. You're constantly fixing things just to keep a stream up. And then you're trying to improve the quality so that the quality's better, so that everyone gets a better experience. Then bringing in like chat bots, and then on top of that, you're like changing the broadcast software. Like I've changed my main broadcast software from when I first started. So I started off in Streamlabs OBS. Found that I had problems with the multi-streaming from that, because basically you can't like refine the quality of the stream that you send to each different type of platform. And unfortunately, Twitch is one of the most finicky ones of the lot when it comes to what you can send to them. Their bandwidth is really low. It's like 6,000 per second that you can send to the stream. And if you compare that to like YouTube, which is 50,000, like the stream quality is a lot different, which I wouldn't mind. But when I tried to lower the bandwidth on it all so that Twitch would work better, it would lower the quality that bad on YouTube that it was almost like watching the old non-digital TV where you could see the speckles on the TV. The quality was awful, and I was like, I can't live with that. That's absolutely so annoying. So when I tried to see whether I could get Streamlabs to throttle and pick up the right stream information, it wouldn't do it. What would happen is Twitch would freak out and either stream, but stream in really bad quality, or it would just not stream at all properly. It would just like jump in and out every 2 seconds. Like I tried it once and it kept restarting the stream for some reason, as if it was like every time it's connected it would start off another stream. So when I looked back, I had loads of videos that were like 2 minutes long, or not 2 minutes long, so it's like about 2 seconds long, as if it's connected, realized what the stream bandwidth was and then dropped it. But kept doing that repeatedly. So I had tons of issues with that. So then I switched. So then I was like, okay, so I'm going to need to find another solution, because obviously Streamlabs clearly isn't going to cut it. And I wouldn't mind, but that was a paid solution as well. So you'd think a paid solution would give you a better solution than a free solution. But yes, appeared not. So I got rid of that, and I went to what I was originally going to have years ago, OBS Studio. Now, the reason why I even went to Streamlabs to start with was way back when I was starting streaming, which was back in 2015. OBS Studio was actually it was a proprietary solution, and it was paid. So now it's open source and it's free, but it never used to be. It used to be the other way around. So Streamlabs was the free one and OBS was the paid one. However, obviously Streamlabs at some point started to put some of their stuff behind paywalls, and one of the main things they put behind paywalls straight away was their multi-streaming. Now, up to that point, it didn't bother me, up until the point where everyone's like, well, you need to multi-stream. So that kind of put me in a fork in the road where I had to make a decision about what I was going to do, because I had this problem with Streamlabs where I just couldn't use Streamlabs and put up a reliable stream and not run into issues with quality. You something? Oh wow. Have you got one of those little chihuahuas, like one of those handbag dogs? Why would you get a small dog anyway that's so needy? All I'm looking at there is a bag full of excuses though, Waylon. If you want to make time, you can make time. That's the way I look at it. That's what we're like. I do the gym as well. A big part of my lifestyle is gym and stuff like that. And I've got a lot of mates that I'm quite athletic and stuff like that. So I've got a lot of mates that aren't very athletic, and they go like, "How do you have the time to do that?" I was like, well, you make time. You know, when you watch your, you know, I don't know, soaps, or you find time to do whatever it is that you find fun. You know, I find time to go to the gym, or I find time to game, or things like that. Like, at the end of the day, we can make excuses about not having the time, but if we really wanted to do something, we would find the time. She's a chihuahua. Oh, I can't even pronounce it. I know what you mean though. Those little, really small little dogs. They're the true ankle biters that have more bark than bite. I'm trying to think. There's a film with one of those in. What is it? It's not Hutchinson, is it? Oh, there is one with there's the small little dog like that, and then there's a bigger dog. I can't believe you're still in like Haggard Basin and you haven't got to Deep Desert, if I'm honest, Waylon. It's like you could tell me that we're playing fast, but I think even the slowest player by now should be in the Deep Desert. Unless you're literally milking it. Playing like, I don't know, half an hour every day. Even if you're playing half an hour every day, come on. You can easily be in the desert by now. I've hardly played on the test server, and I'm not far off the Deep Desert. I only spent like about a weekend on there, and I was close to getting into the Deep Desert. You're seriously milking it. You're probably better actually, to be fair. Like me and Steve were just talking about like how dead the end game is. So like if you're milking it, the PvE, then you're probably best doing that anyway, because the end game is nothing to write home about. Like by the time you get to the end game, you probably want to quit anyway, because you do literally run out of stuff to do. I swear that was a worm just gone past. I reckon that's why Steve wants to get eaten by worms so much. He's trying to encourage me to get in a crawler. The excitement of being eaten by a worm is as much as the end game offers. Where is that worm? Okay. Oh, there's another medium one over there. Wow, I spent all afternoon looking for like medium spice fields, and there's another one in this distance there. I'm definitely not doing any more spice farming after this though. This field is definitely the last field I'm doing today. I'm not doing any more. It's like past midnight as well. There's definitely no chance I'm doing any more after this. doesn't matter. Like, I'm not actually going to do anything though, am I? Did it? That spice, that worm just ate my fucking... And it's moved my thing. Oh my god, what's it doing? God, the worm. Like, moved my ornithopter. And that pile's just reappeared. Oh, it's just... I just hear it now. Even though I can't see the aggro, I've just heard it breach. Where's it breached? Do you think that worm might be bugged? Go away. Like, there's nothing to see. Oh, while that's doing that, I'll change the music. Thanks for the solo, Steve. You're going to come back then? I've never listened to this music, so I've got no idea what it's going to be like. It says dramatic collection of rock and pop music. Your friends are definitely right. And now I understand why you're milking it. If you're milking it because you don't want to get to the end game, I totally understand. If I actually knew just how bad the end game was, even though I heard how bad the end game was, I think I probably would have milked it even longer myself. Although I don't know how hard it... Yeah, I would have probably just had to keep running like testing stations or something in the Hager Basin, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I think you can keep repeating things in Hager Basin, and it's like, I think eventually you'd get bored. I don't know. Like, I think you'd get bored a little bit, even rerunning like the Hager Basin stuff. But the Hager Basin could keep you occupied. I agree with that. Better than the Deep Desert. Like, what is there to do in the Deep Desert other than sand, like, harvesting? Yes, you can do the testing stations. The only thing is I killed the testing stations to death in order to get my first big spice refinery, because that's how I effectively got all the money together. I kept running all the testing stations and kept doing it over and over again, because you can get the thematic coolers, and I used to sell the thematic coolers on the market, and it was that funded my money to get my first 500 spice melange that allowed me then to get the spice refinery. And then once I got that, it's only at that point that I started doing all this, the real spice farming. I did a little bit here and there, but I never actually refined it. So you followed, so I get the spice caller. I'll tell you what, I'll build one, and I'll sleep on the fact of maybe ever using it by myself. Because I know I will die the first time I try to use it. It's like, I couldn't ever be more confident than that, if I'm honest. It's almost like wanting to commit suicide. But I do appreciate the follow. Yeah, so the reason why I didn't want to farm spice sand is because I knew I'd need twice as much in order to be able to get it. And this was way back when it was much harder to farm the spice sand because there was obviously a hell of a lot more players around and everyone was fighting over it, and obviously you could only get spice sand or a decent amount of it in the PvP zone. Since then, they changed all the mechanics. Now you can get mediums in the PvE area. You can get, like, the player base is dead, pretty much. Okay, today I've seen the most people I've seen in forever, if I'm honest. Like, I have not seen that many people as I've seen today in Deep Desert for, like, way back when. Maybe when I first got out here, there was that many people out here, but today I've seemed to bump into, like, tons of people out in sandcrawlers, probably like you, Steve, by themselves, but they're out there in a sandcrawler. And to be fair, they're not by themselves because they do actually have a sandcrawler with them and, well, a carrier with them, as well as support crew as well. So these guys, on my server at least, are armed up. So while you've done this as well, have you been attacked by anyone? The server I'm on, I always forget what server I'm on. I'm on the server, let me show you. I could turn it off. Probably shouldn't be doing this on the ground. If the sun runs around. Oh wow. What happened? What on earth? That is the weirdest thing ever. This is why you should never just stay on the sand and exit out of the game. Did you see that sandworm? It literally came along and literally sank the whole of my vehicle. Let me go into my settings. Just change something. I'll take streamer mode off, then you'll be able to see where I am. Go to map. This short shows you. So much show you a map. I'll show you on this. Or not. You know what? I forget where you can see where the server is. Unless I exit the game, but if I exit, I can't obviously exit the game while I'm in the middle of the desert. There is another place I can check, but I have to go onto some forums because it's actually because of some other player why I'm on the server I'm on, because effectively I'm part of a big player base in another game called EVE Online. And it's members from that player base that were playing on this server that encouraged me to join this server. And from that point onwards is why I'm on the server. Maybe they've got some pretty good capabilities. The server that I'm on is called Worms Night Nadir. It's the server I'm on. How about that's the server I'm on. The ticker's covering it. Nah, it's not. It didn't show on the screen anyway. I'm pretty sure that there is a place that when you're in the game that I thought you could see it on the map. I thought you used to be able to see it up there, but I don't know where they put it. Like, it's nowhere on there. I'd thought it'd been on the event log. Or that. Not on that. Or even that. Why did it not say on that? There's like 0 places where it shows the server name. It's an American server. That's because most of my mates are American. I'm not sure I actually want to put my monocopter up here anymore. After the last encounter with a worm trying to eat it. What the hell is that? Is that a storm? I've not seen any storm warnings. That must just be passing by me. That is rather close though. I have said today, I was like, I've not seen one storm all day. I've finally seen a storm. How close is that? It's like literally right on top of me. I must have just been outside the storm warning zone area. Because that was partially over this field. Oh yeah, it does. You're right. It does show it in the bottom right corner. Ah, that's where. Oh well. Thanks, Steve. I was like, I'm sure it shows you somewhere where the server is. I was like, oh, whatever. What's the whole point in the streamer thing anyway? Like, I know it's there to the reason why I turned it on mainly for this game is because I thought, well, if it is heavy PvP, then probably it is best to hide my name, so if people do come across me and I have PvP encounters and they know me as a streamer, they don't then start trying to purposely gank me or, you know, trying to get involved in the content or something like that. Because I have heard some horror stories of that, but there's nothing in the game that, like, if you can't even see where the server name is that easy anyway, and it's hidden away, it's like, it's not exactly doing that much. There is the other thing that it's supposed to do as well. Is it's supposed to stop the game from playing any copyrighted music. That's fine anyway, because I've turned the music off and I've got my own copyright-free music that gets played. So, so I avoid that anyway. So, really, there is really no need for me having it turned on. Must be nearly full now. How much have we got in here? They got well less than I thought. How much did I have back at the days? I didn't have that much, did I? I think I had just about enough to put the other run on, didn't I? So I need to literally fill up on this, don't I? Well, we're halfway. What's more annoying is we've only got the edges left, and I don't think there's enough left in the edges to get as much as I need to put another run on. Let's go down here and do this stuff. What on earth? Why is the worm being so annoying today? Like, it's literally hiding my spice melange from me, or my spice sand, and it keeps annoying me and moving my onocopter. Clearly very bored. Yeah, there is another field close. Well, I could see it in distance, but I don't know if anyone else is going to be on it though. By the time I like do this, then you're determined for me to get another round going, aren't you? So that I get the 10,000, so I make the caller. It's literally about 3 dunes away over that way. Oh, where is it? You can see it when we go up now. It's just... I can't see it now, it's in the light, but it's just over there. Oh, actually no, it's there. There it is. See there, where the little dot is? It's literally there. It's not even a dune away. It's like you used to go down that dune and it's literally there. I don't think I've ever seen 2 medium ones so close to each other. I think I've probably got enough though to do like here, hopefully. Like, I don't really want to have to move to another one. I don't really want to start another one, because it puts other people off if they see one that's been half touched, and I'm definitely not spending the whole night doing another one. I just want to literally get enough to like put this one more run on, and that is it. There's a little patch there. Is it really worth going over that? There'll probably be like 1 unit in it. I really can't be bothered. Probably more in this one, even though it looks like there's nothing there. There's 3 units in that. We'll leave it. We'll go to the other side of the dune. There's still some left over there. Less steep on this side as well. The other side's like super steep. There's one thing with a spice crawler, I suppose at least it'd be more fun just driving around a vehicle instead of like having to slowly go around with a stick is the way I refer to it as. Hitting the spice to form a pile, to pick it up. At first it feels fun. After how many hours I've been doing this for now, it feels like a headache. You played it with a lawnmower. Yeah, I suppose. Do you play lawnmower sims? I did have a go at one actually. There was a free one. I don't think it's called lawnmower sim, but it was something like that. I did have I think it was a demo that you could get off Steam. I tried it and I was like, and people think this is fun. And they had different models and all sorts, like more sporty ones that are faster, and there's like super ones. Like, wow, people really nerd out on this, don't they? This only exists because someone loves it. Yeah, and you get the spice a lot faster, there is that as well. And you don't have to put up with the worm every 2 seconds like this, like I do at the moment. Where's the worm? It's like it's bugged. It's not even around. Oh, there it is. I had one before, no word of a lie. It was there for like 3 minutes. Constantly, just aggroed. I was like, there's no sign of a worm. It looked like it spawned below me, but it wouldn't move. It was really weird. Oh, my fuse low. Oh, I have to go back. I'm going to have to go back because I can't stay out here with an assault ornithopter with low fuel. This is a no-goer. This is I need to get back now. I do have a fuel cell on me, but it won't be enough to stay out here. I'm not super low. I'm just low. Like, I have a little bit of fuel on me, but it's not enough that I would want to stay out here with. So I do have like some spares. Actually, no. I actually do have 2 large ones. Actually, let's stay out. I thought I only had this. I forgot. I thought I dropped the other large one in a container. I didn't think I had brought the full out one out with me as well. I just thought I had the half, well, less than half used one. It's not so bad if I've actually got the batteries. I've got more than I thought. Where's my field? Miles away. No, I'm not that far away. Oh, I haven't got much left. Like, what you see there is what you see. Like, you can see where my fuel level is, even on the graphics. Yeah, I do have an overlay. It's not to hide things, it is just to make it obvious when people get in it that this Steam's about Dune. In case people didn't realise because of the title or anything else, but there are dumb people that come into a stream and just say, what's this game about? Can't really miss it, you've got UI at the bottom that's themed around it. Okay. Helicopter's full. So you have to worry about that. I just have to worry about getting the rest of the sand. In a timely manner, because I do want to go to Bob at some point tonight. Are you guys both from America, or are you guys elsewhere? Actually, Wayland, aren't you? I know you are American, but you're actually in Asia at the moment, aren't you? No, rightly. Tell you what. There's like, they're literally shooting off every 2 seconds, all these like spice fields. Well, I couldn't find one this afternoon. Maybe it's set to American time zone to spawn them. Couldn't find one this afternoon. Literally had to go out to the deepest part of the deep desert to get one. You live in Sweden? Oh yeah, because you married this Swedish person, didn't you? You're a WoW player. Do you still both? Does she still play as well as you play, or have you both moved on to other games? And is it the true dream? I always thought it would be good to have a girlfriend that had the same hobby as me and be so heavy into games as I am. Always been. But then I was like, but would that be a good thing or not? Is it sometimes maybe a good thing to have like separate hobbies rather than a hobby that you both are really passionate about? Oh wow, 10 plus years ago now. Okay. But does she still game though? It's obviously stupid to ask you. You clearly game because you're playing a game, but fair enough. She grew out of it and you carried on being a kid. Yeah, you definitely should do. It's like years ago, I would say people always seen gaming as a kiddish hobby or pastime, but I think that was just a generational thing where at that point the adults of that period didn't really understand what gaming was. Like, I was fortunate, my dad is actually a gamer. He's the one that got me into technology, really formed me being the person who I am, and a massive influence on my career and stuff like that as a result of that. So I was really fortunate to have got into gaming in a completely different way than most people did, and I got introduced to the internet way ahead of most people. Like, I had the internet way before most people even heard of what the internet was, never mind having it. So I've always been on the forefront of that, but I've always thought it would be like super cool to have a partner that was on the same wavelength. But also I think the stigmas of years ago where people used to think that gamer was just for like immature teenagers or people stuck in dark rooms, I don't think, like, while people joke about it, it's not a real thing anymore, and people don't, think that way anymore, other than meaning it. Yeah, you're right. Everyone did grow up. And I think it's like the WoW crew as well. It's like, I've always seen the WoW community as kids. And it was originally because, every player base starts somewhere. Some did start more mature than others. And I think the more complex games was the ones for the more mature adult gamers, years ago at least. And kids generally went to what was an easier game to play, and there was more on kind of like what they were after. Where those kids that were kids are definitely not kids anymore. They're adults themselves, got kids themselves, etc. So what used to be a young, mature, like immature maybe, community base became a mature one. And obviously things have moved on. So it's all different. Oh yeah, and games definitely make, like, games drive in a lot of ways now the movie industry and stuff like that. Like if you look how many games have come out, or films that have come out that were originally games, like it was sometimes years ago, like games were based off the opposite. Like games were made from films. So if you had a film, one of the things, you know, with some of the really popular films was if they could game it or gametize it, where now it's the other way around. Now it's more the fact of like, you've got all these games that have such great narration. Can we take those games and make them films? So it's almost like a full round circle of evolution. Gone are the days where people used to take the piss out of us. The way I look at it. I was a proud nerd. I was never too bothered whether anyone thought I was a nerd or whatever like that. I was always a proud person to say, yes, I'm a tech person, I'm a geek, and I'm happy being one. There'll be one day where you'll all be praying you had my knowledge and experience. And that day did obviously come, but I don't think they believed it. I can't say I would have thought it ended up being the way it has gone, but at the same time I was quite sure technology would be having a massive play in the world and everything, and the internet was way more than even I expected. Like, it made me have friends in places I'd never expected, or would even dreamt of having friends, like the other side of the globe and different time zones, and have formed some friendships that I've got really close friends in real life. I'm not saying gaming is not real life, but what I mean is like away from virtual online type stuff. I have like really close friends, but I would have never thought I'd have made some friends online who I can say who mean just as much to me as those close friends that I grew up with, like, because I've formed such close relationships. I think it's crazy. And I've got friends as well, like yourself, who have, through gaming, who have met their partner and have gone off and got married afterwards. It's crazy. I loved the Halo series, I must admit. The Halo series for me was probably, like, I watched it and thought, wow. Like, one of the things I love at the moment with films is just how well films always were. Like, they were always cinematic. But when you look at some of the series they produce now, like Halo, there's the Lord of the Rings spin-off, some of those, like, the quality they make those series now, it's almost like watching long film, because you got full CGI, and it's not over CGI'd either, it's all badly done. It's like done absolutely amazingly, and you're watching it and it's just like, you got to remind yourself this is just a series. It's like it's on once a week for 6 weeks, and then you'll get to the end conclusion and then you get a big dramatic scene at the end. But like, and I know they spend a hell of a long time putting them into production, and it's hard going from season to season, especially like, I don't know if you were into like what they call it, Game of Thrones, but that was quite hard. Like, it wasn't too bad the first 2 seasons, because season 1 and season 2 weren't too far apart, but I think it was like season 3 to season 4, there was like 2 years in between it, and then you have the pandemic as well and stuff like that. It's like, it's really hard to like sometimes contain your excitement and just want the next one to come out, because like you're following a storyline and all of a sudden then like it gets to this dramatic scene and then that's it, you wait until the next season to come out, and it's just like, no. And you're dragged into the story. It's like, it's more torture than watching films, because films, like, you see the whole thing and then that's it, and it's obviously all compact. where series they draw it all out and they have it over like a number of seasons, and it's just it can be torture sometimes. The one thing that, like, and there's actually a couple of series that I've watched, and I've not watched the film or played the game, etc. But there's Halo, so I've never played Halo, so I don't know the storyline of what the storyline is in the game. But I love how they've done the series, and that obviously they're going to roll on. I think the next one's out anytime now, isn't it? The next one. The other one is Fallout. Now, I don't know if you've watched Fallout, but that one I find I love that one even kind of more in some ways, because that's a lot more deeper, and it goes it's obviously like there's a lot of plot twists in the Halo one, but I find that the Fallout one was just a bit darker in its plot line, and actually that's probably because the game's like that, but I found it kind of a little bit more kind of unpredictable on how it was going to go. Where the Halo one, for me, it was almost like, it was a lot more predictable. It's almost like films that horror films, and if you once you've watched one or two horror films, or if you're like me, you just love horror films, and you've watched that many, horror films start to become predictable. Like, you know what's going to happen, like, oh, the guy's going to pull out a knife and then he's going to become the mass murderer, or whatever horror you're watching, you kind of, once you've watched the first part of it and you know what the main storyline is going to be like, you kind of can almost guess what's going to happen and what type of scenes it's going to happen. And it kind of, in a way, because it's just not original, it becomes kind of like predictable until you get a film like Saw. And one of the, obviously until they brought out Saw, whatever they got up to, 6. But once you watch the first couple of Saws, that was a fresh horror film, because no one had ever seen anything like that. So when you can come up with a fresh concept, it's different. But certain film genres are very like that, where you can just get like stuck in it, everyone making it very samey. And the one thing I do like with what they've done with all the series they brought out with the games and the films they brought out of the games is games are normally very different in how they do things. Normally because they're playing around game mechanics, so they have to fit the narrative around that. So that's probably lent well to them all being quite different. Have you played Fallout though? Because I went to play Fallout the other day, and then, well, I think it was Fallout. Actually, it wasn't Fallout. It was Borderlands 3. Because you can, at the moment, if you've got an Nvidia card, you can get Borderlands 3 for free. If you've got a either Series 5 or Series 4 graphics card. And I downloaded it and then realised it's like cartoon type immersion type stuff, and I was just like, yeah, that's not really what I was expecting. But I've just realised it wasn't Fallout. I'm sure I did see Fallout though. You played it. So did you you know the storyline quite well then before you watched the series? I've watched Borderlands the movie. I actually really liked it. The one thing I didn't understand is how it was a game. And to be fair, that was the game I did get for free, and I went into it and I was just like, I didn't understand how they got the narrative from why they got the narrative, because I didn't see the same narrative that I seen in the film in that. If that makes any sense. I couldn't see the crossover. I thought it was the most detached movie. Although I thought the movie was amazing, I just didn't see how it relates to the game in any way. You should watch it. If you played the Borderlands game, you probably have a better context on it than I have. Like I only briefly went in it, and then I was just like, oh, this wasn't what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting a first-person shoot 'em up, which is pretty much what it is, or from what I initially seen of it anyway. And I even seen it online as tooltips, because they were sharing it for like a graphics comparison, and even the parts they were showing of the game, it was a first-person shooter. So even though I've not properly played it, it still hasn't changed my mind of what that game's about. And I can't understand how they made a film out of that. I wouldn't say it wasn't good, but then it depends. Like if you were a big fan of the game and you were expecting something from it. Like I said, I've seen what the game's about, even though I haven't properly played it myself, even though I have it. But that was what confused me most, because I'd watched the film first, and then I went to go and play the game, and then realised the game was just a cartoon version of a first-person shooter, and then I was just like, what? That was not what I was expecting. So I was a bit confused, but then I thought the film was all right. But if I'd gone into the film with expectations, I probably wouldn't have liked it. It's because I'd watched the film before having any expectations. So yeah, I was kind of going in there from a point of view of like, yeah, I've heard this is a game, and I watched the film, and then I was just like, yeah, it's a good movie. I would say that there's some weird things in the movie that didn't quite make sense, but I assume that was just because I hadn't played the game, which is why I wanted to play the game, to see if I could understand the narrative better than I did in the movie, which I didn't fully grasp everything. I'm not gonna lie. God, there's even more spots. They're literally popping like God knows what, like popcorn. Like 2 more. That's probably a large, because that looks very big. Yeah, and it's continuing as well. And I have an air of my water. Oh, my water's almost out. I'm gonna have to go back soon. I think I've almost got enough spice melange now anyway. Well, spice sand to do that final run. I don't need that much more. Let's see if we can get these. Oh, look quite. I'm not sure I've got much back at my base. I don't know how much I've got left. I don't have much. I think I need to get near, if not the full amount I need to put in the run. Because I think I would have only added maybe 100, if that. Like, I don't even think it's even that. I think it's probably about 50 spare units. I should have checked better rather than just go out and do more. Normally a medium spice field will contain about 17,500 I've noticed before when I've tried to measure it, if you do all the edges as well. And I pretty much did most of that. There might be about 1,000 or so that might have not done. So I had about 16,000. I already had so much. Yeah, I'm trying to work out something I'm not going to be able to work out, but it's 200. How much do I need? Okay, about 500. 2,000 it holds. Oh, well, that's his capacity it holds. It holds about, and it holds enough to actually do a full run and a bit more. It's not quite. I think it actually might be a full other stack and a little bit extra on top of that. So it is around 12. I think it's about 12. I think it's either 12,500 or 13,000. It's something around that figure in units. That's enough. That's it. I'm not doing any more. So, yeah, each one. So it's 375. So 375 times. I'll keep an eye out for that worm. So you'd be able to put 5.33 stacks in there. So you'd be able to put 5 stacks of the 2,500 plus about a third of a stack in there. So that would give you about 13,000 something, or about 13,200 to 13,500. I'd have to rerun the calcs on the exact unit amount, but it'd be something around that. It's enough. It's far better now that it's like 2,000 capacity in it. Assault helicopter. Let's have a look. So if we say history, I keep forgetting that this thing's not my scout helicopter. It can't do what I'm trying to do there. I need to give it more room to play with. There we go. That should be alright. So 533 times 135 those stacks. Yeah, 375. Oh, my calculations are getting bad. What am I going wrong? Oh yeah, 555. Should do that. Yeah, so it's actually 13,333 is the exact. amount that you should be able to hold. Which would be about right, because that's what I thought roughly right in my head. But confirmed on the calculator. Assuming you're not carrying anything else. Obviously. Just Slice. I suppose my base is still running because I have left everything switched on. It said ages ago that I only had 7 hours for fuel left for the base to stay on as it was. I wonder how much fuel I've got left. Can't be that much. About an hour's worth, probably. Hours? Oh, not bad. Yeah, I don't build any deeper because I just can't be asked. Can't be asked shifting it further out to the deep desert. That's like further having to bring it back. Well, do you build deeper? Can't be bothered. It's like it's enough effort to bring it out to here. I might take it further out to the deep desert. If you didn't have to do like a million trips to fucking bring stuff out, it wouldn't be so bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it's better than it used to be, but still not amazing. Oh wow. What? Did I? Oh, crud. I stayed out way longer than I meant to. You know what? I've gone and got way more. I've got enough to do 2 more runs. Actually, now I need to go out and go and finish off that because now I've not quite got enough runs. Oh, I don't think I've got enough water. And I don't want to carry the raw stuff back because it just takes up too much space. It's like I need to go out and just do another 1,000. Let's go and put this run in first. God. Got too much sand. Put that in. I need about 40,000 water. I could just leave it overnight and let the sand, because I'll have enough passive water being made overnight. I think I've still got them. I think they're still running. Let's go and check to see if these still got filters. I think I've still got filter time left going. Although I did do that at the very start of the stream, so there's a good chance actually that they have definitely not. They're definitely still not running. I'll probably start streaming about 2 o'clock. About 2 hours worth. I don't think 2 hours is going to give me 40 and a water. Oh crap! I'll need to put the death beds on. If I put like 2 bodies in, that'll give me enough water. I kind of actually need to probably put 1 body in actually. Just turn 1 of these on. I don't really want to waste water. I'm not going to use it. Like, once I've done this spice refinery in, I'm not going to be needing any more water out here because I'm going to take the base down. What's it called? The emojis. It's fancy. do you know what? So you build in the E row, yeah? Now, you do what I see a lot of players do on this server, is build right on the border of E. So like midpoint E, and you find one of the islands that allow you to be literally as close as you can and be in the PvP without being in the PvP. I'm assuming that's where you're building, yeah? Like, I don't do that because I don't, like, I know you say you're not taking everything out there, but one of the main reasons why I kind of build all of this is so that I can put this down. Now, at the end of the day, this whole building itself takes less than half, well, it takes about half an ornithopter of the assault ornithopter's capacity. The main problem is these two big boys, as I call them, like that and that themselves is an assault ornithopter trip. That doesn't include all the utilities that I have upstairs. Like they are another trip. This is what I would normally build. If I was to go out where you're talking about, I would build this. Because this is what I call my outpost. And this I can build anywhere in the deep desert. And it's just enough for you to land in. Obviously you can put some containers and stuff in. But it gives you the main purpose of which is just the landing pad to land your stuff on, sort your stuff out and then get back out. I only build this big base here that you can see here whenever I'm planning to do the spice refining and stuff like that, because in order to get the spice refining I needed something big enough to put everything into. And if I'm building it and putting that on a blueprint, I may as well have all the other utilities. And if I'm putting these things out, I may as well have the other utilities in case I do want to build anything. So it's a bit of a catch-22. It's like a snowball effect. It's like if I'm going to build it, I may just build it all. But then it's a lot more effort, and that's why I don't build this base every week. I build the other base every week, so the one that's next to it, which is the out base, I build that every week. But that I can bring out, that doesn't even take up half an helicopter, including all the batteries and stuff like that. I can put that out and that lasts the full week, and it's like next to no effort to bring it out. But I put that one out more for the stream than I do for anything else, because again, I do it as an option to come out for the deep desert and provide the deep desert content. But other than that, like you said, like there's more than enough stuff to do in Hagar Basin. It's just about like, well, do other people want to watch mission runs, or do they want to learn more about the deep desert and how that works and the spice stuff? And you know, there's tons of different like avenues and ways or paths you could go down as to which way you take content or what people actually want to see. Because there's no point doing what I want to do necessarily all the time, because at the end of the day, I do it because obviously I do all the streaming and the gaming because I love doing it. But when it comes to the content, I do want people to say like what they would like to see and stuff like that, and I'm happy to engage and do that type of stuff because, you know, it gives me something to do. It gives me an objective, especially in a game that has fucking lack of objectives. Like, if players could give me things they want to see, then it gives me something to do. Where like end game is dead, and when I'm trying to come up with content, I'm just like, but there's nothing to do. I can't PvP because there's no one to PvP with, not on an easily regular basis. So it's not like you can just go off and do a raid base, because no one puts their bases out anymore in the proper PvP zone. Like, I remember when like I first got out in a deep desert, there were big guild bases, big elaborate guild bases that they must have taken ages to put up with all of their player base and stuff like that. And they were out in the PvP zones as well. And I was like, wow, this looks good. And people said PvP was dead. And that got me really excited, but yeah, that didn't last long. And all those bases no one puts those type of bases up anymore. Even the size of base I've got here, like you've probably thought, wow, you've got a massive base. Like this would be a big base for a guild now on this server. And I mind like a solo player to put this up. It doesn't take me long to put up though. It takes me about an hour to put up from scratch. As long as it takes me actually more time to go back and forth to bring all the stuff out here than it in some ways than to build up the base. But that's a bit of an exaggeration. It does take me less, but you do spend a lot of considerable time having to go back and forth. I need to go out and get another 1,000 units. And I think I'm going to do that now because I can't be bothered doing it tomorrow. And I need to do it before I take the base down, which is why I'm thinking doing it now, because tomorrow I'm not streaming Dune. I'm doing GTA tomorrow. Dune will be Tuesday, and by the time I do that, the reset would have happened. So all this stuff has to be out. So you're excited then for when they bring out the ability for us to use a sand crawler to bring things out here? One question I have for you for the sand crawler then. I was under the impression that the main capacity for the sand crawler was, you know, like yes, it can have a big capacity that can carry, but I thought you could only put sand in that part, or, you know, like the raw sand, you couldn't even put spice blend in it. I wasn't under the impression, because like I play a game like EVE Online, and us players exploited that, and they basically restricted it so that certain ships could no longer just put certain things in any container or any location. They started to refine it. Had they not done that then with the crawler, and you could just put anything in it? Wow, you have all of your no way. So what is it? Is it just like going into this and so you go into this, you go to open inventory, and all of the stuff where the spice comes in just goes into like the normal like container area, or whatever you want to call it? I'm quite surprised they didn't separate it. How much can it carry? What's its volume? Don't worry, man. Is the bot telling you off? I do actually have... I have turned very light monitoring on, because I don't want, like... This is a live stream and I want the community to feel free. This is an adult zone with 0 kids in it, so I'm not too worried about profanity. As long as people aren't being abusive to each other is all I generally want. Wow. Yeah, that is big. So do you have any idea with the container how big they're going to be? It's like, has that been leaked? Because I've not heard any intel on the container. It seems to have got, like, they mentioned it and then it's just gone dark. That's why I was like, I wasn't even sure when it's coming out. Yeah. I really do hope they make the container really sizable, because like it should be really sizable more for the guilds. Like, even as a solo player, I would love to see it with really good capacity, but for the guilds who really want to have good bases and stuff out here, but obviously don't do that because of the laborious duty of trying to bring things out here, I think they really do need to change that so that you know, no matter the size of a guild and whatever they want to do, they have the capacity to do that easy if they have the, you know, means to do so. I'd hope it's more than 3,500 volume. God, if it's that, they may as well fucking kill the game. I think people live in hope that it's actually a sizable amount, just so that that it opens up and makes things more freer than it currently is, because it's one of the biggest drawbacks of the whole fucking deep desert. They've made the deep desert laborious when it didn't need to be. Was it something I actually forgot to bring out? What did I came back because I thought I had everything, didn't I? But I need an extra 1,000. Okay, we need to go out and get 1,000 from wherever. The nearest spice field that can give me 1,000 spice sand. Then I'm calling it. I did put a body in, didn't I? I think so. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I did. Turned it on. Ah, right, okay. Oh no, you do not tell me if they tie the container to Landsrad, I'm screwed. I would literally have to switch from Harkonnen to Atreides, because Harkonnen on this server never get Landsrad unless Atreides basically gift it to us. Because there's just not enough Harkonnen players on this server. I think I would die if they did. I'd be like, no, I'm not switching. It's like, I refuse. I'll buy the blueprint off the market. I can swap it for sand. I've got tons of like spice sand, melange. Oh yeah, I know. You can tell players would milk it. One of those things. It was like when the you used to have the metal island, the titanium island, and basically those islands used to be controlled by the biggest guilds on each server. So you'd find that literally the market was being orientated around literally that guild, because hardly anyone else would get any sizable amount, and you would almost get into the stages where the actual titanium or the plastatium, or as it was fully refined, was actually now starting to become more expensive than spice melange itself, which was supposed to be the king thing on the server. So everything that everyone was supposed to be fighting over, it became that no one was fighting over that. Everyone was fighting over trying to get hold of Titanium Island so that they could get the sizable amounts of metal they needed so they could make things. You played after that. All right, yeah, you missed that, mate. They were fun days, they were. Luckily, I played on an American server, so I was able to sneak in when the guilds were steeping. So I was getting away with it, not realising that. I was like, what's everyone going on about? It's hard to get this stuff. I was like, I find it's really easy. Don't know what anyone's going on about. And that's just because I was on the server where I was out of sync with like where the guilds were on. Oh well. I always said there was an advantage of playing on an American server when I was in the UK. There's that other field I need. Yeah, now you can get all the titanium you need and everything from not even having to go into the deep desert. Barely, because I don't really see the wall as the deep desert. Like, yes, you're in the zone, but the deep desert starts beyond the wall. Wow, you only started that short time ago, so you've literally not been in the game that long at all. if you only started when the free 2-week free thing was on, that. Well, it was quite a while back now. It was like probably a month and a half ago, but it's still relatively new. Compared to me, like, he's like one of the OGs. Like, I wasn't one of the beta OGs. Like, I skipped beta. I just joined when the actual main game came out. I heard about the game prior to beta coming out, but I don't know. I've worked in the software industry for years, so I think once you've worked in the industry, you get past the stage where you want to be involved in the buggy parts of the software release stuff. You just want to play the polished part of the game, and that's kind of like where I'm at. So as fun as it used to sound, like being involved in beta, and yeah, you want to be involved in beta and you get all the early access stuff, it's like, for me, it's like, nah, I'd rather just get it when it's meant to be released and get away from all the buggy side of it. So do you work in software as well then, do you? Crazy. Small world. Although actually I shouldn't be surprised, because I think a lot of people that are gamers are probably in the tech industry, but I forget the tech industry nowadays is just huge. So I always find it weird when I come across people that are also, you know, in a very similar area. Nice. I had the opportunity to go into development when I did did a university degree. Like I said, I've always been heavily into technology, but it was only kind of like, say, 15 years ago, showing my age now, that I decided, after being in trying various different things, I was going to go into my passion, go into computers and technology. And while I tried to avoid it at first, mainly because I didn't want to hate something I loved it so much with a passion. You always hear about people that hate their jobs and things like that, and I didn't want to become one of those people that hated what I actually loved the most. So I tried to avoid it first, taking my career into technology. However, eventually I ended up getting into it, and cut a long story short, eventually I got into senior management within a fintech, and now that's where I work. I work for a fintech, helping the head of technology deliver their projects with their development teams and stuff. So it's where we work we work in mobile development for fintech, and we provide our now owners, who are kind of a massive, in the UK, they're the second largest wealth management business in the UK. So a substantial kind of big wealth organization. They bought us out last September, and since then we've kind of just been getting blowing up. Essentially, they've basically been throwing money at us in order to scale up. So our development teams that had been whittled down to 1 or 2 developers per team, whilst we'd been shrinking because we'd basically been struggling by ourselves, we end up getting bought out by this huge corporation, and now they're just trying to expand us and grow us, because essentially we're their key platform in order to get to direct to business. So they're not, obviously they're great financial advisors, and that's their bread and butter, but what they struggle with is how to use their part and bring in a platform that allows a different type of clientele to what they've got traditionally. So essentially what they want is a direct to consumer proposition that, rather than have this really unique proposition that they have at the moment, which their main proposition they have, say, in the moment is their clientels need about £150,000 or more in order to be able to really substantially have enough money value to the advisor providing them financial advice. If they've got any less money than that, then the financial advisor offering that advice generally can't make any money from them. So where we come in is we provide the kind of stepping stone for a person who's kind of like has the potential to, because they have the career there, but they don't currently fall into that bracket. So we're kind of like the early incubator, and we provide the mobile platform for them to start to learn how to do investments themselves, and start gaining the kind of understanding and nous in investing in the financial market from a wealth management point of view. And that's kind of like where we come in, because we help that business then provide that platform by taking what we'd already made but extending it further into what their domain is. So you work for a software as a service business, which is not too dissimilar to where we were before we got bought out. But as you're American, and what I would say is the big difference between America and the UK from a say economic point of view, and I'd say educational point of view of where everyone is in America, everyone's almost, their bread and butter is to almost be entrepreneurial and to learn to invest and always take those chances. Where in the UK, people are much more reserved, and that isn't something that has ever been bred into our society. And it's something that the government for the last couple of for at least the last decade have been trying to change. They've been trying to get people engaged in more kind of like making stocks and shares stuff more available, which is where fintechs started coming in, and the rise of fintechs really started exploding in say like the mid 2015s or so, kind of like when Bitcoin and that came about. So there's been more and more kind of lead towards how America run and have their finance and wealth management and that type of thing. Like wealth management in the UK has always existed, but it's always been for the high middle class to rich. It's never been for like the middleman or anyone in the high street, where in the UK we want to try and change that. So we want to try and change it so that people don't just have savings accounts anymore, like ISAs and things like that. We want to try and not discourage that type of thing, but try and get people to look at investing that money into businesses which will invest into the economy and stuff like that and grow the economy better and stuff like that. So it's a completely different way of thinking, a different way of form, and there's a lot of legislation in the UK at the moment that's changing in order to try and facilitate that, which is being led by our kind of like financial ombudsman in the UK, who are changing a lot of like their rules around what's allowed and what's not allowed in order to try and help facilitate that. It's all quite interesting, all quite complex, but yeah, essentially I work in all that type of stuff. And like this all started off with the fact that you work obviously the same area as me, but yeah, I've just given you a background in regards to the business I work for. We work heavily around software and development and stuff like that, but yeah, it's very much in this kind of what I would say is highly regulated area. I've worked for quite a few different software or different industries within the software domain, and I've got to say this has been like, I don't know how to say it, kind of fascinating but frustrating, because I don't know, I'm not a massive fan of like tons of rules and regulations in the way that our financial industry is, and there is tons of red tape, which when you're just trying to build and create like software and the latest and best kind of way of doing things from a technology point of view to help people, it's really hard when you've got a lot of these things you can and can't do, and you've got to think inclusive and not exclusive, and you've got to think about vulnerabilities, and it's just like one headache after another. Like, I couldn't wait to go back to another software house. It's just like more like free again, and no more red tape and regulation around it. What area is yours actually in? E-signing and digital site. Is that like, is that when you say e-signing, is that like certificate based stuff, is it? Like how you secure the like connections and various different things? I always think like cyber security type things, like when I see normally signing and stuff like that, like secure connection. Roman backup, yo. Been vibing with your stream. Love your energy, bring it back, really like to stay connected. Catch more of your content. Drop me a Discord. Oh my god, the bots on Kit are so annoying. They all say pretty much the same. This one is probably the most unbotty one, but you can still tell it's a bot, because it's still trying to get you to do the exact same thing. Go to a Discord. No person would go into a stream and go to the streamer, hey, hit me up and sign me up on Discord. E-signing, like signing contracts. Oh, signing contracts. Oh, so is it like Adobe signature where you do the Adobe sign? Like a software solution where you do the PDF signing and stuff. Oh yeah, I know the solution that you're on now. Yeah, I've used that software quite a bit. Get contracts and stuff sorted. You're half quest. You've not even done a full quest, Waylon. There's milk in it, and then there's taking a piss. You must have done at least a quest. Like, how do you even do half a quest? You found the area left. That's not doing a mission. How's that doing a mission? You found it and went. You confirmed and then logged off. You could have at least, you could have left your character there and just logged off, mate. If you, especially like, what vehicle you were in? Were you in like a? Have you even got an ornithopter yet? I hope you got an ornithopter. Do you know Steve's only been playing for like a month and he's further ahead than you? how long is this thing gonna take? I want to try and get the spice thing on before I go to bed, because I do want to take this base down tomorrow. Oh, I have to take this base down tomorrow because I'm not taking it down on Tuesday. I've got work. Well, actually, I'm going away on Tuesday. I'm going away to the football. Oh yeah, I definitely can't. It can never wait till Tuesday anyway, but definitely not this week. Yeah, good night, Steve. I'm off to bed myself. Waylon, I will see you soon, mate. Next time I'm on and you're on. Again, catch the stream on Tuesday, guys, if you're around. If you don't fancy GTA, I understand you're not GTA fans probably. But yeah, I'll be around on Tuesday. If you want to catch up, I'll be back in Dune. Actually, I won't be in Dune on Tuesday. I've just realised. I'm at the football match on Tuesday. Liverpool play Real Madrid at Anfield. So I'll be next streaming Dune Awakening on Thursday. So catch me on Thursday if you want to join for that stream. But good night, guys. I do want to get off to bed myself. It is 20 to 2 in the morning here in the UK, so I need to get off to bed myself. But thanks very much, guys, for joining, and I will catch you again either Thursday or any day, because apart from Tuesday, I will be streaming, but just not doing Awakening. Until then, good night, everyone.